여러분 안녕하세요. 이번 game show is the game show where you survey and we play. This is LCK Feud-입니다. I'm your host, still, Daniel Digon Gonzalez from Rivia, as I welcome you back for another season of LCK Feud. We've gone international as I introduce our two contestants. Joining us now is the self-proclaimed best jungler in Korea and North America from his time on teams like Winter Fox and Dignitas, and the other jungler from CJ, it is Helios!
Hi guys, I'm Helios.
And
I'm first winner,
Yeah.
first champion.
yeah,
Jungler.
that's right.
yeah.
All right.
So hard English.
Yes,
Okay.
he's gonna do his best with English.
웃어? Okay.
Okay.
Subin.
And joining us after 73 months of hosting the LCK with an earpiece, she is now doing piece of content without earpiece. It's the queen of 6 games, Subin!
Hello everyone, global friends. I'm Subin, LCK announcer for 73 months.
73 months.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Hi.
Again, Subin is the big boss. She runs everything. She's been here the longest, so don't make her mad. No making her mad. All right, they are ready to participate in our quiz where we have now surveyed thousands of contestants. Thousands of fans have answered this survey. So, to play, we are going to have 2 questions. Two questions.
Okay.
And you will have the opportunity to answer them and either pass or let the other person answer. If they get it wrong, then the other person has 1 chance to get them all right and get all the points.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I understood.
Okay, I know you did. I know you did. All right, here we go. Get ready to hit your buzzer. Wait, I need you to make your buzzer noise. What noise will your buzzer make? Can you make the noise?
Beep.
Okay, what noise will yours make?
Ellie.
Okay. Mustache is falling off. All right, here we go. Our first question, take a look at your screen, is this.
Okay, let's go.
Which champion would be the best pet?
Best pet?
Beep. All right, Subin buzzed in first.
I would say Yumi.
Yumi. What do you think? Yumi is a pretty good question or answer to the question. What do you think, Helios?
I think best.
Oh.
Best is
No. Just what did you think of this? That's a good question.
Yumi.
Yeah. Yumi's good, right?
Yumi. I don't like Yumi.
Okay, he doesn't like Yumi. Let's reveal the answer. Which champion would be the best pet? Is it on there? Yumi!
Are you kidding me?
Wait, we answered thousands
Wow.
of people, and we've summed it down to
Really?
100 points. Yes. So most
Whoa,
people.
I can't understand why Yumi number 1.
Pets are so cute.
honey,
This is not looking good for you.
Pet.
Okay, so since you got the right answer and the highest one, will you continue to play and try to clear the board, or will you let Helios answer? He gets 3 tries.
Okay, I'll give him chance.
Okay.
GG.
All right, Helios. 1 at a time, you will have 3 chances, 3 lives.
Okay.
You got to get all 7 that are left. Which champion would be the best pet? Go ahead, give us an answer.
Okay. I think Nico.
Ooh, Nico.
Oh?
Yes.
Nico, kind of like a gecko, can change.
Yes, can change.
Can change,
Yeah.
right? Okay, Nico, is it on there? Let's take a look. Nico, it is!
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Ooh.
Helios, did you have a pet? Have you had a pet before?
Long time ago, I have a dog pet.
Oh.
Dog pet and cat pet.
Oh.
I already know Yumi. You know Scratch?
Yeah, oh yes.
Yes, I hate. Okay.
Yes, okay, all right. Did you have a pet, Subin?
Yes, I had a pet. I had a dog. Yeah.
okay.
He passed away.
Okay.
죄송합니다.
Lovely pet.
죄송합니다.
Lovely dog. I had a
Okay, Digon.
Okay.
You need it.
Oh, yes, 죄송합니다. 죄송합니다. All right, Helios, back to you. You still have 3 lives, but you got to get these answers correct. 1 more. I mean, there are 6 answers on here.
Nidali?
Nidalee. Oh! Nidalee?
So scary.
Cougar form, though? Goes to Cougar. Is it on there?
Ellie.
Oh! Okay, not on there. That is our first X. All right, Nidalee. I like the idea. Nidalee, it's Cougar.
Yes.
You know,
Can change
you do it with
form,
me. Go ahead, do it to the camera. Ready? Helios, go. Okay, all right.
Are you kidding me?
No, you did great. You did great. Okay, Helios Nim, yours again. 2 more chances. My mustache is falling off. Give me another one.
Another one. 뭐 있더라? No hint?
No hint.
No hint?
No hint. The hint is everyone voted for this. Many 팬들 voted for
Many
this.
pen?
Yes.
There are more than 150 champions.
Yeah.
Bolly bear?
Bolly bear.
Bolly
Bolly
bear?
bear. I guess
As a pet?
bear pet. Wait.
챔피언이 기억이 안 나는데? I can't remember champion list.
Pressure. All right, quickly. I need an answer.
아,
Bali.
오케이. 헨리,
Heli. Okay.
볼리베어.
Volley bear. All right, volley bear as a pet. Is it on there?
헨리.
No. it is-
Ah.
Oh, no. You said you didn't like the scratches from Yumi. Scratches from volley bear.
볼리베어 can.
I don't want my pet to me.
strong pet.
Strong pet.
strong
All right.
pet, yeah.
Strong pet.
아,
Okay. Helios, one more life left. Remember, Subin, if he gets it wrong, you need
Okay, okay. I'm waiting for it.
뭐 있지?
There are 6 on there. There's a lot.
뭐 있더라 동물?
Oh,
헨리,
Heli.
릴리아?
Oh, Lilia. Okay.
Oh.
Maybe a deer
Deer,
puts you
yeah.
to sleep.
Yeah.
You know, pets that sleep a lot. You don't doesn't require a lot of work. Is Lilia on there? Let's take a peek. Lilia.
헨리.
Ah, you're
Helios,
out.
Nim. Okay, Helios, you are out. There are 43 points. Subin,
아니.
you have the chance here to steal away 43 points. You need one answer, just one.
Okay. Give me a second.
Okay, you have a second. 한차. Okay, that's it. That was 1 second, right? 차.
한차?
1차.
1일차?
Okay.
Okay. 1초?
1초.
Yeah.
초. Sorry, wrong one. Wrong one.
Okay. Because I had a lovely dog
Yes.
as a pet.
Yes.
So I'll choose the Piri.
Nefiri. That's right. Nefiri. It comes with a bunch of dogs. Let's see. Is it on there? Nefiri.
아니 내 필이면
Oh, Nefiri.
그러면 왜 릴리아랑 그건 안 되는데 왜,
No.
왜 니달리랑
Nidalee, you don't want to keep. Nefiri's a dog. Nefiri's a doggo.
You
니달리
lose.
anymore
Okay.
그거 아니
All right. Let's figure this out now. So math it out. It's 53 points to Subin. And let's clear the rest of the board. Which champion would be the best pet? Starting with number 7,
Number 6.
Smolder.
와 why
Right?
why
Well, this is what the
Agree.
fans said.
아니
Okay, number 6. What is number 6?
아
Timo.
아이씨
Right? A pet gerbil, hamster, yordle kind of thing.
I agree.
기니픽
Guinea pig? Yeah, guinea pig. All right, number 5. Kog'Maw.
아니 why 컵머 why
Pugma.
컵머
Pugma, he's a doggo.
like hydra
It's better than Bali Bear. Ooh.
Yeah, Bali Bear will kill you. Pugma will just lick you a little bit, spit on you. You know, just a little pat, pat, pat. All right, number 3. Let's see what we got here. Number 3, Ari.
와 아니
Ah,
아니
it's a pet?
human
Yeah, well, kind of like a cat. You know.
와 아니 와
I don't know. I don't know. This one I don't know. The fans voted. The fans voted.
와 말이 안 되는데 이거는 아니 아리는 사람이잖아 아니
All right, and finally, number 2, our last one here. Which champion would be the best pet? Nar.
날 오케이 날
Nar.
I
Okay.
understand 날
Okay.
I
now,
agree
Does this make sense?
날
Yeah,
so cute
Okay, what do you think of the fans' votes here,
Oh,
Subin?
I think it's really reasonable.
Right.
Yeah.
Even Ari?
Even Ari can be like cat like human.
Yes.
So I think it's I don't know. Sorry. Sorry fans, I don't understand Ari.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at the scores after this one. With the correct answer and getting all the points, Subin has 53 points. 53.
GG
Woo! And Helios, after the first question, how many does Helios have?
0.
0. That's
Wow,
right.
0.
Young.
빵빵빵
None.
제로
All right. Okay. Now we've got one question done. There is one more question.
Okay.
Okay, so get your buzzer hands ready. Ready? Here we go. Question number 2 is this. Which champion would be the scariest to meet at a haunted house?
어,
Subin! Subin was first again.
Volley bear.
Volley
hey, are you kidding me? 100%.
American.
No.
I guess it would be scary, but at a haunted house, I don't know. Let's see. Fans, did you do your part? Which champion would be the scariest to meet at haunted house? Is Volley Bear on there?
Oh my god.
Volley Bear is not on there. Helios, it is your turn. You get to pick.
헨리,
There are 8 there.
피드스틱.
Fiddlesticks! Okay. Okay, that's your fiddlesticks?
Yes.
한 번 더?
It's not scary.
All right, that was weird, but not scary.
Not scary.
That's okay. But Fiddlesticks is scary. Let's see. Is it on there? That's right.
Yay!
Fiddlesticks is your number 1 answer. 38 points. Okay. Helios Nim. Now you get to decide. Do you want to answer all of these, or do you want Subin to try and answer?
I want to do.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's answer master. Okay, so Helios Nim, continue on. What are some other champions that would be scariest to meet at a haunted house?
칼서스.
Karthus.
칼서스.
Karthus, again, the Grim Reaper looking, right?
낫 뭐라고 하지? 낫. You know. 어려워. Okay.
Fun.
웨폰.
I don't know what the weapon's called, but yes, the weapon.
very sharp.
Yes, yes.
컷.
Oh, scythe. Scythe. I think it's a scythe.
Next slice.
Sickle.
Okay.
Or scythe. Something like that. That's what Yundo said. Anyways, let's take a look. Karthus. Is Karthus on there? Oh my god!
Ah, no.
What? Wow, that's a surprise. I'm surprised too. I didn't know. I thought you were right. I good guess. Okay. 2 more lives here.
One more.
You get 2 more.
요릭.
Yorick. Grave digger. Shovel. What do you think, Subin?
Yorick?
Like zombie, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think Yorick is the answer.
Okay. Well, let's find out if Subin's correct or Helios is correct. Which champion would be the scariest to meet in a haunted house? Is Yorick on there? Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, last chance.
I don't know. Those are 2 good answers. But remember, thousands of fans voted. Thousands of them voted. And for some reason, Yorick and Karthus are not on there. But there are 7 other champions on here.
와.
You have to say the answer 7 straight answers.
Correct. 7 straight. You can do it. I believe in you.
Oh my god. Why
You're
no
my
Yorick? Why
IEM
no?
world champion. Come on, I believe in you, Helios Nim. 시간 없어요.
없어요? 왜 이러세요?
오케이.
2
No
seconds.
time. Too long.
하나,
wait.
세 초, 네 초,
아니
5 초.
5. 아니 초가스.
That's scary. He's got a bunch of mouths.
I think Chogas is like Volley Bear, so I don't think it's the
초가스.
Oh, okay. Subin has weighed in. Let's see what you all weighed in with. Is Cho'Gath on there as one of the champions that would be scariest to meet at the haunted house? Yeah!
Oh my god.
What?
10 points there. Helios is cooking. Remember, he needs 52? I forgot how many. No, 53. 53 points. That's how many you need. Right now you got 48.
Oh my god.
One more answer could do it.
이거 너무 어려운데.
Remember, and you need to be ready
Okay,
to answer
okay.
if he gets it wrong.
이거 어떻게 맞춰?
There are six answers. 1,000 people thought the same thing. 6 answers here.
They look similar.
오케이. Nocturne.
Ooh!
Nocturne.
Uh-oh. Looking good. Nocturne
Nocturne.
turns the lights off in a haunted house. Sounds scary to me. Let's see what we got here. Nocturne, is it on there?
Oh,
yes! Nocturne, 15 points. Okay. So, Helios, you got to clear the board. Otherwise, Subin can steal the points
Yeah.
away. So keep going. You got to
I
keep
will
going.
steal.
And I think Alice.
Oh.
Alice.
Elise.
Yes.
Oh.
Spider Girl.
One of your most played champions.
Oh yeah.
I think you played it.
Yes,
right?
yes, yes. Very long time ago.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Sunsu Helios likes Elise.
Yeah. Ah, really? I
Played
didn't
it.
see
She
him.
didn't know.
Yeah,
No.
I didn't see him as a player. Too long time ago.
long time ago.
10 years
Long
ago.
time ago. Okay. All right, let's see it. Elise, is it on there? Spiders are scary. But is it scary enough to be a right answer?
Yeah!
Okay. Helios, you're halfway there. Only 4 answers left. 4 answers. And you're making it harder for Subin. Subin, you got to keep thinking. Scary champion.
I'm getting nervous now.
Yeah. Helios with the comeback might be happening. But why you look at me? I don't know.
Okay.
This is skill, you know.
Okay. I'll steal your score.
Oh.
So it's okay.
Oh. That's because long time ago. Long time.
I think next, Kalista or Hecarim. I think Hecarim.
Okay, Hecarim. He did the trick. He did 2,
Okay.
but he went with 1.
Okay. We'll see.
Not Kalista, Hecarim.
Hecarim.
Hecarim, lock it in. Hecarim, is it on there?
Elise.
Oh! Subin, you're not done yet.
I'm ready to steal the score.
Okay, Subin is ready. Helios has 71 points here, but you can take it all away.
Okay.
So the game is on this. 1 answer. What is the scariest champion to run into at a haunted house?
Chaco for sure.
Oh! How could you forget Shaco? You played jungle. Is a clown.
My bad. You know Korean secret weapon, Shako? I'm not Korean.
Oh, that's right. North American best jungler. Winter Fox jungler. That's right.
Chaco?
있을 것 같은데 샤코.
It's time. Let's see it on the board to make it official. Subin was ready. She was ready the whole time. Shaco, is it on there? There! Woo! Shaco is on there, 11 points, which means all the points go to Subin in question number 2. And also, that means Subin has 123 points, and she is your winner of this episode of LCK Feud.
The longest announcer? Yeah, it has a reason.
It does have a reason.
Yes.
It's because you're the best.
Yes.
There we go, I helped
helped.
And Helios, he finishes his first episode of LCK Feud with 0 points.
I'm loser.
Mr. Zero.
I can't understand why no Casos, no Yorick. Why?
I don't know. I think that's a good
Fans,
point too.
fans' choice.
I don't know why people at home.
I want to know another 뭐야?
Another
question?
answer?
Yes.
Oh yes, we got to
Can check-
reveal
can
the
check.
rest of the answers. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I got so excited.
Please.
I got so excited.
I won't know.
Okay.
guess? Can I
All
guess
right,
one?
let's pull it up. We had 3 more answers to go. Let's start from the bottom. Number 8. Which champion would be the scariest to meet at a haunted house? Dr. Mundo.
아니 왜 문도는 있는데 요렉이 없냐고.
Mundo. Okay, I understand.
You know, like Frankenstein.
Ah.
Okay. Number 7. It's Thresh.
Oh.
Threshy.
Threshy.
Right? Because he's got the lantern.
Yeah.
Lantern in a haunted house. And finally, number 5. Briar.
Oh, Briar.
노잼. 노잼.
Mr. Zero?
Yes.
Don't say that.
Mr. Zero. Wow.
아니 someone else 0 point?
0 points. You have 0 points. What do you think of the audience's answers? Thousands of fans' answers, Helios.
Oh my god.
You can say it in Korean if you want.
나는 이해를 할 수가 없어요. I don't understand. You know?
Mm.
Why 문도? Why 브라이어? Why no 요리? Why no 카서스?
Okay, that's enough time for the person that lost. Subin, you're the winner. What do you want to say to all of our fans here?
I think fans are really reasonable and they really know well about LCK and League of Legends.
Yes.
Yeah, so I really respect the fans.
Yeah.
They have right answers here.
Yes, they do. And Helios has wrong answers. And Helios will look to bounce back and try to get himself points next time.
Next time?
Next time.
There's no next time.
Not today.
Not today. Yes, next time.
Next time. All right, everyone. If you didn't agree with the answers, like Helios didn't agree, make sure to check out the Twitter at LCK so that you can fill out the next form and be a part of the answers. And as always, you survey and we play. It is LCK Feud. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks, fans. 와, 제로맨.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Gon' get it, yeah. Let's get it now. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, and I leave my mark into the stone.
화이팅! 은지 화이팅!
BDD 화이팅!
화이팅! 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LCK 2026. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Ox. Together we are the AA broadcast, and we are empowered to bring you today's two best of threes. Starting off in the Legend group, which is pretty exciting, is it not?
Yep, and then we're going to finish with the creme de la creme that is, the Rise.
It truly is set at the dessert time, isn't it? You
Yeah.
know, saving the best till last for our taste buds. Fantastic. But our entree today will be a Legend group match that is quite interesting. KT currently have the highest win rate in the LCK. Do you know when they did that last time? Yeah, it was just like basically the last round. It was very recent.
Yeah.
They've been quite good at starting off, you know, the season. It's not necessarily, it's still the same season, but it is still kind of a new season. And they're kind of doing it again.
Yeah, starting the round off well. Obviously had a change in the bot lane, and Benray, I think the hype has been building and building. So in this situation, a lot of teams very close in terms of score. And a 3-win streak currently for KT. If you're wondering, obviously their game score is weaker than HLE and Genji's, but they played one less series.
Yep.
So a chance to match T1 in series score if they can continue that winning streak here against Genji.
Yeah, and everyone needs to win as many games as they possibly can to try and catch T1 if they do happen to tie at the end of the season. The game score advantage for T1 actually going to be huge. But speaking of huge, this is a huge number of assists. BDD currently reaching second place, which in my mind is kind of like first, because Faker is like an anomaly right at the top, like a billion miles away. And so, nice work, BDD, being top of the charts on assists for mid lane.
It's kind of crazy. And I mean, so close to a lot of these. If you look, you know, assists almost 5,000, kills not that far away from 3,000. Just had kind of a crazy time here in the LCK in such a long career.
Yeah.
And Keen looking to break first to 500 wins, which would be done with a series win, whether it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, which is also pretty insane. You see some of his top 10 opponents first, Viper, then Faker, understandably.
Yeah.
But a lot of players we still have in our league, and then some that have either left or, you know, Peanut currently not playing.
Yep, or some up-and-comers as well. As Canyon, third to reach 700 games in the jungle. You can kind of imagine the names that would be ahead of him, as there wouldn't be all that many. The only one that really comes to mind is Peanut for me, who played a heck of a lot. But you could imagine that he could just kind of catch up. Most played being the Lee Sin brings a smile to, I imagine, a lot of people's faces. The Sejuani, a grimace, especially if you're a Yankos fan or anything like that, or any jungle fan really, is being forced to play Sejuani is often miserable.
Yeah. But he did have some great games there, but there was definitely that period on Genji where he was just on Sejuani duty for the longest time.
Yep.
But has definitely been more active, I think, in the current meta. And I'm excited for this jungle matchup because when it came to those big matchups between KT and Genji, where KT got the upset twice last year, it was really down to Cuz, I think, in a large part. Obviously, BDD had to do a ton of work as well up against Chovy, but I think Cuz really overcame Canyon in those 2 series, once in our playoffs and then again at Worlds. Will he be able to do it again here? Because I think Gen G's most recent series was one that kind of turned things on its head and people thinking, maybe they're back.
Yeah, I do feel like as well, Canyon was playing very, very well, especially the first game of that series against Halma Life Esports. It was kind of a symphony of beautiful mechanics and like macro play, avoiding the team fights that they didn't want, and then punishing in side lanes in the most effective way, and then only fighting when it perfectly suit them. It did kind of look like the Gen G of old that were just kind of unbeatable, especially here in Korea. Obviously, Game 2 was a bit of a thrashing on the other side of things, so obviously not all of the kinks have been ironed out, but still, I think that it does show that Gen G still has it in them, and we'll see whether they can do it again here up against a KT that is certainly firing on all cylinders, despite the fact that they don't have their AD carry anymore, who has now gone over to Kium DRX and is doing very good things over there, which is just kind of hilarious. Eliminating the DN Supers yesterday, which was a little bit sad, but it was also very unceremonious the way they got 2-0 bopped out of the tournament almost entirely. But we'll see whether Fenrir will also have a good performance here.
And I think this match is also interesting for setting the tone for D+ against KT. D+ obviously had a ton of hype, then kind of got brought down, back down to earth by T1. If KT can continue their momentum, they could have a big edge. And the reason it's so important is because match 109 is D+ against KT. Then match 112 the next week is KT against D+. So the back-to-back matchup between these 2 teams, which means if you're having an edge in terms of form, if you have their number, you could just get 2 wins back-to-back and be in such a good position in the standings. So I think, you know, the Legend Group, there's no easy matches.
Yep.
But with D+ being deflated a bit, KT want all confidence coming into that matchup that they're going to have to play 2 times in a row.
And it's absolutely crazy how competitive these 5 teams are here in the LCK right now. Yes, D+ suffered a pretty catastrophic loss against T1, but they've also been able to take names. KT having a perfect first week, Gen G fighting back against Halma Life Esports, and it's kind of funny that Hanwha have been a bit of a punching bag so far at the beginning of this round robin, because they're the team that gifted the LCK an extra slot at Worlds. They did it. They secured it. We almost didn't have it by the LCK just not even making it to the finals of MSI, which is just kind of unheard of unless you're watching League of Legends in 2019. I personally just forfeited that from my memory. It doesn't exist there anymore. It's gone. What was it 2019? I don't know. I think I was ill for the year. That's what I liked.
Yeah. I mean, it was a long time ago.
It was. It certainly was. So maybe that just isn't relevant anymore. And let's see who is going to be able to come out on top today in this matchup, because this one's relevant. And this one's also very important for teams like KT to try and springboard themselves towards higher numbers here in the standings.
And I think for me, my eyes are really on the bot lane. It's been pivotal in this meta, but also Fenrir. Still new blood, still very green, but has...
So your eyes on the bottom lane, but also the bottom lane.
Yes.
Got it.
Fenrir has just been putting in some phenomenal work, some great series, but still very new. Got to see if he can continue that sort of form. And on the other side, Ruler looking better as we've shifted more and more away from mages and back to traditional AD carries. It feels like Ruler is back in his comfort zone and looking a good amount better. I also think the supports, we've really seen Duro have better form in the most recent series, but his form was kind of not to the standard we've come to expect in series before that, so hopefully maintains that. And Effort and Cuz have been such a strong pairing, working together as a unit, that really they've just been the engine for KT.
Yeah, I actually think that this could be an interesting showcasing of how well Duro has adapted, because like you were saying, I think that he was certainly in a bit of a rut in this meta, as we do see in Champion Select here, our first bans being the Camille and the Jace. Maokai is still globally banned, and Poppy going to be the second ban away here. Cassiopeia, the Orianna needs a look in, maybe a Vi as well, as far as our most anticipated bans. But if it's not an Orianna ban here, then things could start to get a little spicy, and it will be the Galio taken away from Chovy instead.
Galio very heavily banned against Genji so far. There is still things like the Vi, the Bard has been banned quite a bit by Genji so far. Nocturne still available as well. I think a couple of options in terms of the jungle. Ezreal also a big one, but they're going to go for the Orianna instead, taking away that mage mid lane. And I think here for KT, they have a couple of choices. They end up going for the Vi here. That does mean Genji can get the Ezreal for Ruler and feel really comfortable with that pick, and still have good options for Canyon in the jungle.
Yeah, they can go the Ezreal Bard if they would like to. Ezreal Karma is up if they'd like to just lock away the bottom lane, but I imagine like Ezreal jungle seems like a decent idea. Not Ezreal like Ezreal. No, I'm not saying Haru. I'm saying like Ezreal and a jungler should be picked here.
Yeah, interestingly, so the Nocturne I think makes sense, but looking at the Bard instead of the Ezreal, to be honest, if you really wanted the Bard and the Ezreal, you could have just gone those two together and left the Nocturne until later. It's not like anyone's playing Nocturne top, but it looks like they're going to slow things down a bit. They're going to go for the Shen here for Duro. And Nocturne Shen, immediately when I see that, I'm thinking, how are you living against that? Because I think you need an AD carry who's safe. I think Ezreal is probably the best you have right now, but not necessarily looking in that direction. They go for the Lucian Milio. We saw Pays have a phenomenal game on the Lucian the other day, and it is going to cause a lot of pressure in the bot lane. Also, when you hit level 6, Shen, a big offering he has is the Taunt. It can't just be cleansed. Going to be hard for Canyon and Duro to get the value they really wanted from playing Nocturne Shen and having the Submarine go in.
Yeah, I'm interested as to what Ruler is going to do into this. Maybe it is just a Jhin and Weather the Storm type scenario here, but instead, we've got triple global out of 3 for Genji if they do decide to lock in this Rise, and there it is. They can now take away things like the Anivia, anything that they would prefer not to lane into, as this Rise as well. And I think that perhaps an Akali might be taken away because Chovy did have a little bit of a rough time into Zeka's Akali in their previous series on the Rise.
This really sets up Genji to play through side lanes, to play the map, to just control the pace of the game. And I think ultimately they've given a lot of room for KT to ban picks away from Ruler, so he's not going to necessarily have as much safety into Lucian Milio, into a Vi. But as long as he can weather the storm, then Genji have a lot of tools to play with. Jhin going to be banned, likely expect it to be the Ezreal as well. And Genji just banning away potential picks for Perfect here.
Yeah, so not going to get his Gnar on the top side of the map. I wonder what that means Keen is sort of edging towards. Maybe an Ambessa pick, but I imagine he doesn't mind the Ambessa and Gnar matchup. It's kind of an interesting ban, to be honest.
I wonder if they get rid of the Zehen, because Perfect's had a lot of success on it. They actually go for the Olaf instead. Obviously a pick that has done fantastically well in the LCK, especially into these CC-heavy compositions. And now, I assume the Ezreal here is going to get taken away. Just trim the tools available to Ruler, but they could also look to Keen if they're concerned about him having something in the counter matchup. It is just the Ezreal.
All right, there is the Ezreal ban. And so theoretically, Ruler can go towards... I mean, they could put Shen in the top lane, I guess, and then just play a Lulu bottom lane or something with a little bit more of a powerful edge.
Could
just Callista Renata.
Yeah, it could just be Corki here, I guess, for Ruler, which has risen in popularity a bit recently.
Ogmore. That's an interesting one.
Oh, they're going the G2 composition. So they're going to go Shen top, but they're going to pick up the Lulu here to go with the Cogmore. So they did, as you said, they flexed that Shen. Kind of revealing the cards now, though, in this situation. But I guess there was no real way to do it otherwise. Once you pick Cogmore, everyone knows you're going Lulu with that.
I mean, they don't have to.
I feel like Cogmore is one of these champions where without Lulu, you're losing so much value from it.
Yeah.
Technically, they don't, but it's also... It's like Lucian, right? You always really, in the current meta, want Lucian with Milio. There is substitutes, but it doesn't feel as good. But Shen Cogmore, I think you just have such a rough time in lane. And now with the draft really coming through, remember, Lock was nerfed on this patch. And it looks like those nerfs will push VDD away from it. Instead, looking at the Yone, a lot of tools to get on top of this Cogmore. So this is going to be a hard game for Ruler.
Yeah, so Yone is going to be locked in. There's that Lulu you were talking about. And that will put the Shen up against the Rumble on the top side of the map. And it gives everyone the ability to support this Kog'Maw as well from even the other side of Summoner's Rift, with that Shen being able to get in there with the Stand United. Feels reminiscent of the Juggernaut compositions in the past. That is kind of how we explained that G2 comp when it was picked up earlier in the year. And I'm intrigued as to how this one's going to go for Gen G. I like the fact that they've learnt from one of the strategies that knocked them out of first stand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing, is that we saw this trio used against them to get the 3-0 for G2 at first stand, something they're adopting themselves. They have a lot of map play tools to set them up. And I think in isolation, this Gen G composition makes a lot of sense, but my concern is there are so many tools to get on top of this Kog'Maw. If you get Vi ulted, Equalized, Yone uses his ult as well, I don't know if there's enough shields in the game to keep you alive through all of that. So I think they have to make use of these globals early to try and get some momentum, as I think just relying on Kog'Maw being strong later isn't necessarily a solution here, especially going up against the Lucian Milio, who can be a bit of a tricky lane.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching yesterday, and Pays and Carrier made Lucian Milio look completely unbeatable in that matchup on the bottom side of the map. But this is a very different one. Let's dive onto the Rift here for Gen G versus KT. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. KT versus Gen G. KT having a fantastic first week. This is the first time we've seen them this week of the LCK, waiting until the last possible second.
Ooh, and actually, so this is something that used to be really prevalent when Lucian Nami was a thing, is that the Lucian would end up going cleanse because you expect the exhaust on the other side. And I know there's cleanse value here, but when you have a Milio, I think you're not that pressured to take it. But specifically here, if you're dashing in and you get exhausted, it can really make the lane hard. If you can just cleanse it immediately, it's basically not there as a summoner spell.
See whether it's actually going to work out here, because like you say, they do share a very similar cooldown as well, which is kind of nice. And you could definitely always cleanse it if you are just saving it for the exhaust every single time. We'll see whether it does feel good here for Benra, who does get exhausted now, elects not to cleanse it, and will instead just take most of his health bar and damage.
Yeah, they share literally the same cooldown. I mean, there's things that adjust it right if you're going Inspiration, but neither of them have, so you could have just traded it there, but I guess he's waiting for a polymorph later.
Yeah, that's what I was considering, is like, do you just want to prioritize the polymorph cleanse instead?
I mean, they're both annoying to go against as a Lucian, but it has meant that he's kind of lost out on this trade and does get some damage back there, but he's getting chunked out pretty heavily.
Oh, so is PDD, as he does look for a lot of damage onto Chovy. Never mind. PDD being able to play it out quite nicely. Will take a lot of damage, but was able to dish out the same amount in kind. And now Cuz looking for an angle towards this bottom lane. Flash is available, but everything else is on cooldown. As Fenrir goes in, that's a good Glitterland splash. But Ruler isn't going to throw out his flash. Does finally get it down. And all summoner spells have been removed from this bottom lane of Gen G.
I think ultimately, though, you're not too sad about how that panned out for Gen G, because you traded 2 for 2 in terms of summoners. Yes, it does make the Kog more vulnerable to a future gank, but at least you burn resources from the other side. There was something traded in return. I think the slow from Duro before he flashed was really important, because if you hadn't got that slow off with the Glitterlands, I think Cuz just flashes after him and he's just dead. So surviving that, definitely a silver lining there for Gen G, even though they're now in a bit of a precarious position.
Yeah, we'll see how they're going to be able to play this one out, because they also managed to clear the wave, which is doubly important. Because without Flash, it was going to be difficult to set up a dive. Also did lose a bit of health in the trade as well. So, all in all, like you were saying, not the end of the world for Gen G, and in fact, they hold themselves about a 300 gold advantage.
Yeah, Rula actually backing with a bit more gold, ends up getting a cull and refillable, which is a lot more sustain than Fenrir, who just has a single health potion and a longsword. So if they can get a little bit of damage down in these trades, there's the cleanse.
He did indeed save it for the polymorph, and it did indeed kind of work here, as instead Duro's going to try and turn this one. Pix is helping out.
Or the Glitter Lance.
Yeah, the Voidooz does come out there as well. Effort taking a bit of damage here, but does make it to the brush and gets out of vision finally. This is looking dangerous. Who has the burst damage? The Caustic Spittle is going to actually land here. There's the Voidooz as well. Ruler should play AP Cog more, to be perfectly honest. He's landing all these abilities.
Yeah, and Duro, I mean, there's going to be shielding from Effort, but you get the E Glitter Lance down, Auto as well. Fenrir is kind of in that threat range, so Effort has to be quick to cover for him there. And you can also see Ruler just healing up a significant amount. Cold Sustain, Refillable Potion, having 2 stacks for a single health potion. In the long run, he's going to get a lot of health back, as you can see. And the only sustain that Emilio has is from his W, which you don't really want to burn just to heal up the Lucian. He doesn't do that much now.
Oh, in goes Fenrir, but he takes so much damage. There's the polymorph. First blood goes to Duro. And you understand the idea. Cuz was coming in, but he just vault broke over a corpse.
Just pulled the trigger a bit too quickly. And this feels so bad because you called Cuz down there. He's been spotted out here, which allows Canyon. He's just free farming. He's having a good time. You commit your jungler's time. You die anyway. And this is a situation where Ruler and Duro were down some.
Oh, there's the ulti from BDD right on top of Chovy, who just decides he wants to ghost away. Will successfully do that.
Yeah,
May not have even needed it.
Did miss a Q there, so I think he was looking for the all-in for the kill threat, but just wasn't quite able to connect the skill shots. Now here, no summoners available for Ruler and Duro, but just a good polymorph here, showing the value of the ability. And it's kind of frustrating playing Lucian, because as the polymorph, Ruler now has the cleanse back up and available. Those cooldowns not synced together, so Fenrir really cannot step up right now, especially because the Lucian is so burst-based. And if there's exhaust, polymorph, and heal, you're not killing the Kog'Maw, and he will just continue to do that sustained damage.
Yeah. Well, now you've also got Canyon looking at a dragon. What's Cuz towards the top side of the map, Fenrir? Oh my goodness. Ruler presses W, and then there's sort of nowhere safe for Fenrir to go. And his 2 longswords really won't do anything. And now it's an ocean dragon? Like, the worst possible outcome for KT is even more sustain being added to this early game cog.
I mean, honestly, a Fierce Dragon Ocean feels so good because of the sustain in lane, and you know it's not an Ocean Soul, so it's like a double win in that regard. Canyon now level 6 as well before Cuz, so that extra pressure is added. Bot lane's already going bad for KT, but just that added impact of the Nocturnal being available, being able to jump in and shut down any attempts means they're really on the back foot. And this is kind of how Gen G want the game to be. Bot lane has come out ahead in the 2v2. You haven't had anyone die yet. The summoners are about to come back up for Ruler and Duro. And now you're really online with your composition. Stand United and Paranoia are there. Any play that KT tries to make does, you expect it will be answered.
Yeah, it's almost like Gen G, the team that is so good at making cross maps and deciding what to do around the map, they can also cheat tempo now with the composition that they have. Just feels a little bit unfair. We've gifted it to the team that really doesn't quite need it, as they demonstrated in their previous best of 3 earlier in the week.
I think
it'll be a tough time for KT.
If you want to be proactive as KT, then you kind of have to make a play, burn a summoner, and maybe an ult as well, and then be able to retreat and go for that play again before they're back up. But it's just so many resources. Everyone on Gen G now has flashes. They have those ultimates available to defend. If you go for a play and somehow you're able to burn them and get out, there's still more resources available. I think if you want to be proactive, you have to be so surefire the play is going to work. You have to think, we can kill them through the Shen ult. Nocturne's not on that side of the map. And it's just so many conditionals that I think we're probably going to see the game slow down for a bit. And we're probably going to see fights more at these neutral objectives. Because I think if you're going for ganks on lanes, it's too many answers right now.
Well, 8 minutes on the clock. That means we have some grubs up. And not quite there yet. Cuz is making his way over, but you can see it is a bottom side clear for Canyon. Fenrir now by himself, as there is Emilio making his way back down towards the bottom side of the map. So not going to have supports involved in this little grub take, as Canyon looking for an angle towards Effort and Fenrir, but isn't going to be able to find one. And Cuz has already taken one of these grubs. Might even be able to grab all 3, to be honest, given the location of the Nocturne. So a little bit unfortunate for Gen G, not really able to make a cross-map play, although they are zoning Fenrir and Effort away from their turret for now. And BDD looking for another potential all-in angle. Let's see whether he does actually find one. Instead, just rebinds the soul, and it's going to be okay. So Grubs is traded for an entire minion wave here in this bottom lane and plates to the Cogmore. And I have a feeling Gen G are very happy to take that trade.
Yeah, one of the things with Grubs is that you have to hit a tower to get the value.
That is a good point.
Across all 3 lanes, 5 plates still up. I mean, obviously, Grubs are going to help you get plates in the future, but for now, KT don't seem to be in that position.
Well, let's see whether Fenrir is going to get dove here underneath this turret. It could be a difficult dive. They're not exactly the tankiest. Fenrir does do a bit of damage, but he is also taking so much of it.
Yeah.
Canyon's almost at, I'm just going to one-shot you territory.
I think this is the right play, though. Don't go in. Just whittle them down, get damage onto Fenrir, force him back. If he gets to the point where he feels like he can't stand in the tower, that's ideal. But I think they knew Cuz was going to be back on this side of the map based on his timing, so a dive would be very risky to go for. In the end, they don't kill him, but if you look at the difference between bot laners right now, they might as well have.
Yeah, that's 30 CS in the lead. Ruler was already about 500 up prior to that play happening. And so it's kind of Grubs for an extra 400 gold lead on the enemy 80 carry. And it's not exactly great news when said enemy 80 carry is a Cogmore, who is very, very happy to play until the later stages of the game. Also, with a minusculely upgraded Terminus that he can pick up. Which is kind of cool.
Marginally better, so we'll see when he ends up picking that up, if he ends up picking it up. I think one thing, though, for Fenrir, if you look at the items he has in his inventory,
oh god.
This is horrible. This does not feel good.
No.
Crit Cloak and 2 longswords does not inspire too much joy right now. Already on the back foot, but again, heavily traded into now. Has to recall again.
Yeah, where did that health bar go? He just returned to lane and immediately he just has to leave. This is not what we've been seeing from a lot of our Lucians.
One thing I will say with the Shen is you have this very typical build we've seen that Broken Blade was playing with. You know, the Titanic Hydra, the Dusk and Dawn, and then the Bandle Pipes. Really strong, making you a good duelist, but normally we see tanks into Rumble going for that Kanefuke, and that's when it really limits his pressure. With Shen not really feeling comfortable doing that, wanting to go for the typical build path, it does mean that Perfect can just continue to apply pressure in this top side. Not the end of the world for Keen. He's kept up in farm, but is down 600 gold in the matchup. Now, KT have rushed in here to get access to the Dragon Canyon, look for a steal.
Yeah, Perfect. Yeah, Perfect was actually down there, and I think that Gen G got wind of it. It is going to be a Chemtech Soul. This is the Orc special, but there are actually some champions that will benefit quite a lot from a Chemtech Soul here in this game.
There's so much shielding for Gen G in particular that the heal and shield power can make a massive difference. I was actually thinking when we're in draft, is someone on KT going to feel comfortable building a Serpent's Fang? Because the value is kind of going to be insane here.
Oh yeah, well now they definitely need to build one.
For sure.
Fenrir might need to build some other items first, so I don't know whether he'll have the bandwidth to do so, but man, this, like, okay, he's got a Rage Blade, yes, it's a big item advantage for Ruler over Fenrir here, but every single one of these W-empowered auto attacks is just cutting him in half.
As well, now Ruler's the one controlling the wave and has Grinsu, so you can just stack it up and have so much pressure. It's Grinsu's against Coalfield's Crit Cloak. It's not even close.
No. Well, there is the Living Artillery to come down. Paranoia goes in, and they deliver the Shen. Keen wants in on this party, and they will be able to take down this Lucian for their second kill of the game. And now BDD looking for another potential all-in angle. Does miss another Q in that exchange, but he's not going to be punished for it.
I think it shows how dire the state of the bot lane is, that your jungler and support can be there with all cooldowns available, and you're still getting dove in the turret, and there's just nothing they can do.
Yeah. Let's have a look at it again. Let's see if we can find something that they could do.
Yeah.
Lane swap earlier.
Well, I don't really think there was much recourse. When the Shen's coming in as well, committing the extra member just to make sure, I think the right call there was for them to disengage.
A little bit of a rough time. Perfect taking some damage here as the good old Shen trading pattern. If it does work out, it is a decent chunk, no matter what you've purchased. Already does have the Titanic Hydra on the way.
Wow, look at the gold difference. He has 2,600 more gold.
Yeah. That's a big number.
That's a crazy lead to have already.
And that's often the lead we see for the Lucian Melios, right? Like, this is a lane that's built to just kind of beat anything.
Yeah.
It's not winning against this one.
I think, honestly, sometimes the issue has been with Lucian in the past and now is that laning is really fickle. Even though it has a lot of power and we've seen lanes dominate, very easy to fall behind and suddenly you can't look for those trades because you have a lot of burst. And if that burst is enough to force them out of lane or put them under, great. But if you put your burst combo in and then they just run you down and auto-attack you, then it feels really bad. And even in the Lucian Nami meta, when that was super strong, we sometimes saw them struggle and fail against the Zeri if they disrespected it, if they played the trades wrong.
Yep.
This is kind of panned out here. I will say, though, in terms of dealing with a fed singular Kog'Maw, KT do have good tools for that. But the further ahead he gets, the harder that's going to be, especially because Kog'Maw loves to itemize more defensively when he gets a bit deeper into the game.
Yeah, sort of like the 3 items and then Jack shows type builds.
Yeah.
Can certainly come on through. Just think like the Callista builds. In fact, he's probably doing the same build that he did on the Callista just previously. As Fenrir has to go back home again. I didn't really want to play-by-play that because it just kind of made me feel sad in my whole
Yeah, one of the big strengths of Lucian that we've had has been playing through mid-priority and controlled mid lane. That is not going to be a thing this game. And when you have a global-based top side of the map for Gen G, if your Kog'Maw can just step up and just force them out of mid lane, it makes this game so easy to play. Rift Herald looking to be picked up as well. Cuz is in the vicinity, but I think it's just gone.
Yep. Bidity is going to come over, but that's a polymorph, and so that is a guaranteed Shelly to go over. And KT just able to get there and watch, I guess. But that is about it. Ruler is going to park himself back in this mid lane once again. Continue just cutting these minions down. And Rod of Ages is now done for Chovy, and he's also got his upgraded steel caps as well, which is a pretty cool little adaptation into the Yone specifically.
Yeah, and in this situation, with the Herald, if you can break open that mid tower, you can just make it so much easier to play through your side lanes when you have these towers down. Top can be the next priority. Dragon is up in 30 seconds though, so maybe the game plan is throw the Herald down, pressure mid tower, force KT to respond, and then just sneak in and take the Dragon while they're dealing with that. Well, not really sneak, I think they'll be pretty aware, but slide on in for that one.
Yeah, or just go for a big old trade on Fenrir again and take the Dragon for free.
That also works.
That could be something that they elect to do. As Ruler will slink off into the fog of war, down towards this river as Chovy, keeping his eye on what BDD wants to do. They do get some vision over here though, so they understand where the rise is. Duro needs to be a little careful. It is somewhat dangerous to get around the jungle and get wards down as the Lulu, as they're looking for an angle towards Kuz. The taunt does not connect though here from Keen, who's just teleported in. Equalizer goes down, connects onto Ruler momentarily, and now Keen, just a one-man army, blocking 4 people from getting into the pit. Now the turn comes through. Canyon looking for the only gold lead that KT has, and they are going to be able to get it. Keen gets a wild growth. That keeps him alive. And Gen G, they hold a monopoly on the kills. They grab the next Drake. They move to probably a 4,000 gold lead after this turret goes down.
Gen G going to pick up mid tower and the Dragon and just further extend this gold lead. Fenrir trying to clear out the wave, clear out the Herald, and he will unfortunately let it get another charge. But I think KT just didn't have the confidence to go in there, and as a result just didn't really achieve much of anything. So we see the play start off, and for me you have to layer ults onto the Kog'Maw if you want him to die. So we end up getting the Equalizer coming down, but there's nothing holding him on the Equalizer. We get the ult, the Paranoia to buy time, and then they try and attack the Shen here. We actually even end up seeing the Vial committed onto the Shen, but Dura is able to keep Keen alive, and they just kite away, and I'm just thinking, is that really the target that you wanted to go for?
Probably not.
Yeah, the Shen also still had that TP shield come in, and I think it kind of showed that KT already feeling that deficit, already feeling desperate. We're just like, look, if we can try and pick off a target at the side, we'll do that, but we can't really fight. But it just kind of feels underwhelming because you just gave over another member, you went in position to defend mid, and Gen G's just further extend their lead. I'd almost rather they just kind of sent it onto the Kog'Maw, and if it backfired, it's like, well, the game's over, but at least we tried.
Yeah, and honestly, the game already feels pretty dire here for KT, because, I mean, this Gen G comp from ahead is so simple to play out, right? Because you just always can be anywhere on the map at all times, right? You've got Realm Warp, Paranoia, you've got the Shen, you can defend any sort of play that KT wants to make. So as soon as KT are like, oh, we need to desperately look for picks, well, you never get to find picks unless Gen G are okay with it.
And because it's gone the Serpent's Fang, which, especially on a melee champion, you get the higher value, it is a ton of value in a Gen G. But that Vi is going to be absolute paper. Having that, not having the extra HP we normally get from a second item.
Yep.
So considering the amount of damage available to Gen G, definitely puts Cuz in a delicate spot. Once you ult in, you're probably going to die regardless, but you at least have to hope you take out the target, which should be Ruler. Should be Ruler they're looking to go for.
Yes, but Ruler hasn't died yet. Still hasn't picked up a kill, which is quite surprising given the fact that he is 3,000 gold in the lead. Managed to get there at 0-0-3.
What feels worse is that they didn't even burn a summoner from anyone but Keen, and Keen not having flash is not really a concern.
Yeah.
I think if you go into this next fight, Ruler has flash, everyone on Gen G has flash, it's going to be even harder. You want people down summoners to make this KT composition work, but I think it's very difficult to see a window where they force them without just several KT dying.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult. Maybe to just catch Chovy in a side lane, maybe something like that is what they're going to have to angle themselves for. Cuz does have the cease and desist. The Rise is going to have a rough time dealing with that.
Well, that's the joy of the Gen G composition. You catch him alone in the side lane, suddenly he's not so alone anymore as the whole squad turns up.
So maybe you have to try to catch somebody else, get the tools, then catch Chovy in a side lane.
I think that's the thing. Little non-committal play where you just get the summoner then disengage could do wonders, but it's hard to pull off. And with Baron up and available, any play you go for like that, if it backfires, you're just going to lose that objective.
Yeah, and I feel like you have to invest everything if you ever want to actually get out ahead, right? Because KT are so far behind at this stage. If Ruler is anywhere near a fight, you are just going to lose. He just has way more DPS. It's a rock and a hard place type scenario here for KT. We'll see whether they can find a miracle, though. They have done so in the past, even against Gen G in the more recent memory. But yeah, Ruler does have 2 items as well as another cheeky recurve bow on top of it. He's got steel caps as well, right? I mean, the only champion that's doing magic damage here in this game is the Rumble anyway. So being able to mitigate the Yone, the Vi, and the Lucian all at once just feels pretty fantastic, which is why we have triple steel caps already complete.
It's also a Rumble who hasn't gone for the Liandry, so like not posing as much threat as he would be otherwise. Has the Rocket Belt instead. Obviously can be useful to get on top of targets to disengage, but Liandry is obviously syncing very well with Rumble's kit. That's a lot of turret playing gold for one team. Not so much for the other.
Yeah, there are some pretty healthy turrets here on Gen G's side. Top side of the map does show that Perfect has had a pretty decent game so far. Even though he has died once, that was not part of the whole laning situation. But he's getting the top lane treatment, that's for sure, where it doesn't really matter that you've done well. The whole rest of the map has kind of fallen apart around you. And now KT are actually moving over looking to see whether they can equalize these dragons. This would be sole point for Gen G if they can get in there. Stands United, up and available. Keen just bounces his way into the back of the pit as Cuz doesn't quite hit the Vault Breaker. BDD gets a knock up onto Keen, but he just doesn't take damage. Cuz has to get out of there. The Drake will be claimed by Gen G. There's a nice smite to come on down, and now are they going to get the re-engage as Chovy will just realm warp his way out of there, and Gen G just not even interested in a fight.
Yeah, KT's so hesitant to engage. Cuz in the pit was an easy focus target that they just looked to challenge, and now this is the cost. The Dragon is one thing, but you're going to lose mid-tower as well. You're going to lose a lot of your control over the Baron area. Doesn't feel too great for KT. Cuz just not really even able to get into the pit for the smite itself. Was just forced away. So just good control from Gen G there.
Yeah. Dusk and Dawn very close to being completed here for Keen at the same time. Titanic Hydra has been done for a while. But let's have a look at how this one started. Mega Cone engage here from Keen.
Yeah, we see Cuz ending up in the pit, and then it looked like this Vault Breaker was trying to get him out, or just hit Keen. But either way, he ends up trapped in the pit. We have to get the Milio ult and a flash to get him out, and then without those tools, he feels so hesitant to approach again, is late to be in range for the smite, and unable to combo it with his Q to try and secure it, and Gen G just disengage. Yeah,
Chovy just walks out. Realm Warp going to be available there. As there's that Dusk and Dawn we were talking about. Big 2-item spike for the Shen. Does a lot of damage now. He manages to get in taunt range. And Chovy will just be matching perfect here towards the top side of the map. Maybe he's the shining light here for KT. But I just don't think so. I don't think a 500 gold lead on a Rumble is really going to help all that much, even if they do have a predominantly AD-based composition outside of everything else. There is at least some Merc Treads here for Keen. And like you say, the Rumble's build isn't necessarily doing maximum damage. I don't think this would be scoring 5 out of 5 on Huni's list. Let's just say that.
No, I don't think so either. But to be honest, I'm not sure it would make that much of a difference.
No.
I just want to see a coordinated engage from KT. If you lose the game immediately, I honestly don't mind. But just try and kill Ruler. And if you lose the game off it, well, at least you try to do what your composition wants to do. But this sitting around and waiting is not going to win you the game.
No. It's just going to allow you to watch as Keen takes all of your stuff. And there's nothing you can do about it. KT is spotted, setting up a little bit of a gank Krug pit, I guess you could say.
Daylight value there, helping out Gen G. And while this is going on, Keen just hammering away at this tower, getting some damage down on it. And now they're just going to start the Baron, and the confidence, the early smite just to get it rolling.
Yep.
It is Scrying Orb, and it looks like they're not ready to potentially throw away the game there.
I mean, Bio-Arcane Barrage does so much damage to the Baron as well.
It is, though. It's not Hunter, it's Terry this time.
Ah, okay. So Terry is not as scary as the Hunting Baron.
Of course he's not with a name like Terry.
Yeah, I know, but...
He's a nice guy.
That's a good point. Did we end up with just Hunter for... Sorry, what's the
Owl.
Hunting Baron? He was...
There's
that
Hunter
Owl?
is the Hunting
the
Baron.
All-Seeing Baron's Owl.
Yeah, and then Hunting Baron is just Hunter. I think
Is he just Hunter?
I think it makes the most sense.
Okay. And then Territorial is Terry, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I really like Hunter as Hunting Baron.
Yeah, well,
I feel like it's too simple.
it is quite simple.
I feel like that doesn't make me feel the same. Like Terry, even though it is just part of Territorial, it just sounds great.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else would go for them. If you have suggestions, I'm all ears. We can think on it. We don't have to come up with it right now.
Okay. But I am just going to continue thinking about that instead of paying attention to the game. So I kind of want to come up with an idea.
So you can just move on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll take a survey from chat, see what they've got for us.
Oh, Chovy, level 16, and he's going Actualizer third, not Rocket Belt?
Oh my, who is this? This isn't Chovy. Paranoia comes in, that's Canyon. Wild Growth comes down, and down goes Cuz. No way to even interact with the video game here today. This was one of those story games, and he's at the arc where it's very depressing, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's all right, Baron's down to 50%. There's no smite on KT. They have to kill them or leave, I think.
Leave is a good answer.
Well, they are going to do neither. As down goes BDD. Yes, he definitely unbound his soul in a very real way in that moment. As now, KT are trying to run away. Effort doesn't find the fire kick, but they do at least.
Fenrir, that is the wrong side of the
No,
ring.
he's defecting. He's like, no, I joined the wrong team. I joined the wrong team. Keen is going to say, no, you didn't. Get out of here. He just finds it. There's the auto.
See, I think in this situation, you know Byron is gone. And you don't really have the setup to go for the fight. You are behind, going 4v5 with this deficit, not ideal. You could have gone for mid-tower. You could have gone for Dragon Vision. I think we watched them do Baron and die to them. Was probably my least favorite approach.
Force of Silver in chat solved it.
Yeah?
Hunting Baron is just Huni.
There we go.
Oh, it was right there!
Are we going to get confused, being that there's now a Huni Baron and a Huni?
Yes!
Okay, I'm fine
So
with
it makes it so good. Oh my god, that is so good. Oh, thank you so much. Oh man. That's the best thing ever. Okay,
and
well,
it fits because the Huni Baron does a lot of damage.
And that's all Huni wants?
That's all he wants.
Huni Baron is actually just a rumble with Sorks and Leandri. Straight into Death Cap, baby. Yeah, I love it. All right. That's at least solved that one. We can focus on the game. Wait, where did the game go? Ox, it's kind of over.
It's been over for a while, and I'm still yet to see the engage come out from KT. You have Yone, you have Vi, you have Rumble. Click all your buttons onto Ruler. You will probably fail, and the game's already doomed, right? But I just want to see the combo once. Just give it a go.
All right, well, this is going to be their last opportunity to do so, I'm pretty sure. Living Artilleries are raining down. Terminus has been completed here for Ruler, as well as halfway towards his Jack shows.
Oh, yes, Timnus as well.
Yeah. 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 There's an actualizer there for Chovy. Like, I mean, as far as item spikes, this is about as many items. They haven't died yet this game. I mean, we're a Drake and 3 grubs away from a perfect game. It's pretty doomed. Ruler is just going to fire so many autos.
Wow.
I mean, one more and effort would have definitely died. And now they're going to send it. Let's see whether they can find it. As Ruler almost loses half his health. He did lose half his health. Nice work, KT. You nailed it. Fenrir wants to kill Canyon. Canyon doesn't care. Look at that. Just stands around, will walk up and kill him. Didn't want to give the kill over to Keen or Chovy. Keen had killed him already. And Chovy's had enough kills so far this year. And now BDD, he unbinds the soul. He's not going to snap back though, unfortunately. These Nexus turrets, not long for the world. And this was an utter thrashing from Gen G in game number 1, using a composition that absolutely thrashed them.
Yeah, 1 dragon and 3 grubs. That was all that prevented this from being a perfect game. This was so one-sided. I will say, at least KT, it was very late, but they finally said, look, we're going to try it.
They did try it.
They did send it, so, you know, I can't fault them for that, but I think an earlier attempt at that would have been good. The bot lane completely floundered there. And this looked like the old school Gen G that we know, the Gen G who would get massive win streaks in the LCK. And for the other teams in the LCK, if they're back, it's a big concern.
I would definitely agree. I think there were a lot of things in that draft from Gen G that just synergized kind of beautifully. But I imagine if we had have had a laning phase for the Lucian Melio that we're kind of used to seeing, then maybe things could have been a little bit of a different story. But man, look at even these damage numbers are just kind of minuscule.
Oh no, look at his damage, 1,000. Oh no.
I can't actually look at it because I can't see it.
We need a microscope to zoom in on this one.
Yeah.
That's
getting doubled by your own Melio.
That might be not a global record, but maybe, I mean, definitely a record for the season.
Look at KT though. Like, you see BDD's face? They must have been looking at the damage numbers as well. They're like, cuz, man, don't you remember the blank meme? You'll never live this down.
I'm glad he ulted at the end to boost that number a bit, or we maybe could have seen an all-timer there.
That would have been incredible. Let's take a short break. When we get back, the Space gets to laugh at it too, and then we'll go into game number 2.
W 12초.
도발거리 나오면 라이트 밀려 딸피. 야 요네 회오리 아니야? 내려온다.
야 미드.
아니 근데 맞아 요네.
야 요네. 럼블. 나이스.
여기 딸피. 내가 할 수 있나?
야 끝내러 가자 미드로.
가든지. 깔끔한데요?
나이스.
네, 풀 있어요. 오. 아, 날려봤네요.
좋은데? 우리 되게 잘 됐다. 그러게. 나이스.
우리 틴틴. 우리은행.
Red Bull gives you wings. 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to The Space. You're here after one of the most straightforward games we have seen in a long time. The good old Gen G boys are back there with their old style of letting you get one dragon, and that's about it. As Gen G do take the first game here against KT, I am Valdez. Today I am joined by Wolf and Umpty. Welcome back, Umpty. How are you guys feeling about that first game?
Was there much of a first game? It was the shortest,
Happened.
or rather least kills game in LCK 2026, 11 kills. KT was in the last one at 12 kills where they dominated T1. I think that's in, yeah, it was game 1. I want to talk about the draft because this game was about the draft. Let's be real with everybody.
Okay.
Gen G had the Giga Draft, okay? We were watching this, calling it out. Such an easy angle to send the Shen top with a hyper carry and play Lulu in the bottom lane since it wasn't banned. They picked Kog'Maw, get their hands on Lulu. Now, don't forget, they also have a Nocturne, so they have the Nocturne Lulu combo, double protection for the late game Kog'Maw, incredible scaling with the Ryzen, wave clear. This draft literally is perfect. It will probably struggle a little early into KT's draft, right? They got the Lucian bottom lane, they've got a Vi composition, but when you get to the late game, they can turn it around because they can engage, they have the protection, so they just got to get out of the deficit. Because they had a deficit in the early game, right? Like KT were able to pressure, right? That's how that game went, right? The KT early game was pretty solid, yeah?
Yeah! And then, I think the KT's early plan was actually great, but it actually turned to bad. But still, I think everyone couldn't think about the Shen could be a top, but the 4-5 ban was very suspicious.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think it was heading in that direction. You guys were calling it out as it was happening. And we can take a look at the bot ganks here. This is where it all started to go wrong for KT Rolster.
So the first time when they're ganking, it was actually a very good gank, and the cause really made a good, smart path. So the bottom, Kokmaru will win the lane, but he crashed the bottom faster.
But then,
and the next time the Vi was coming again, even though he didn't have a tempo. Because bottom is very important, right?
He wants to bait. He wants to go in. He's got the Milio W, but there's just too much damage. He gets polymorphed. And before Vi gets there, he's dead. And the game basically ends right there. Look at the completion time on Fenrir's Essence Reaver. It's so late in the game, 14:55 when he picks it up. You want to be able to get that as soon as possible. You want to generate a gold lead in the bottom lane and then have that mid-game power. You've got the Vi, you've got the Yone, you have the Rumble combo set up. This draft is not bad for KT, but at that moment, we knew they were never going to be able to get to that mid-game power level, and Genji's draft was just too robust.
Yeah, so the early game was quite tough for that. And then Genji, now they are playing the classic style. Now they just snowballs very slow. That makes the Fenrir's life really hard.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some really insane Lucians nowadays. This one was insane for a different reason. But now we can take a look at highlight number 2, where we had a fight after the Dragon was taken.
Yeah, so the Dragon, KT Rolster want to play the Dragon because they are going to play the side games in the Genji's comp. So they were staking the Dragon with the Rumble TP, and then they use the TP now. Then Genji has the Shen ulti to pressure, and then they were already getting pressure with the 3 numbers. So Fenrir was giving up the waves and using all the skills to kick them, and now getting, just blocked and stopped at the bot turret.
I mean, they basically flip this around in such a way, Genji do, where they're like, okay, your Rumble TP top, we have an ult that can send us bottom lane, and now we have control over the bottom side of the map. And it was kind of checkmate from the outset, right? Because if he doesn't TP top, the Shen gets more value and can join the bottom lane anyway. So KT were put in this impossible situation by Genji, and eventually Fenrir gets worn down and then just ulted and taken out here. So they really gained a whole lot of nothing. Sure, you got the 1 Dragon this game, but it costs so much more, the teleport there. And Genji just knew exactly how to have that strong chokehold over the early game, and they never gave KT any ends. Cuz ends the game with 1,000 damage because there's no fights to take, there's no angles.
Yeah, I mean, the first at the path, Cuz did a very smart path and having a bottom prio for it, but there was a mistake. And then now, next time, he thought that Grub can make some, value for the other games, but that actually causes, Fenrir life hard, and the first Dragon gives Fenrir life hard. So the win condition just broke too early.
Yeah, and then we had a game after that. That last highlight happened at 11 minutes. After that, it was just Genji locked it down. They shut the gate. There was nothing happening on the side of KT. They had no ins at all. They had, Yone and Vi and Rumble, in their comp, kind of, but against the comp of Genji, it just wasn't.
But if they try to engage on Ruler or Chovy, there's Wild Growth, there's a Shen. And we saw that one last engage, and Ruler just laughed, and Cuz died, and that was the end of it.
He's using Exalt and Flash, but I feel like he doesn't even need to use it. He was higher than half HP, even though he get the Bio to Yone ult Rumble.
Yeah, just insane stuff. But either way, guys, Genji, an extremely clean game number 1. Let's see what happens in game 2.
Yes, indeed, Valdez. Let us see whether they can do it once again, whether they will be just as clean moving into the second one, or whether it's going to be similar to that of the Humble Life Esports series, where Genji kind of got the whole script flipped around on them and then had to lock in again for the 3rd game in the series. KT, what I want to say is that they did not look tilted after that last game. They looked like they were all having a laugh at what was going on. So maybe just brushing that one away, and are going to go in with fresh minds into game number 2.
I think keeping the vibes good is important. You go into that game look, we misexecuted, the window closed, they try to jump out the window, didn't land well, move on to game 2. And I think getting too bogged down into the details of game 1 isn't really going to help you out. So I'm glad to see them looking upbeat. Best of 3 after all. Plenty of times we've seen teams start with a strong game 1 and not be able to close it out. Often that isn't Genji, but beat what KT can offer, can display in game 2 to try and change that up.
We are into the draft here for the second game of this series. And Genji will once again be second pick on the blue side. KT with that chance to pick up a coveted first pick option. We'll see what it is going to be and whether the bans are going to change. Just as a reminder, it was Camille, Poppy, and Galio banned by KT, and Jace, Cassio, Orianna banned by Gen G. Imagine Gen G probably not all that keen to change what these bans are going to look like, but we'll just have to see as we go down the list. The Vayne going to be the first little move away from what we'd seen in the previous ban list.
Yeah, potentially setting up Perfect to get a good pick, but maybe just covering the fact that Gen G have second pick and could make things uncomfortable with that. Maybe they want to pick Perfect's pick early on and set him up. It is going to be the Cassiopeia once again, and then the Anivia ban coming through.
I wonder what that means for what they're angling for. Often we see Anivia's banned when a Ryze wants to be picked up, but the Ryze is obviously already being played. Curious. Could be just Chovy's very good on Anivia, so we want to get rid of it. That's another decent option.
I mean, he has been very good, so denying that I think has value. Orianna open available though. We've had 3 mid lane bans, and Orianna is left open. I think it'd be kind of reductive if you were to have these picks. 3 mid lane bans, only 2. I don't know why I said 3.
I mean, you could play mid lane Poppy if you wanted to.
Yeah, technically 4 if you include Fearless, but either way, Orianna Prio moves up, and it is going to be secured here by BDD. Now on the other side for Gen G, in this situation, I feel like the Ezreal still pretty high priority. We've seen that one be picked up by both of these bot laners. Pretty good success. They're slamming the early Olaf though.
All right. And this is very interesting. Perfect has been pretty okay with going towards the Zehen as an answer to the Olaf. We have seen Zehen be hit or miss into this champion, but you can understand the theory behind why it would work. But honestly, there's a lot of the counter matchups that have been attempted, and they haven't necessarily worked. I think that Jace is still around about a 0% win rate into the Olaf, as the Lee Sin is going to be picked up for Canyon as well.
So I think this is actually really smart, because one of the best picks we've had in the current meta into Lee Sin has been Skarner. But picking Skarner into Olaf feels pretty terrible, because a big part of what you offer is CC, and a big part of what Olaf offers is ignoring CC. So
yeah,
we can see Cuz still goes for the Skarner into Lee Sin, wanting that good jungle matchup, but it does just mean that you just have limited tools into Olaf, and it is going to be the Zehen we talked about. This is a pick Perfect, I think, is still undefeated on this season. He's had a tremendous run, been in great form on it.
Yeah.
And obviously into Melee Champions, you get just tremendous value in the later stages of the game. We had that clip of Kingen in the Mad movie where he just went insane mode on it.
Yeah, I think he went down to 26 health, but then didn't die.
Oh, so he had 25 health spare.
He did. He definitely did.
I think Galio, the fact it's not banned, the fact that you set up for the Lee Sin so well, and once again bringing some of that global power that we saw them have in Game 1 makes sense for Chovy to go for this.
Yeah, it also really works. Like, we saw yesterday, Sheer really struggled trying to get the Olaf to find some value when he was kind of the only pressure point into T1. If he had have been able to deliver a Galio while he was recklessly running into the enemy team, maybe it would have made a little bit of a difference there. That's kind of the theory that we have here for Gen G and their composition, with the fact that Keen can just be backed up at a moment's notice with this Galio option. Kind of cute. Does mean that BDD will have run of the lane most likely, even though Chovy has laned very well on the Galio throughout his career.
You see Bard taken away. There's still Ezreal up and available. It's pretty high value. I think Jhin value starts to feel pretty rough here because there's so many tanky targets. He's just going to struggle to cut through them. But we know our LCK players love Jhin, so
yeah.
I also would not be surprised for it to come out.
I would be sad if it came out, but not surprised. I'll just have to leave it at that. There's one more ban here on Gen G's side. We'll see whether it is still going to be Fenrir that's focused, as that's a Kalista. I wonder what they're angling for.
I think just recognizing the threat, but I also think that, you know, we often saw Kalista Renata into Ashe Seraphine. I actually think the Ashe Seraphine value is crazy here, and KT read it and ban the Seraphine. Like, Ashe Seraphine on top of these triple bruiser topside for Gen G would have been so hard to deal with. You just fire the Encore across. So I think it's a smart ban from them to deny that and really limit the tools. There's still that Ezreal available though, so yes, you deny the combo they're potentially looking for, but Ruler Ezreal is a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, I would say so too. And now Dura can play kind of anything that he wants. They can answer the bottom lane with a Karma if they would like extra lane dominance. But you could also throw an engage support in here as well. Give Chovy another option as far as who to land on and things like that as Fenrir locks in the Kai'Sa. And one of the classic answers into the Ezreal. We haven't seen it find all that much success, though, as you saw right there. 20% win rate so far in the LCK this year. And not a whole lot of the wins for that 20% have been recent. Also, as Effort does lock away the Nautilus as well.
A short-range AD carry into this melee bruiser comp who are going to be up in your face. I feel like the Nautilus is going to feel very uncomfortable in teamfights here as well. I think KT's draft was fine initially, but these last 2 picks have not inspired joy. And Duro just going to go for the Leona. More bulk and also pretty good into the Nautilus and hard to cut through for the Kai'Sa, if I'm being honest. I think the Ezreal pick really helped Gen G out a lot to add an extra dimension to the composition because they were very short-ranged. That can cause issues, even though Olaf can ignore the Skarner CC. A short-range comp into Zehen, Skarner Orianna can be a bit awkward, but now you can play around the Ezreal poke. You still have the sort of dive threat. And I just think that I'm struggling to see if the Kai'Sa and Nautilus are going to get the value they really wanted out of here. Because, you know, you're looking to dive in. There's so much bulk in the way. Nautilus is not just going to be able to charge through this front line that Gen G has and set up for the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, at least you can get away from the Olaf if you've tagged somebody else, if somebody else has tagged somebody else in the team fight to give you sort of an avenue out, but that can be dangerous. As CGB, we do sell hot dogs as well. I guess that is what we're advertising here today. It's a bit of a jump scare there. Sorry to that one fan. The camera guy sometimes has a sense of humor. But these are your compositions. And, Orcs, I'm worried. You know, I was here on Sunday. It was lovely to have a 6-game banger. I don't know whether we're heading that direction unless KT can dig deep and find a victory here in this second game. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2. KT wanting a better showing here this time around. Fenrir, the classic, using Jackie Love's skin, and an anchor is going to connect onto Duro already, managing to get the passive proc, and that feels pretty nice.
Yep, definitely want any advantages they can get down in the bot lane. If bot lane goes the same as last game, it's just over. It's not going to be a good time. Leona, Ezreal specifically, very strong level 2 they have to watch out for. Fenrir has gone the cleanse, which is a lot of value in this game into Leona, into Galio. But in lane, you know, if you get stunned by Leona and you cleanse it, you still have the passive on you, you're still taking damage. Barrier has that extra level of survivability in the all-in. So I'm a little bit concerned that that's just not going to help them. I do think it was the right take, but I think they're already in a bit of a deficit in the bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, sort of like being forced to take the cleanse feels bad.
Yeah.
We'll see whether Fenrir can utilize it a little bit more effectively here as BDD taking the Winds of War. Chovy with some nice taunt damage onto the Orianna. But one thing that we haven't really spoken about too much is the fact that BDD is a fantastic Orianna player. Gen G, and Gen G fans will be well aware of it. I mean, he used the Orianna alongside the Azir to carry Gen G to a lot of success. So Effort just going to throw the anchor a little late there as the Zenith Blade was coming in.
The way you can play the matchup of Nautilus into Leona is when Leona's Zenith Blade's in, you can Q, and you can catch her out of the Zenith Blade, and it keeps her at a healthy distance. She's not in range to Q herself with her stun. I think that's what Effort was going for there, but because Duro had already gone through him, he just hit the wall, which was a funny interaction. But especially when you're playing the lane defensively, you just want to keep Duro checked. If he ever Zenith Blades in, you just Q him. You don't follow up with your own auto because that gets you in range to be stunned. You just kind of Q, maybe throw an E down and disengage from it. It's all about keeping the Leona out of melee range of you. She beats a lot of champions in melee range, especially Nautilus, because she's tankier, and his stun cooldown is so low, and the extra damage to the passive too.
Yeah, and you also have Ruler there as well, who can proc the sunlight that she's throwing on everyone and doing all that sort of stuff. So it is a dangerous lane to be in, especially when you also have an engaged support on your side. can be a little bit different with some enchanters, but we don't have any of those in the game. As Canyon does take down the Rift Scuttler here on the bottom side of the map. Looks for a little bit of an invade, but there is nothing here to take, so he is just going to go back home. Currently 1 camp in the lead, because we'll be able to equalize that one very, very quickly. So he does scry the enemy jungle before heading on back home. So no shenanigans, no funny business as far as our junglers are concerned so far in this game, as Canyon makes his way towards the top lane after that clear. BDD with another little taunt from Chovy. And now Keen looking for the possible all-in angle. Doesn't pop the ghost. In fact, doesn't pop anything. Just as soon as he misses an undertow, starts walking away. Hasn't overinvested as Cuz down towards this bottom lane. Duro is going to get the Eclipse down and actually looks for a little bit of a re-engage. Ever taking a lot of damage, down to about 250, as Cuz had already backed away. Was looking for his Gromp. And he sticks around on his camp, so that is not going to be a potential counter opportunity here for KT.
Yeah, that situation where Effort Q's in, doesn't have the tool to disengage, already in melee range. You can see...
Oh, Duro was looking for it.
Yeah, I think you'd probably get the cleanse if it connected, but I don't think the kill would be that easy to pull off. But was fishing for maybe a summoner there and was hoping to disengage after. I think the top lane matchup as well is interesting because into Olaf specifically, if you're ever running away from him, then he just gets to axe you and keep walking away. We saw Perfect in a bit of trouble there because of that until he dodged the axe. But if Olaf throws an axe like he has here and then he has to back off, he's in a really bad position because you can't chain together those axes. So can go a bit one way or the other depending on who has the momentum in the lane. And obviously both of these champions can technically thrive in melee range.
Oh, Justice Punch comes in. There's the taunt. Has to be flashed here by BDD. Chovy is just straight up winning the 1v1 in mid lane as pre-6 Galio. Obviously, 6 doesn't really help him in lane. But it's still kind of nutty that they've been able to make that one happen. Fenrir taking a bit of damage here as well as the Ruler Arcane shifts forward with impunity. And this is Genji just kind of winning passively so far.
I think BDD just
Oh dear, Fenrir is going to take a lot of damage. Canyon, though, does get Chain CC'd. We'll have to walk away. Void Seeker does come on through, only level 4. So no Killer Instinct up for Fenrir to follow.
So this does give a window for KT, because Cuz is healthy, to potentially look at this dragon. But the thing is, Fenrir has to recall, so you lose out some pressure there. And I think Genji's bot lane doing a good job of forcing Cuz away. Doesn't even get the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, just going to be Duro and Ruler. Let's start off on that one. I believe Canyon will be going over there, looking to try and grab his level 6. First rate going to be a Chemtech this time around, so not going to have the same soul as game number 1. We'll see what the next one's going to be after that, depending on whether or not this one is going to be started. Does look like Canyon is over there for the moment. As Ruler crashes this massive wave into this turret and has a 20 CS advantage before this minion wave does get flamed. But look at this, missing like most of these creeps is Fenrir. Pretty unfortunate. There's the anchor connecting onto Duro, but he's got Eclipse, he's got Aftershock. You just don't do damage to Leona, man. It's so annoying.
Also, a big part of Leona is the fact that her Eclipse, when they changed it so it like reduces, like has flat damage reduction on it. It's not just the resistances, but it's like it has each level. So like rank 5, it is 24 flat damage reduction against a Kai'Sa specifically. Shoots all those missiles.
Yeah.
It just completely neuters the damage of it.
And it's a similar theory to that of the Amumu support, right? That was picked into Kai'Sa almost, and Zeri, right?
I think like Zeri, yeah. That was
these champions that do just do a lot of little hits.
Yeah.
Similar theory there. As yeah, it wasn't the Kai'Sa, it was the Zeri originally, but it's the same school of thought.
Same concept, yeah. I mean, I think the Zeri one was hilarious in Amumu because you legit just did 0 damage.
It really didn't work very well.
Here, it's mostly the Q, but obviously Kai'Sa also likes to attack fast, so it's a lot about building up the passive. And the passive is also execute damage, which you have to get them low to get the value out of that.
Well, Keen running around on 50%, but so is Perfect. Both of these top laners are going to look kind of close to death throughout a lot of this laning phase. And we'll check in here or there, but I don't know whether there is going to be all that much of an all-in angle because these guys are both very good at their respective champs. I do want to say props to Duro for picking Beryl's skin because when Beryl was playing Leona after he won Worlds, the first time, he just didn't use it.
Yeah.
He really liked that the other one. What was it? It was one of the release skins, the like red and dark silver, like red and chrome one. Every single time he just played that skin. And I'm like, your skin's really cool. Yeah, the Iron Solari one. Yeah. I was like thinking, is it Iron Solari? Because I'm pretty sure that's also a locket that's in the game. But I think it might actually just be that, as the grubs are claimed here by Canyon. There's a possible engage, but the Impale gets avoided, and now Duro finds the angle. He does get slammed into the wall, though. This is an awkward moment for the Leona, who gets out. Killer Instinct from Fenrir, and they all dive on top of him. Justice Punch comes in. He's emoting as they go 1-for-1. But still, I think KT are kind of okay with it because they'll find Canyon as well. And Cuz locks up the second.
So even with the rough start for KT in that fight, they end up coming out ahead. Fenrir actually getting some value on the Kai'Sa there, while the rest of the team just kind of move forward and take targets one at a time. That Justice Punch was kind of crazy from Chovy. It reminds me, I don't know, I'm gonna say this, but there was this one years ago from Faker against a Shen where he Justice Punch to dodge a taunt. Kind of felt like those vibes.
Yeah.
So clean. And then here, we actually see the buffer on the Shockwave from Duro with the Zenith play, but he ends up in this really precarious spot. And BDD is just kind of at the side, free-hitting. Fenrir dives in and just grabs so much attention. And at this point, Canyon's so low, Keen has to run away. And I think, honestly, Fenrir did a good job of just dragging attention away from the backline.
Yeah, and so will sacrifice himself, but they managed to claim another kill here as well onto Canyon, who is now behind as far as gold is concerned in comparison to Cuz, who has gone the bargain bin build again. We do see a lot of Heartsteel first out of our Skarners. Cuz has been enjoying this one instead. Bandlepipe second is generally what you decide to go. Then you can do other big tanky items after that, but just gives you a big burst of stats in the earlier stages.
Yeah, we did see Protoplasm nerfed quite a bit. It used to be insane. I feel like you just had this item that's like, okay, you're immortal. Is a fair bit weaker now, but still gives you a lot of effective HP on the back of that item. Eclipse coming through for Canyon, though.
Yeah.
Heals percentage HP, so pretty good in that regard. But now no summons for Fenrir means this lane is just really hard to be aggressive in. Do see AT looking towards the dragon right now.
They have a lot of vision around it too, so they've done their homework. Crash does come in here though for Gen G, who have the ability to now move up the river. And that is an engage onto Effort. Solar Flare is going to connect as well, as Effort gets the depth charge down, but does have to get out of there. Now Cuz flies in. Heroic Entrance comes down. There's the knock-up, max range after the kick comes in, and Canyon just gets himself out of there. Cuz does keep himself alive, but BDD just gets caught in the crossfire and destroyed.
Just feels like the threat was shifting from player to player to player. It's like, okay, Effort's out. Now Cuz is the focus. Cuz is out. Now BDD's the focus. And unfortunately, BDD didn't have anyone else to shift that onto and just ends up going down.
Didn't even see a flash angle, I guess.
No, so pretty unfortunate there for KT to just lose them the dragon and put them a bit further behind. It's going to be Chemtech into Hextech, so...
No Tech Dragon Souls this time.
No, and honestly, Chemtech could have been pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Whenever there's an Olaf and there's a hand. Oh, okay. Okay. Keen just turns it around and kills. I thought I had a second to, like, finish my sentence.
Yeah, I think Perfect was kind of for the mindset of, okay, I think Galio's moving in here. I have to try and find the all-in, but then just die.
He did. I mean, it was more of an all-out without being Cassante.
Yeah. So here, a lot of CC focus and damage on an Effort. He has to flash away. But then with the Galio coming in, they can just turn onto Cuz. I also like the kick from Canyon against the terrain, so he's still in the hero's entrance. And then BDD just gets caught out here on the back end. Yeah, there was still the ult available for Perfect. So I think you had to throw that down at some point if you're looking for the all-in. If you're not, if you're just accepting your fate, then I guess at least he denied the assist from Chovy.
Yeah,
but it
something
doesn't
to be said about that.
Feel too great overall.
I think that he just didn't expect to die that quickly.
Yeah.
I would assume.
You know what? Ran out of health.
Yeah, it does. It does. Maybe he was like, oh, that 1% crit rune. That's probably what he was said in chat immediately afterwards or in comments.
Yeah.
I hope so anyway. Maybe he's been playing too much Classic. Because a lot of these young guns, you know, just weren't around when a lot of these champions were in their infancy, you know? maybe wanted to learn a little bit. That's all right. Wave going to get cleared here by Chovy. Throws the Winds of War over. And this next dragon, 3 minutes away. It's going to be a little bit of a while as Kane, I mean, he's got his Hexplate. He's just very happy to brawl 6 seconds until that ulti's back up again. True Shot Barrage is just going to annoy Effort as he walks up the river. And Gen.G, 2.3k the advantage. And if the last game's anything to go by, I just don't see them really giving this up without KT finding some phenomenal angles here in this game. At least this time I feel like Fenrir might be able to be an impact, to find an angle here, but because he's not 2.5k behind at 13 minutes.
Yeah, my struggle is that there's just this big front line in front of you that I just don't think you can cut through. But obviously Kai'Sa wants to be diving the back line, but how are you reaching the Ezreal is my question. Who's setting it up? So maybe a tough one, especially with how strong Keen is going to be, having just taken that tower. 1.3k gold lead just for him.
Yeah, that's large. And it's an Olaf as well. We know what he can do with the money. Going to be looking for item number 2 very, very quickly. As Fenrir, oh man, actually eating all of the damage from Ruler. He just wants one more Arcane Shift. Doesn't quite get it. Didn't find the Mystic Shot either, so Fenrir will live for now. But this wave, well and truly under Gen.G's control.
Well, it does take a tower hit, but just keeping the pressure up mid lane. And it's kind of hard to see some recourse coming through. Ezreal being so safe, Cuz no flash, Effort no flash, and Ruler having his. Not easy to set something up here. Yeah, I'm trying to get vision around the river. They do have a wall that's a bit deeper behind that could potentially work, but no TP for Perfect. So no real option there right now.
Yeah, Keen with full control of top side of the map. That's the crazy thing. There's not a lot of vision around the Herald, as Perfect is going to take a lot of damage, and Gen.G don't need vision around the Herald because Keen is just so massive. They're going to engage onto Effort, though. Shockwave onto 2, but it does so little damage. Chovy looks for a Justice Punch angle. Actually, Justice punches into the Impale, but Fenrir just gets turned on, and now the Ragnarok, the Ghost, the Olaf just runs through the wall to take down Cuz. That was so funny. Hits him as Cuz is trying to drive his way out. And Effort, yeah, this is a little bit of an I'm in danger type moment, as Drew is going to slow him down, and Effort might just get escorted back to his base.
Will be able to walk away, but the rest of his team not so lucky. And I just think Fenrir was in an impossible position there.
I thought you were going to call him an imposter. He's not. No.
He was in a pretty impossible position there. Nowhere really to go. And Gen.G now with a 5,000 gold lead.
This reminds me of yesterday.
At least they got kills.
Yeah, that's true. This may not be the least kills in the league this time around.
But yeah, so fight starts with KT going aggressive here, but the Galio ult comes down. This time Canyon doesn't kick Effort into terrain, so he doesn't get caught by the Galio ult, but they turn on Fenrir. Fenrir cleanses, but then where's he going? Up there, down there, doesn't matter, there's an Olaf on you. This time, we don't get to see the funny moment with Olaf just so angry he could run through walls. Which was a definite highlight.
Yeah, that was very funny. Does use all of his summoners, I guess. That's something to bear in mind. As there is an engage potentially here on Dura, who does respect the Impale and flashes away. The Drake not going to get completed just yet, as they do turn this into Canyon. True Shot Barrage, a little bit of damage here as the Drake is going to lose its patience, but will recharge that. And there goes the Dragon over towards Gen.G. That's double Dragon into Cloud. They're going to be running real quickly on the map this time. And I don't even know whether Killer Instinct is going to be enough to get him away from Galio.
Olaf with Cloud Soul.
Yeah, man.
Oh my god, it's
Permaghost. He's just got Permaghost.
And then he ults with the Hexblade as well, and he just max speed.
He is zooming.
Okay, well, it's fine. There's still 2 dragons away. We have a 5,000 gold lead.
And, you know, that at least about the Cloud Soul thing, KT might lose the game before Cloud Soul even comes through.
I think the mindset you have to have as KT in this moment would be like, look, yes, they have a large gold advantage, but we've seen an LCK team throw a much bigger gold advantage.
There you go.
You know which team that was?
Themselves.
Yes.
Perfect. And Perfect is right here. Yeah, he's right there. He is going to avoid that axe. Duro is making his way down. And Perfect won't have to use his flash or anything like that. Keen doesn't have his, nor does he have his Ghost. and so isn't going to go for the all-in.
I think to me, I think the vibe I'm getting is that Gen.G just really wanted to get Fry's group back on as soon as possible, so they're speeding up this series.
Yeah.
To the maximum.
They're just trying to get more fans, aren't they? You know, because that's what everyone wants, really, is just as much Rise group as we can possibly get. I see you, Gen.G.
Mandate comes through for Chovy, so insane amounts of ability haste on most of his abilities. Quantum Spike's kind of coming through for a few members of Gen.G. So BFX finishes his plated steel caps. Keen finishes the Stride Breaker.
Oh no!
Also, that's a full mana immune just completed there for Ruler.
Effort is going to get taunted. Does get the dredge line off before that does come on through, because we'll be able to claim his Raptor, so there is at least that. It's the little wins, you know, that we talk about. As Effort, once again, going to have to vacate the area. Gets a ward down, Chovy immediately kills it. And this is very reminiscent of what we saw in game number 1. This is Gen.G going full suffocation mode, right? They've managed to find that big lead, and now they're just not going to throw it away. They're going to make sure that KT falls further and further behind. And yeah, it does kind of look frustrating because there's not the same level of action. True Shot Barrage tries to... Oh my god! That was through Locket, and they just killed him because he's going to get smoked, but still takes down the inner turret in the mid lane. Didn't like the idea of ramming it into the inhibitor turret, so he just steers her out of the way. And Shelly gets a little bit more work done here. They're going to break open the base before 20 minutes. Oh, unless there is enough of a defense. And it looks like KT are at least going to last until that 20-minute mark. Another wave does come through, but Gen.G will just back away.
That was brutal. Fenrir still had flash, and it was just like, no, I live these.
Yeah, maybe Effort was like, no, I've got Locket for you, bro. And then he died.
Oh my god, this was brutal.
풀바이온 가겠는데?
Oh my lord.
오호.
Yep.
맛있게 잡네.
Delicious. Indeed. Okay, so 6-2. Maybe, so, what was it, 12 kills was the least? And that's how much we got in the last game? If Gen.G keep playing it like this, it might be a similar story.
Yeah. You know what I'm really starting to think about?
What's that?
Who's POM?
Are you in doubt?
Oh, I mean, you know.
Because wait, Ooh, does Ruler get back-to-back on the week? Is it time for Duro to actually get recognized after his huge performance in the previous series?
I feel like probably not, based on LCK.
Is it Keen?
Patterns.
Keen's been pretty good.
I mean, the game 1 from Ruler and Duro was really good in the bottom 2v2. But it's just been such a controlled game. Like, that clip there from Ruler on the Ezreal was hype, but the game is long over at this point.
Well, Cuz going to get engaged on here. There's the Solar Flare. Canyon kicks him back, and Ruler finishes him off. Oh man, that was like a 1-2-3 punch. Down they go. Effort taking a lot of damage here, and Ruler's got another Arcane Shift. There's the Shockwave avoided with a flash out of Ruler as well. I mean, there's just no way in for KT. Gen.G just toying with him now.
Ruler heard me speaking. He heard me talking about POM. He's like, you know what? I'll make a case.
Yeah.
Putting on a bit of a clinic on the Ezreal here.
4-0-1. They move to 10 kills. We might break that record, I think. And it's not going to be the lowest kills so far in the LCK. Let's have a look at it one more time, though, because this combo between Canyon and Ruler is just so beautiful.
It's so slick. The ward hop, kick, Q, follow-up, and then Ruler finishes the damage. And then, unfortunately, Effort tries to make his escape. Gets taken down in the flash out of the Shockwave at the back end, given no recourse, really, to KT.
No option at all. 2.6 thousand gold going to be the lead here for Ruler alone. The 10,000 gold lead at 22.5 minutes. The Baron is taken without any response because I believe Cuz was just respawning. And Gen.G, I mean, they can go over and get themselves a Cloud Soul point if they want to, but I'd imagine that sieging is probably more value. And protecting all of these wards that they have littered through the KT jungle, I think is still a great idea, right? Make sure that you just keep them there. so that they can never farm a camp, and you will just always extend the lead over and over again. It is a slow burn. It is methodical. I can't say words properly, but Gen.G are so incredibly good at it, and it just feels so hopeless if you're KT.
Yeah. I don't see the angle.
No, I can't quite find it.
At least last game, they were like, okay, let everyone just engage onto this primary target. But fortunately, then it was a mobile hog more. This time, it's not just the fact that it's an Ezreal, but also, like, Skarn and Nautilus need to actually get close to you. And I just think if you run towards Ruler, he'll die on the way.
Perfect.
As demonstrated.
He's teleporting in. Ever gets another extra bit of shield and will be able to keep himself alive, but cannot keep the turret alive. That's going to be 2 inhibitors very quickly removed. And there are a lot of minions here. Let's see whether they actually go for the siege. It is a 5 versus 5. KT with an opportunity to try and find an angle here. And it looks like Cuz is trying to find an angle. Oh, beautiful Justice Punch there from Chovy to buffer the CC. Out of this Zahen. Effort might be able to get something here as he does find an anchor, but the depth charge remains up and available. Hasn't committed to it yet, and he may actually just die by accident if there's another True Shot Barrage to fly out. Duro's health bar is relatively low, but they've taken the first Nexus turret already. And KT still yet to really pull the trigger. They're just trying to trim these waves and try and keep this last turret alive. But KT, you're bleeding. You have to go for something, otherwise you're just rolling over and dying here in this game. Keen still with Ragnarok. They still have so many tools. True Shot Barrage onto Fenrir. And there goes the turret. Effa going to be taken down. Killer Instinct into the back line, but Olaf has one of those too as he flashes on top of BDD and looks to cut him down. The Olaf might die, but actually no, he's not going to. He's just going to hit minions, get his health bar back, finds himself a Zahen that's just put in front of him so he can lifesteal, and now BDD watches as his Nexus goes down. He will be spared, but someone has to send the message that Gen.G is back.
They most certainly are. This is the Gen.G that we've seen many times before in the LCK, reminding KT how it works around here.
Oh yeah.
And KT, it just felt like they had no hope in either games up against this unit, who just moved together as a team. The macro control, the suffocation that they experienced was not a fun time, but Gen.G with a very convincing win.
It's kind of, it makes me feel like we're in reality again, you know, when Gen.G are demonstrating this level of League of Legends, because this is normally what you have to overcome if you're ever going to take this team down, and it felt like that had kind of drifted away. As, was she going to skull if it was a 2-0? I imagine it's something like that.
I think for 500 wins?
Ah, there you go. Oh, no, come on. Oh, it was close. I mean, it's pretty close. She's going to commit. There you go.
There you go. Good effort.
Well played.
Although effort was on KT.
True.
Yeah.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, drink responsibly. But, you know, if it's 500 wins, that's a special occasion. That's definitely okay.
Don't do that for every win.
yeah, don't celebrate it for the next win.
501.
Yeah.
502.
Well, I mean, maybe, like, you know, 1 beer per Gen.G series. That would be okay. If you're doing it for every one of Keen's solo queue games that he plays, probably not going to be good for your liver. We're not going to do it that way. Okay, so there it is. That's where we draw the line. But Gen.G, man, what a week. What a difference to last week as well, where things look kind of doomed. This was sick. I'm glad the observers also recognized it.
I think, honestly, it's just felt like Gen.G has had a reset. You know, they went for that. They got that 2-0. There was 2 series losses at their homestand. First time that this team, this organization, has got lost 2 series in a row since Chovy joined, and it felt like that was it. That was the point where someone hit big red button and went, we need to sort this out. And now, looking more like the team that we've known them to be for such a long time.
Yeah, and a nice time to do it if they want to get themselves prepared for the World Championship as well. They also have a few players that are ready to play in the Asia Games at the same time. As, kind of sad that we don't get to see the Olaf gliding through the wall. As at least we did see the Skarner gliding through the wall into the Death Chamber.
Oh man.
The proc damage on top of it, I think, is what really made it look absolutely revolting.
Yeah. This was also pretty cool too.
Yep. And I'm surprised that True Shot Barrage didn't just kill Effort there where he stood. Obviously didn't matter. It might have saved a flash there from Ruler. Not really going to stop him from getting the POM, I don't
정글
think.
서폿 노플이야. 정글 서폿.
Calling out some flashes here.
Feels a little half-hearted the final defense from KT, but it just kind of shows the desperate situation they were in.
Yeah, this just really was not a good time for KT. And I was going to say it, but I think some action kind of stopped it from happening. But it's very reminiscent to what we saw yesterday out of D+ versus T1, right? Like it feels like there is like a normalcy, a reset happening here in the LCK, in the Legend group after that first week where the hangover was kind of still there, I guess. Ruler topping the damage by a massive number here, cuz though, 8x.
Yeah.
8x the damage. Very impressive stuff.
A pretty convincing ratio compared to his game 1 damage. Ruler, I think, did less damage this game, so still gets POM though.
Undying throughout this whole series.
Yeah.
That is pretty impressive. A 19 undefinable KDA for the gentleman. That is back-to-back POMs for Ruler this week.
I think being back on 80 carries, the marksman moving back in the meta, I think has really favored Genji and Ruler in particular. That game 1 on the Kog'Maw, just dominating Fenrir, kind of reminding him who is the OG LCK 80 carry. And yeah, pretty convincing series.
Yeah, that was just kind of a blink and you miss it type scenario here where KT really going to need to go back to the drawing board as they have another match next up. But speaking of next up, we now have the interview, so let's throw it over to Ruler and deal with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Ruler on the side of Genji.
감사합니다.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
네, 오늘 승리를 하면서 젠지가 2위
today's
자리로
win,
올라서게
Genji
됐습니다.
has claimed
룰러
second
선수
place.
연승해내고 싶다라고 저번에 이야기하셨는데
guys
오늘 정말 연승을 해내셨습니다. 승리 소감
are starting the
들려주시죠.
win streak after you said you wanted that win streak back. How do you feel? You know, win streak is great, but I think today just feels like we were able to win through the type of performance that we are able to showcase when we're in a good form.
3라운드 초반에 있었던 연패를 딛고 하나생명에 이어서 KT
And overcoming the early losing streak in round 3, you have now defeated HLE and then KT Roaster. So what did you guys focus on refining? I think we just always try to focus on and ponder about what we have to do in order to fix those sort of mistakes or the areas that we lack in. And I feel like today that actually showed up because I felt like there were less mistakes, significantly less mistakes being made from our team. And it just feels like we are actually moving towards the right direction, moving up. And it's just such a relief to notice that. And in game 1, a perfect kill score of 11-0, you secured a smooth victory. And as there were only 3 kills, so 3-0 until 26 minutes, you suffocated the opponent through macro only. So was the early game the key? Yeah, I feel like we actually had to be quite careful in the bot lane in that matchup. So we tried to be as meticulous as possible in the early game in the bot laning phase, and we just tried to minimize those sort of variables that may actually screw us over in the game. And so against Lucian Milio, you guys were playing Kog'Maw and Lulu, so how are you able to dominate so much? With Duro, I just tried to sort of have a thorough discussion about the bot matchup, and you know, we actually tried simulating a lot of different situations, and we tried to be a lot more meticulous about our laning phase and just really have a deep understanding of how we have to play out those specific matchups. And in game 2, you took the traditional Ezreal and Leona comp against the Kai'Sa Nautilus, so what did you look out for? Well, basically, when it comes to Ezreal, compared to Kai'Sa, you actually do do
초반에 조금
have
안 되긴 했지만
a higher mechanical level, I guess.
좀잘 풀어갔다고 생각해서 라인전을 그래서 그런
In the end, you do a lot of damage based on the mechanics,
주도권으로 좀
and
이기지 않았나 싶습니다.
I think it really is the skills matchup against Kaisa when it comes to laning against her. I think it's just really proficiency level that comes down to really making that difference to get that edge in the end. So I think we were able to take control early through a solid laning phase. And so do you feel like your performance, so your form has improved significantly? I feel like I have reverted back to my usual form. So I guess maybe some people may believe that that's not good enough, but I feel like this is my effort to actually constantly and continuously improve. And Keen and Canyon have hit some big milestones today. Canyon became the third jungler to play 700 LCK games, and Keen is the first ever LCK top to win 500 games. So any word for them? Honestly, I just feel so honored to be alongside these amazing players that keep on hitting milestones. So it makes me really happy, and I'm just so happy for them. And honestly, congrats! You guys will hit even more milestones. And are you confident for that 3 winning streak against HLE next? I mean, I am. I'm actually very confident. And what is your mindset? I think we are feeling very, very confident and we're on our high. So I think, as long as we don't get ahead of ourselves and prepare well enough like we're doing right now, I think we were in a solid place to keep on winning. And that is all from Ruler, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Ruler, very happy today. The clean 2-0 and the 2-0 on series this week for Gen G. Just feels like Gen G is back. Had a rough week, but they're right back in form, guys.
Do we like this? Do we enjoy this?
Gen G does.
Are we? I'm not on the Gen G org. I'm not playing for them. For me, I'm like, this is very cool. This is incredibly clean League of Legends. But also, I was kind of enjoying some upsets here and there. You don't have to play perfect League of Legends every day, right? Not more Gen G oppression in the Legend group, right?
But it's a textbook. Everyone can learn from that. So for the players, probably good. But maybe the viewers, I don't know.
KT has a lot to learn. I think there's a lot to learn from this series. Trying to play Kaisa into Olaf, probably not one of my favorite draft decisions that I've seen from KT Rolster this year.
Yeah, and then they're
maybe it's like in the top 1,000 drafts of KT this year.
Whoa.
And then the Israel was still alive, and they want to counter with Kaisa, and there was a Braum, Leona, Karma. So probably it was a hard draft at 4-5, especially Family.
Yeah, it was a rough time for the side of KT. I think that, they have the ability, as we can see. They are definitely a very strong team. And yet, not today as media. They only watched Game 2, so that's fair. That they do go ahead and vote for the Olaf. The rest of us voted for the correct pick, which was Ruler. Any thoughts on the top votes there?
He didn't have a bad series, I think there were a few other favorites that could have happened between the obvious bottom lane pick and then the top lane. But, shout outs to Keen. Last year on Gen G, big moment.
Shen did a good job too, yeah.
Yeah, Shen was good.
Shen was good for the bottom dive, and then I don't know who made the bottom dive.
The draft picks that Keen were given were also Gigabrain. So if Keen picked that, pretty smart.
Yeah, regardless, he got to play those champs, so I suppose that did factor in. We can take a look at the comments now and see what you guys had to say about this, because obviously Ruler was definitely our choice here on the EN analyst side.
Yeah, I think I might be first. Please, 1 bottle of Ruler is back. That's my new favorite soju. I'm gonna have one. Not now because we got the second series, but maybe at dinner later. Yeah.
That was actually a good one. Ruler is back, please.
And MT, what did you have to say about your Ruler vote?
So my one is Fenrir will scale. Yeah, scale, but not today. From Ruler.
Yeah, Fenrir definitely has a lot of promise. a lot of potential.
I think he's good. I think he's really good, but there were some mistakes made.
He's also kind of a wild player. Like, he does kind of crazy things sometimes. And if you're playing against Gen G and you do make one of those mistakes and they're on form, they will punish you, I think, harder than maybe any other team, as long as they're on form.
Yeah, but at least he's not a passive player. He's a very aggressive player. You can see the Kai'Sa was flying over at level 6 and like Lucian. Even though he died, he tried to play the laning very aggressive. Like, that kind of thing against the Gen G is very impressive.
Absolutely. Well, we can take a look at some of the other comments from some of our other talents here. Back to our regularly scheduled programming, as this is kind of just Gen G in regular season of LCK.
Gen G world, we're living in it again. They're gonna keep winning. They're gonna keep dominating. I think Ox knows what's up. I think we are headed back to what was expected before the start of the round 3 or the third round.
Yeah, I mean, but I think it's very interesting because the meta is actually being a lot of skirmish meta, but Gen G is going back to their own style, and it is not they want to skirmish a lot. So
brick wall Gen G.
So who's gonna win at the meta? I'm very curious. Who's gonna like hold the hands up? Like, who's winning Gen G, T1, HLE? Like, everyone is very bloody. Like, I don't know who's gonna ride, but we will see.
Yeah, I really wanted to make fun of Ox for his comment, but actually it was a good one that made sense, so didn't really have a good opportunity. Perfect game for Ruler. Pretty straightforward. We can take a look at the next one. Not really too much.
I don't think there's really a KT top laner reference here. I was thinking about it for a second. Is there something going on there? But no.
Player whose prime has lasted for a decade. I mean, pretty much, right? Like, he really has been consistent over the course of his career.
Yeah, he's he really never fell off. Like, he had some shaky weeks here and there, but pretty crazy. Countless rookies challenge him every year, but because he always overcame them, the ruler of today exists. That's true. Like, he's old by esports standards, right? He's been playing for a really long time. He's faced so many new promising players. Fenrir's just one more on his list.
Yeah, and then like today a lot of like Korean analysts ask, and the caster is actually quite, what should I say? It's like a text. Oh, okay. Never mind, there's it.
It's me, bro.
There it is.
Kid.
Yeah,
I'm Ruler.
I would like a Kai'Sa counter pick, and Pony's insinuating that Ruler was like, well,
someone should teach that it's not a counter.
What year is it? Yeah, I mean, that used to happen in the past. It doesn't really happen anymore for a good reason. But we not the first time we've seen the Kai'Sa and the Olaf either, which is kind of scary and concerning. Gen G, 16 wins now with that win here in the series. They are a full series ahead of Homolife Esports, but same game score. But it's a very strong 2-0 to take when Legend Group is so close.
KT dropping down into the 15 club with HLE with their loss. So big win here for Gen G, building some space alongside T1 after their win yesterday. So Legend Group maybe solidifying me back to regular scheduled programming, me back to normalcy. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and then I think the points were very important, but today's like 2-0 game from Gen G is very like gorgeous, precious, I think. So they will just continue to play like this style. I hope they can play well.
Yeah, it's very good for the side of Gen G for our entertaining back and forth matches and games. Maybe not so much. But guys, for our next match here in the Rise group, it will be BNK FearX up against Bro. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rion!
우승하고 지금 정규 1등이잖아요. 이 정도의 경기 내용이 나오면 안 된다고 생각을 하거든요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
A few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Hello again. Welcome back, summoners.
Baron Nashor may be the strongest monster on Summoner's Rift, but he's got nothing on the true boss of League Classic, Runes and Masteries. Runes and Masteries can feel like a lot, but don't worry, we're here to help you get started.
All in good time.
Let's start with Masteries. Masteries have 3 different trees: offense, defense, and utility. You have to spend a certain number of points in a tree to move down to the next tier. The farther down you go, the stronger the bonuses. You'll start with a 10-10-10 Masteries page that aims to do a little bit of everything. But once you unlock the ability to make your own pages, it's best to invest more deeply on a single tree to get the most bonuses. You should probably aim for 21 points in your primary tree and 9 points in your secondary. Now for runes. There are 4 types of runes: red marks, yellow seals, blue glyphs, and golden quintessences. These runes all boost a variety of stats, but if you want to be efficient, you'll want to pick the right type of rune for the right stat. Marks are best at dealing physical damage and magic bend, seals boost your armor, health, and mana regen, and glyphs are best for ability power, cooldown reduction, and magic resist. Quints are particularly powerful. You only get 3 of them, and the effects they provide can be game-changing. Beyond boosts to typical stats, Quints are also the only way to improve stats like experience gain and even the amount of time it takes to respawn after you die. But you don't need that last one, right? You got this. This is a lot to take in at once, but don't worry. You'll have some time to figure out what's best for your playstyle. Much like Masteries, you'll start with a basic rune page that you can improve over time. You'll unlock rune slots as you play, and can purchase runes from the shop using IP, so you can get exactly what you need to rule the Rift.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you want. live to learn now. Everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out, I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong, it's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Gon' get it, yeah. Let's get it now. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out, I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong, it's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy, easy. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Easy.
to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is time for the moment you've all been waiting for, and that is some Prize Group action, baby. That's what we're getting into here tonight. It's the bros, obviously the kings of the Prize Group and what they hold dear against BNK FearX, a squad who did manage to beat DNS, but who hasn't, honestly. And one of these teams managed to take down Nongshim, the other one did not. And does that mean that the bros are now the favorites in this matchup?
I think with the Prize Group, you cannot hold consistent logic. Anything can happen. But what is really cool is that when we look at the standings, DNS are down at the bottom, they're out. Everyone else has 7 series wins.
Goodness!
The maximum chaos, and we really just don't know. 3 of these teams will go to play-ins. 1 of them will not. And you really do not want to be that team who gets knocked out alongside DNS, especially when things are so close right now. To go from this point where you're neck and neck in series to being out would feel terrible.
Well, as you can see here, Hanjin Breon have had BNK FearX's number over their last couple of series. In fact, a 4-0 sweep through the first couple of rounds here of the LCK, which is very, very impressive. And that was after BNK FearX had kind of a crazy run in the LCK Cup, as of course they were one of our first stand representatives. Did, you know, get the G2 treatment there and were sent home. But since then, we're not really able to find very many of the victories. And it's sort of uniquely Hanjin Breon that we're able to just dissect them throughout the season.
Yeah, and Hanjin Breon did have that mega loss streak before they got that recent win. I mean, they were in a position where we were thinking they could potentially make it to Legend Group.
Yeah.
And then they just started this downward spiral. Feels like they've now hit the bottom, a chance to rebound. Back up with that win they got most recently. And everything is still possible. For every team in the LCK, apart from unfortunately DNS, are now locked out of qualified play-ins. But for the rest of them, play-ins is there, playoffs is ahead of that. A lot of opportunity, but you need series wins under your belt. There is really not many series left in the regular season at all. And when things are this close, you could easily just say it was that series. That one series cost us everything. We should have won, we didn't. That was a difference maker. And I think ultimately you don't want to be playing in that sort of, you want to end up with those regrets.
And it's kind of nuts because our Legend group and our Rise group are very similar outside of the DNS outlier, right? Because everything is so neck and neck. We still kind of have no idea as to where these teams are going to be going as we get towards the end of the season. So B&K FureX wanted to put their best foot forward here. Obviously, we did see that they are missing that 14 from the losses column, so they can actually claim that top spot by themselves. Or can Hanjin Brion make it 2-0 on the week? Taking down Nongshim and then B&K FureX immediately afterwards would be pretty impressive, especially with KMDRX looking like they're on the rise, you know, aiming coming back and reinvigorating this team from what we can see so far. And Nongshim, honestly, in the first week, I was very, very impressed. It's bro-ever. It's now or bro. It's now or bro-ever. Is I think what he meant.
It's now.
Ah, but is he saying it's never?
It's Brover. It's never Brover.
It's never Brover.
It's never Brover if I'm still breathing.
That is true. There was a song written about that.
Yeah.
Which was pretty impressive. I thought that the Bros weren't even at Worlds and they got a Worlds anthem. Pretty cool stuff. I still don't understand that fan sign. I think it's going to be stuck in my brain throughout the rest of this series. I'm going to try and figure it out over time. And once I do get there, I'm sure I'm going to share it. But I also know that I probably will not ever understand. Nor will I ever really understand the magic that is the Rise group.
It's truly spectacular. And I'm excited because I feel like we had that little taste of Legend Group games being kind of like the Rise group.
Yeah.
Now T1 and Gen G are both winning again, and it's like, okay, we're back to where we were last year.
Oh, does that mean that we're back to where we were last year in the Rise group as well?
I think so.
Oh, man! Christmas really has come early, has it not?
Yeah.
Even though it is 4 trillion degrees here in Korea, I can feel the snow.
Isn't it normally warm during Christmas in Australia?
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So this feels more at home for you, though.
I mean, sure, but Melbourne's really dry.
Oh.
This is super humid.
Yeah, this is a swamp.
Yeah, I can't handle it. Maybe if I was a Brisbane boy, it'd be different. You know, it's a bit tropical up there. Not where I'm from. Where I'm from, it could be 50 degrees and dry, and then in the evening it rains.
Well, there you go.
And it's 20. Like that can happen. I'm sure there's someone from Melbourne that can verify. But
I actually know someone from Melbourne.
Do you?
Yeah.
Hi. How you doing? Yeah. I see what you did there. That was a cute one. So do I, actually. It's one of the perks of growing up there.
I would imagine you know a few people from Melbourne.
And there's a couple that actually just came to Korea today.
Oh, wow.
They're my parents.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know them too.
Yeah, see, there you go. You had 3, and you chose me?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, silly Billy. Okay, let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for some Rise group. We have the champion select right around the corner. B&K FureX have chosen to pick first, and therefore the Bros will be wearing the blue clothes here today, both in their chairs and on the Rift, which is kind of cool. I like the symmetry. And also, B&K FureX with some red on their jerseys at the moment, kind of into their new outfits, but also means the red side thematically correct as well. We like to do things like that here in the Rise group.
The jersey kind of looks like the color scheme of, you know that Pokemon, that starter one? Was it the bunny rabbit?
Yeah, Cinderace.
Yeah.
Not that I know anything about Pokemon. Or
I knew you'd know that one. Okay, bans going underway. Hanjin Brion banning the Orianna, no surprise there, one of the most banned. Heavily going for the bans in the mid lane here. But a lot of just standard bans in terms of what we see. Jace still available. Vi, Ezreal going to get taken out.
I think the Vi is probably worth a look. I feel like that champion has been pretty strong, although we did see it do 1,000 damage in the last series.
Yeah.
So maybe, that was into the Nocturne, so maybe the Nocturne is that's the reason.
Camille?
I don't think so. Camille is another option,
also
yeah.
open and available.
Bard could be a good one also.
A lot of picks.
Yeah. There's a lot to be banned in the current meta, which does make for some interesting first drafts. The Vi will be taken away, still respected, despite what happened in the previous series. And the Jarvan for Raptor comes on through.
Yep, going for the Jarvan in this situation. A few junglers banned out, looking to prio that. We've often seen Neferi into Jarvan and just circumvent a lot of his abilities, a lot of his kit, but with the Jarvan being selected, it's not a huge priority to pick that up now necessarily. The Ezreal being gone as well, it kind of puts more emphasis here. Lee Sin also good into the Jarvan, can similarly use that mobility to avoid his hit.
Yep, and also just kick him out of his own Cataclysm if you want to be the one playing around in there.
Yeah, I don't think you need to pick it now, but I think getting an 80 carry before the second rotation would help a lot if you want something safe. You know, we often see things like Jhin, Corki
Lucian
into the Jarvan.
Camille.
I'm going to go for the Camille first and foremost, though. Namgoon feeling confident on this pick, and I think of Namgoon, he's always been that sort of aggressive player, playing things like the Pike.
Yep. The
Jhin and
Elise.
Shen immediately locked in, though. Shen having a really good matchup into Camille, and having that global presence at level 6.
What does Teddy play alongside this now? His Ezreal has been banned away, common pairing with the Camille. The Ziggs was the original paired alongside the Camille, and the Corki is the new one.
Yeah.
And so that is going to be the pickup here for Teddy. Doesn't want to have to change his item build from his Ezreal, so just go to the champion that likes to build the same first couple of items at least.
Get out of the Cataclysm. You're not going to get caught by a taunt unless it's a taunt flash. The Valkyrie having a lot of value here. Now into the second rotation. A lot of top laners still available. And now the team securing the mid actually in this situation is less common. It's still the Rise. Cassiopeia banned. There's still like the Anivia.
Yep.
Syndra going as well. Top lane, there's a ton of stuff. Olaf has been a big cause for concern for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I think if you are having to blind pick, you want to ban the Olaf. I think you almost have to. Casting and Clear, I think, deserve the respect on that champion.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Han Brion even just slammed Olaf on 4. Even though you have the potential counter pick, just it feels like teams haven't really found a good response to him yet.
Yep, I wouldn't mind it.
There's still the Rumble, there's still the Ambessa.
I wouldn't mind them slamming a mid on 4 and flexing Camille, who is almost definitely going support. But still, it would be funny.
The threat of it. I mean, we've seen the Shen flexed. I think that has more weight in the current meta than I think a Camille flex.
Yeah. Well, certainly based on what we just saw in the previous series, I would agree with you. One more ban to come down here for being K4X. Will it be that Olaf? Will it be something else? That's the question.
At least Jarvan is annoying for Olaf. That is something to be said.
That is a good point.
Terrain causing issues. They still will ban it away, though. Not wanting to leave it up to chance. I think here, unless you're really set on a top lane pick, you could just leave things, pick mid laner, and go counter pick. There's still Jace available, but I think seeing blind Jace be punished a fair few times. And they're looking at the lock. This is nerf lock, so he did get toned down in power.
I like the Jace.
Okay.
With the Olaf ban, it feels better, right?
Yeah, Jace comes through. And the question is going to be, what will BNK4X bring into it? What can Clear match up into it? We've seen sometimes just tanks be picked into the Jace just to weather the storm. Sometimes more aggressive picks to look to challenge. There's even still, like, you know, the potential of like a Varus being available.
Yeah, that's a good point.
To match up into it.
Tristana, possible thought there, but Vikla is thinking about being the Vikla Victor. That sounds like it's good for his name. And now they do have to make a decision as far as the top lane. Kellen, what will it be up into this Jace? Cassante would be a pretty stock standard one. Feel like it really does limit the damage on the BNK4X side. Already seeing a Lee Sin, a Jason, a Corki. And yes, there is some counter poke with things like a Deadly Flourish. They have ways to set up picks and stuff like that. But I think that you're going to be going into half of these team fights with only half a health bar almost every single time.
Yeah, and I think just in this situation, if you don't cut through these targets quick enough, you don't get the expanded Arcane Storm from Victor, you're going to have a rough time.
Okay!
He's lock in.
He locked the lock. Locky lock.
And I think here, for Hanj and Brion, their team comp is going to be very focused around killing these backline threats. If Taeyun or Vikla dies, their composition is going to feel so bad, especially into things like the Lee Sin, like the lock, that can be pretty difficult to cut through if they start to sustain and the damage just isn't there. You know, top lane matchup is going to be pretty favorable, but I think really I'm looking at what Namgun and Kellen can do on these supports, who can roam about and make their impact be known. Push any lane one way or the other, and we can see the game really turn on its head. We'll see Lock completely take over games, but he is nerfed now, has been toned down.
A pretty crazy matchup when it comes to jawline as well. If you have a look at all the splash arts for these champions, there are some pretty epic jawlines that we have going on. Like Locke's is pretty amazing, Cassante's extraordinary, even Victor is decent, although it's a little bit more mechanical these days.
That's kind of
used to be.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's some impressive stuff when it comes to the jawlines of all of these champions. Lee Sin's kind of hidden in his normal splash up, but it's not too bad. And you saw there, like, looking absolutely incredible with that skin that was on screen. Cyanide, look at that jawline. Amazing stuff. All right, that's probably not what we need to be focusing on here. We should be focusing on the Rise Group League of Legends. Let's get into it.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 between the Bros and B&K FearX. And I really do like the drafts out of both teams for some Rise Group action.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean, I take it back. I like the B&K FearX comp less, but I do like that Romer has played Lock. You know, I think there could be some shenanigans here.
Yeah. To talk a little bit about the specific nerfs that came in for Lock, I'll hold that because they're going in.
Yep, that is a little bit of a wall dive angle. Namgung will be denied a fair bit of that, so they just straight up lose the trade.
So for Lock, they took away 35 of his health. They also took away 10 damage from each nail. And obviously he spams those, so that ends up being quite a bit. You know, if you throw 3 nails, you're losing 30 damage compared to pre-patch.
Yeah.
And then also his W now gives less grey health, which Namgun could honestly do with right now. And also less movement speed when you rank it up. It's just a flat movement speed. You don't get more for ranking it up. So a decent spread of nerfs. We obviously had a situation where he was just like permabanned before this patch, so...
We only saw a few examples of him being kind of game-breaking. I feel like it was only really Scout having really dominant performances on the champion.
It definitely felt like his numbers were pretty good, but he also was a bit feast or famine. If he fell behind, he kind of was a bit whatever.
Well, he's going to look for a kill into Vikla here as he stacked up a bunch of those nails.
So he got the damage, but he missed the cannon, and we also saw Casting miss the cannon top lane.
Yeah, so B&K FearX are heading towards a pretty decent gold advantage once these minions are going to be claimed. That's all I'm sort of seeing. Unless Clear misses this one as well, but he does not.
I think the real reason they're missing the cannons has to be a lack of Brotax.
Or to give him a chance.
Well, that's also a generous way.
Because they're generous. But honestly, I didn't pay my Brotax, so I'm going to do it right now.
Oh, that explains everything.
Yeah, no, it's my bad. I'll take full responsibility for the cannons and for that gang, as Romer is not going to get stunned. Thankfully, some normalcy is coming back. But I will also put a sorry, and I'll spell it poorly because my keyboard's broken.
Nice.
I apologize, everyone. I also spelt it Brotax because, as I mentioned before, my keyboard's broken, but there's nothing that we can do about that. Teddy is going to be ganked here. Does manage to get the Valkyrie off, but there's a Deadly Flourish. A lot of damage here out of Taeyun, down to 200.
Saves his summoner spells in this situation, but takes a heavy beating. Isn't ideal. At least I'm good. Oh, no. Okay, that's really bad. Still feels like he has to recall. I don't think he actually does. He has 2 health potions. He could just pop those if he wants to stick around. And that's what he's going to do.
Okay. Okay, I figured it out. All right, Roma is going to once again go in. Looks for a bit of an angle there as he does just teleport his way out. Namgung is just fighting, and Teddy really just wanted to kill minions. Namgung is going to be able to escape. No summoner spells blown just yet outside of some teleports in the mid lane and the top side of the map, not including casting, but looks like BNK do want to keep Bro in the vicinity.
They keep them trapped there, low HP. They just can't really do much of anything. Now, casting hasn't recalled and TP'd yet, whereas Claire has, and Claire just takes a bunch of damage there, so not exactly ideal.
I would say that that is a good indication of this Brotax at work. I don't know whether you saw it, but the chat is now just all Brotax. And
there you go.
I am sure that the bros appreciate it, and we do too.
Just a quick little reminder, all everyone needs.
Oh, there's the flash in from Namgung. Not sure about that one though, because he's just dead. More Brotax, please! We need way more than this, obviously! There's now Raptor looking for a bit more of an angle. Gideon taking some damage, but he will be able to make it out. Did have to use the flash, though. There was nothing invested on BNK's side. They just killed Namgung.
I'm imagining, before he went for this play, he said, watch this.
He did get the stun onto Kellen.
It did look cool, but he went in at half HP, and to be honest, even if he had more, Camille just not the tankiest champion when playing the support role. So instantly deleted, and both summoners down. Not exactly how you'd hope things to go when you have early prio this pick.
Unless you want it to die. All right, there's a gank attempt here, and it's going to work out. Casting actually grabs the kill, and Roma keeps himself alive, doesn't even need to invest the flash. There's no teleport. This whole wave is going to go to the wayside. BNK Furex, though, still looking forward towards the bottom side of the map. And Drake was taken here by BNK Furex as well. Next one going to be an Infernal. As Namgung goes in one more time, just collected by Kellen. And yeah, Namgung's just going to have to back away once again.
Maybe next time it'll win.
Yeah, surely. That must be how this goes. So now it's in casting we trust. As Roma looking for another bit of an angle here, but does just get some health back with that W, and he'll be all right. What's the Ashen Pursuit? A very frustrating ability name when playing alongside Lucian, but
it's nice that you know these ability names. Because I asked Brendan, like, oh, what's this called? He's like, I don't know.
Ah, yes, but he knew Poltergeist, which I thought was very cool.
Yeah, you didn't know that one.
No, I definitely didn't, because it wasn't real. But I think that only added to the mystique.
Yeah.
You know, and he's a pretty mysterious type guy. As there's the Poltergeist, it went completely wide.
Yeah, the flash got him out of it, so no ghost collected in his little thingy.
His little jar.
Yeah.
Little ghosty jar.
Is it his thing he has on his back?
I think that's a backpack.
Is that what he throws? It looks kind of like a coffin.
Well, it's probably pretty empty right now.
What's his deal? That's what I'm...
All right, well, clear.
Oh, nice
quite find
sidestep.
that cue. That was a really nice sidestep. And casting doesn't have the accelerated shock blast, but does at least land another one for a really nice trade.
You know, Namgun's only died once, but it feels like he's on the brink of just dying more at any moment.
Yes.
That's the beauty of support Camille. You can just very quickly hit 0-7.
Oh, yeah. Roma is... I mean, he's got an Aether Wisp. I find that a very curious first item, but a very fun one. I like a little bit of extra movement speed with my AP, you know?
I mean, you love Cloud Soul, so of course you like movement speed.
Yeah. Although if you have a Cloud Drake, you could have an Amp Tome, and it's basically just that.
Yeah, true.
You know? Cloud Soul just gives everyone some Aether Wisp, you know, in their inventory, whether they like it or not.
I think most people like it, generally speaking.
Does this mean he's going to go for a very early Lich Bane?
Yeah, I'd assume so.
Pretty cool. Often we do see Dash Cannon first. Get the tankiness and the mobility.
I think those two items together are pretty good combo, so I imagine that's on our second.
Oh, teleport back immediately.
Vikla. They want to play for this.
Gideon is here.
Also, Vikla's gone Rod of Ages. He's wanting to be bulky himself.
All right, doesn't quite have it completed just yet. But Roma is also up to the point where he can really do a number to these waves.
Remember when Catalyst used to build into Abyssal Mask?
Oh yeah, that was revolting. And every single top laner would have it at all times in the game forever. And Gragas was the most broken champion in the universe.
Remember when his Abyssal
mana?
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Namgung is going to land another one. Oh no, once again the Poltergeist goes wide. An in-joke. I probably shouldn't be going with it. Namgung's dead once again, but I think he wants it that way. Gideon just focusing on the crab.
Shutting down Taeyun, getting both his sums definitely feels good. Namgun is just the sacrifice you have to make. That's how Camille's support works. Roma should be able to walk this out.
He's gonna get stunned and kind of hit by the kitchen sink. The Ashen Pursuit is going to be there.
You know, he could have just flashed earlier and then would have had health and gotten away from the play. So perhaps...
I don't think he wanted that. I think he wanted them to think that they'd caught him.
Yeah.
You know?
Reduced him to almost 0 health and forced him to TP back to lane. I get it.
Yeah.
Some people like that.
You're making it sound like actually it doesn't make sense, Ox, whilst agreeing.
Yeah. I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah.
Once again, though, his ult is flashed. He doesn't get the stacks. And
yeah.
We're all about stacks here at the LCK. You know, Heartsteel, Senna, Masters, whoever. It's just the ultimate fantasy of a gamer is to stack a number up.
We've had the first one that's got gotcha'd, by the way. As Danny unfortunately says, can someone tell this man Locke's ult is called Purgatory? But we really want to just call it Poltergeist.
Yeah.
Okay? This is just a thing.
Guys, Brendan Valdez said it was Poltergeist, and I'm not going to question something he says.
Exactly. It's Brendan Valdez. He can also explain it on the space as to why that's correct and Purgatory is not, even if the text may say that it's Purgatory.
Yeah.
All right. Although Purgatory is a pretty cool name, all things considered.
It's a pretty good name.
It's a bit of a shame. The good old Bert ruined it all.
If they just thought of Purgatory. But I mean, Poltergeist is fine. I'm not going to complain. But, you know.
Yeah.
What could have been?
Yeah, it could have been all right. And this is what we're left with. Vikler is going to burn him down, though. You can see Roma is really having a rough time. Does manage to teleport away from the gravity field.
He has gotten a couple of roams in, though, so living up to his name. I think that's the key thing here. His name isn't Stain Laner.
No. No one's is, actually. Although, mate, if your summoner name is, please let us know. As the bros are going to try and defend this dragon. Infernal up second. This will be double dragon for BNK Furex as well. A big deal. Inside track for Vikler. Teleport in for the Jace. Namgung's going forward. The steal comes down first. And Namgung will die, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? It's a double for the Lock, as finally he can claim some souls and put him in his little poltergeist bag.
There you go. Roma able to get the double ult on the back of Namgung's engage, and honestly, he had to commit like that. Goes in, flashes, makes sure, he just guarantees that he is going to die, but he does his job. And I think that's just the vibe of what this pick is about. Namgung just happy to sacrifice himself for the betterment of his team.
Yep.
And they even managed to pick up the dragon. Gideon gets the dragon with a Q smite. And it was the fact he flashed for the stun on the Keller and then just ults Taeyun and is like, yep, my job here is done.
Also, casting hit the empowered shock blast onto only Taeyun. He weaved it through everyone and helped murder the Jhin. It was quite targeted. I was pretty impressed.
And now Bro with a bit of a lead.
Yeah, 1.5k is nothing to scoff at. They've also evened out the Drakes with the great steal from Gideon. And a Gideon that's back on form actually means a lot here for the Bros, because he was the one that was, I think, leading a lot to their unfortunate times, you know, in that 7-loss streak that the Bros had after their resurgence, because Gideon was so good when the Bros were looking good.
Also, there was that period when Gideon was a Nongshim, he was just in terrific form.
Oh, yeah.
He is a player,
especially, man.
Yeah, he is a player who, when he's in good form, he can just take over the game. But had some rough patches, but now seems to be living back up to that.
Yep. Quite a few of those players here as well. I mean, Vikler, when he's on form, he's solo killing Chovy in lane. This time, I mean, he's on the Victor, so it's a different story. Casting has been the success story for the Bros more recently, though. I think even in games that they've lost, he has looked absolutely phenomenal.
Had a good start so far. We've seen a lot of Jaces really flounder, even against the tank matchups. So, starting strong. Yep. Have the craziest chest lead, but make his impact known in that last fight.
And I think that composition will rely on the Jace quite a lot. I think that the poke is going to be really important. The BNK Furex composition doesn't have a massive amount of DPS, but they've got so much CC, control. And you need to be able to soften them up before they go for that engage and get everything layered in, where you can just kind of die to Vikla.
Yeah, I mean, BNK Fearax has a lot of blockers for the Shock Blast, but if you hit it onto Vikla Taeyun, it's going to feel really awkward when one of your two carries has to back off, has to retreat. I mean, at least Taeyun can function from a distance, but Vikla has to be much closer range. Does have that Roa, which makes him a bit bulky, a bit more sustain, but not the most ability haste in the build when you go in Roa into Oblivion Orb.
Yeah, but the spells he does land will prevent you from being healed good.
There you go.
There you go, something. Ghostblade done here for Taeyun. We got Trinity Force already up for Teddy, who is going to be very frightening. Raptor throws a flag down, doesn't find too much joy. Gideon at that first item, feeling pretty good. Raptor as well.
I think the mid game is going to be super important for Bro in this situation, because you're playing around things like Jace's spikes, the Corki spikes, and this is often where Jin just really struggles, when he's on that trio of items that we constantly criticize. But just before you have IE, before you have your armor pen, just not able to quite cut through some of these targets, especially things like the lock, who are annoyingly tanky for a champion that can just one-shot you when they're fed.
It's currently 2-0-2, pretty fed to start this one off, but Kellen is going to find the taunt. There is Namgung, and he is going to be able to wall dive his way out. The engage was started by BNK Fearax, but I think it's going to get finished here by the lock as Roma grabs the first one. Gideon looks for Raptor. The curtains, though, they've been called. Namgung will die, and there goes the Corki as well. It's a double with the last two bullets in the chamber for Taeyun. And the Bros, I don't even think they managed to kill the Jarvan that they were chasing.
They did not. So big win there for BNK Fearax. Going for confident plays and able to get some nice results, especially as Taeyun got both of those kills. Now playing around with a Herald, but I think it's just going to reset. Raptor probably wants to get some health back before he sticks around.
Yeah, Gideon not going to be able to lock that one down. Speaking of locking things down, Roma is here towards the top side, getting some damage on this turret. Might be able to grab another plate here, but Vikla does come on over, so nothing doing there. Still going to be a gold lead for the Bros, not the end of the world. They might even be able to grab Shelly as everyone makes their way back out of base. Taeyun a little bit lagging behind when it comes to that. And so this will be the Bros selecting this next objective from the Baron Pit. Let's have a look at this one more time. I really did think that Namgung was going to try and turn this into an engage on the Bros side.
CC Laden, he just takes so much damage, has to ult and then dash away. You can see him thinking about going back in. But even though they initially get this kill on the Kellen, Raptor just buys so much time. And then I think this is great from Taeyun. Ult shots, Namgoon's like, I will block them for you, even if it means my death. But this one, dragged into the fourth one by Clear. Nice little 1-2 there. Yeah. And Raptor's just going to pick up the second Drake. And if they get Soul, Ocean Soul, not one we normally rant and rave about, but they have a bit of a bulkier composition. If the front line can soak Shock Blast and heal back up, it's going to feel pretty good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of the counter to the poke comps, and the reason we haven't really liked Ocean that much is because we were playing dive comps every single game. This is not one of those necessarily with this Jace and Corki combo. And Shelly going to get a headache here, but takes down the mid-outer turret. See whether they can get another charge as Roma is throwing daggers towards Clear. Namgung makes his way in as well. And Clear is taking a lot of damage here, tries to go all out, but I think the only way out is via the Death Chamber. And Gideon drives Shelly to the bottom lane. All right, going on an excursion. That's pretty cute. They will then trade their outer turret for this. But 2 turrets for 1, I think you'll take that, as Roma does manage to take the outer down in the bottom lane.
I think this is a great reaction from BNK Fearax, though. Even though it was a favorable play for Bro initially, they take that mid tower. They're actually cutting off casting from having access to that top wave. So they should pick up a second tower and just denying a lot of farm. So even though it was initially a favorable play for Bro, I think BNK Fearax managed to answer back and stop it from being too far apart. My main concern is this lock is just extremely fed.
Well, Namgung is also maybe extremely dead, but does manage to get the long-range hookshot. Teddy will be able to block a few of these bullets. And he's going to say, yes, okay, Namgung, I will let you live for now. Storm Surge done here for Roma.
Oh, wow. So
that's fun.
Going less Bruiser and more, I'm going to one-shot you with this build path. Storm Surge, sorry, so cheap, and you get the proc, and it has Magic Pen on it, so it does kind of a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah.
Also has movement speed on it alongside the Lich Bane, so it's going to be fast.
That's exactly what he wants. Ashen Pursuit also speeds you up a whole bunch. And if you're at this point, level 13, right, you've only got 1 point in it anyway, so who cares about the nerf? Let's go. Actually, no, he's maxed it.
Yeah, maxed it for the great health.
Yeah, feels bad. It's not going to be my point at all. But you're not going to actually second level E, so a little bit of a shame. The theory was there, though, in my brain. You understood where I was going, trying to mitigate the nerf. I think Roma's probably not too worried about it now, though. 10 stacks on the Magi's, 402. What nerfs, ladies and gentlemen?
On the Dark Seal, not yet the Magi. So I was like, whoa, already?
Yep.
That would be a lot of movement speed, though, if he did complete that.
I think we know that he's going to be building it, though, right?
I feel like if you get 10 stacks of a Dark Seal and you don't convert it, the Magi, you're just kind of spitting in the face.
Yeah. Like, why did you get those stacks in the first place, you know? What was the point? Anyway, 10 stacks as well, you do get a lot of value just by upgrading it at that point. Obviously, you do then want to stay alive for the majority of the game, and they're going to try and take these 10 stacks away. Raptor is here. They have Kellen in the area as well. Now I'm going once again, moving outside of his base, which has been dangerous in the past. As the rest of his bros over here, though, is Gideon thinking about trying to find an angle. And the Baron is up. It's the Owl Baron.
Yep.
Not the Hoonie Baron or the Terry Baron.
Thank you, Owl. Owl loves bowling. That's what we've learned.
Yeah, I think that's what it's about. All right.
Whenever I think of Owl, all I think of is, you know, Owl's Toy Barn from Toy Story? You know, the chicken guy?
Ah, yeah. I always think of Paul Simon and his song, something about You Can Call Me Owl. I know that's not Owl, it's Owl, but it still sounds similar in my brain. It's a banger song, though.
Yeah.
Really good album. I know most people have never heard it before in their lives because it's extraordinarily old, but...
Just like you.
Yeah. You know, he was half of Simon and Garfunkel, you know?
Yeah.
That's pretty iconic. Surely that's enough. And we've got an image of Owl's Toy Barn on the screen.
There we go.
Fantastic. All right, Taeun with a 4th bullet at the ready and no one to shoot it with. And that kind of feels like where we're at right now. 3,000 gold lead for the bros. And they have slowed this one down.
They're brewing. They're just trying to take the time, you know? No rush.
Yeah.
There is a dragon coming up in 15 seconds. I imagine this is the point we get some additional momentum.
All right.
Recall coming in from Clear. I believe he's going to be able to complete his next item.
Is that the Owl promise? That we're going to get some more action?
Yes.
All right. Here we go. Oh, thank you very much, Owl. As in goes Namgung. Trying to get into that backline on top of Taeun. They might be able to take down the Camille, but even that is taking forever. Raptor goes down first as Clear finally gets the job done. The rest of the bros, though, find themselves in an awkward spot. Gideon should be going down to the Arcane Storm, and now it is raging throughout their jungle. The rest of the bros just couldn't get in.
I feel like Namgun is playing this Camille as if he has a Galio on his team. Like, he's diving in so deep, but it's like, who is there to follow that immediately?
He doesn't have a lot of respect for his own life in this game.
He is
what I'm seeing.
Not a KDA player. I can say that for sure. And we've seen this adaptation where instead of going with the Blood Song for the damage, you just go Celestial Opposition so you can do this. Doesn't land the stun, but then does get the ult in to separate. Kellen even uses his ult to try and keep his AD carry alive. And Raptor's caught in the crossfire. But neither Casting nor Vikla were here at the start. Vikla comes in with a full set of cooldowns, and thanks to Kellen's flash, they do take out Gideon. I imagine that will set them up for a good position for this dragon, but it looks like everyone just respawned. Gideon is late, though.
Yeah, Teddy in trouble. Does have Valkyrie, so he's going to be able to make his way out. Oh, Deadly Flourish. Pretty close, but not close enough.
Roma. He's roamed round. Yeah.
We should have known, based on his name, that he was going to do that, but instead we know because we have spectator vision.
Okay, Teddy's oh, they spotted him.
Oh, BNK Furex knew as well.
They sensed something.
They read it. They were like, he's the Roma, though.
They sensed something spooky. Perhaps a poltergeist was ready.
Yeah, see?
It fits so well.
If only it was called something else, and then BNK FearX may not have known. As it turns out, they did.
Well, it looks like we didn't get as much action as we'd hoped for.
I mean, at least it was a team fight immediately after you said we were going to get it. That's
True.
a caster blessing.
I did promise some, but in the end, BNK FearX control it. Managed to secure another Ocean Dragon. One away from Soul. Feels pretty good. That Jack Show's come through for the Kasante, so he's very tanky.
Pretty scary. So the Bros retain a lead, but it feels like every time they're going for a fight, they just can't do enough outside of killing maybe one person, and then the core is still there.
Yeah.
And the lock can't stick around. You're just not durable enough to stand toe-to-toe with these guys. Although,
he's
Death
gone
Cap, third item?
If he goes Death Cap in a Medjai's, it's so based, and he will just one-shot people, but he'll also be completely paper.
Oh, yeah. Like,
Which,
I don't, like,
maybe
the
that's how you
Baron
have
could
to
look at
play
him
it.
and he'd die.
Yeah, maybe that's just how you have to play it.
Yeah, maybe that's just the new thing. This is the new lock. Well, Kellen, he might be taken down here. He is Shen, somewhat durable, but he does get caught in the ultimatum and doesn't really have a response. Namgung is obviously just going to die as well, but he wanted it that way, as we knew from a very long time ago. Cataclysm does get Teddy in there. The Arcane Storm goes down, he flashes away. Gideon's just dead, and Raptor survives. And the Shock Blast, it goes wide. Casting was trying to be the hero, but it doesn't work. The Arcane Storm was wrecking Teddy as well, and the backside of that fight is now Casting. Oh God, the Bros are kind of falling apart here. Unfortunately, as now Casting's looking to try and take matters into his own hands, but Clear says no, just pushes him away, says, step off, my friend.
Him going down, really giving up a lot of control in this Baron area, but I think FearX still hesitant about starting it up, getting up in 15 seconds. This is just par for the course. We see Namgun go in, they get a kill, but he dies. The problem is when more people start to die. Gideon gets put out here, uses the safeguard, but that just means it's an easy Cataclysm into the Arcane Storm. They even get Teddy's flash for it. And then Casting ends up in this position where he's like, oh, I can flank, I can find the kill. Oh, I'm out of position. I have nowhere to go.
Yeah, and Roma just kind of wasn't there at all. It was a little bit of a shame. And yeah, Kasante, like, this is the whole point of this comp, is outlast you in both the team fights and the game, right? Because Clear will just be the only durable one that is left up and available, because everyone on the Bros is just so incredibly squishy.
Yeah. Well, 2 minutes until that Dragon Soul is on the card. The gold lead isn't crazy, to be fair, at this point.
Nope. Cataclysm does come down though, and there is the X-Deck Ultimatum. Teddy is still there, trying to get that damage through. Namgung just barely living, and Clear not going to quite find his way in. Possible kickback angle there for Gideon, but doesn't elect to do so onto the Kasante.
You know what?
He was very tanky.
I'm going to call that a little bit close, Namgun, right there.
Deathcap's done, by the way.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my God. Well, he's got some damage statistics, everyone.
And there's not even any real MR yet on Clear, who only has a null magic. And I guess Jack Show does give MR, but...
Yeah, Roma's like, checkmate. You might have tanks, but I have enough damage to kill them.
Yeah, I think once he gets an MR, I mean, he'll feel better. But I think at this point, Roma still does pretty hefty damage to him. He'll have a good amount of MR from the Jack Show, but like, Bladed Steel Caps, Iceborne Gauntlet, the armor side of the Jack Show not really helping out against the lock. So that's the main focus point, I feel like, right now for BNK FearX is deal with the threat of Roma. If he gets on your backline and jumps, it could be a problem. And we're actually getting the Zeeks coming out for Clear.
That's a cute one.
Have extra burn after you ult.
And there is now 45 seconds until this Ocean Soul is up and available. And I think that the whole conversation about MR and armor and health and all that sort of stuff is going to matter a little bit less after they do lock that one down. The 3-stack of the Oceans into the Soul. I mean, none of this spoke is going to stick. It's going to have to be all-ins from the Bros.
Nicholas stuck on 3 rods. No Rabadons. That feels pretty bad for him.
All right, a possible angle here for the Bros. If they can get Roma into a position to do lots and lots of damage. Right now, looking for a bit of a flank angle.
They just have a Shock Blast on Taeyong, but he's healed the health back up pretty quickly.
These Qs Not going to quite connect here from Gideon so far, but the rockets are landing. That shock blast needed to, though. And they are just dancing. Getting out of the way of the rockets. Shock blast not hitting. That Q does come in. Raptor is not the target they're looking for.
Roma spotted out, trying to hide in that brush there. With it being an Ocean Rift, a lot more brushes to hide in. He has a pretty good position. If they ever move on the Baron, he's just such a threat, just hovering around there. So Kellen's going to move over and I assume get a ward down. Or just control the space.
Yeah, this cheeky ward in the back of the pit, always a good one. If you are on the blue side, as Clear was thinking about an angle, Deadly Flourish is going to get buffered nicely by Namgung. Raptor throwing flags around, no one committing to this dragon just yet.
Feels so tense, but BNK Fear-X is going to say, look, it's our turn. We're going to start it up. Challenges if you can.
Let's see whether they actually do. Gideon gets into the back of the pit, unbeknownst to BNK for now. Shock blasts do come down. They now know that Gideon is there. As Roma clearing out vision where he can. Doesn't actually see that ward. Oh, never mind, he does. Now looking for these nails, but don't quite get him. Gideon goes in, 3,000 health on the dragon. There's the kick away. They're looking to burst it, and there it is. Gideon locks up the Drake, but can he keep himself alive? That's the question. Safeguard says yes, as he tries to get himself out. Teddy there with the rockets, and they just want to disengage. Roma, are you going to join the fight? That is the question, as Namgung may need to sacrifice himself. Clear trying to get himself in as Gideon. Another safeguard away in Namgung. He is going to do it. The sacrificial Camille for the dragon. And the bros get away. They still have a gold lead.
They got the dragon, still have a gold lead. Namgung died, which seems like something they want to happen at this point.
He does like that.
Yeah, so I think it's ticking the boxes here.
Yeah. What's legendary backwards? Because that's where Namgung's going.
Urad Negel?
Thank you so much for going for it. I really needed that. Oh, beautiful. All right, speaking of legendary, what a legendary escape here for the bros.
Yep, some good blocking off those shots. I was a little bit concerned for Gideon there. But just disengaging, and then Namgun said, guys, leave me behind. He's like, don't you just want to leave me behind? okay, bro. Whatever.
Maybe you could have got out. No! Save yourself!
They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother. But you're always in the wreckage. Why is always you in the wreckage? Let someone else be in the wreckage.
You keep respawning.
You live in the wreckage at this point.
Yeah. If wreckage is home, then it's not the same thing. But they would definitely expect one in the wreckage if you're always in the wreckage.
It's very typical to have one in the wreckage.
You're the reason why they expect him in the wreckage. Oh, man. All right, sorry, Bane. That's enough. Making fun of you. As the bros, 2,300 gold in the lead now. Baron up and available. I still don't think they're going to win. I want to sort of, I don't know, break the fourth wall a little bit here. I still think the BNK are probably going to win this game.
Okay.
I just think that the composition makes more sense
just
and
brought,
stuff.
He just brought Medjai's. We're so back.
All right, never mind. I'm back
his
on the
name
Bro
is
Hype train.
Roma. He has 4 items, if you include boots, items that improve his movement speed.
I really do need to see his, like, I need them to click on him so I can see the number. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't need this one.
Not that one.
Where is he? 390.
Oh, that's
the
Victor. Yeah.
But now Gideon getting Arcane Stormed. And not too much going to come of it. Oh, never mind. Tane finds the angle, and they get rid of the GA. Roma is running away, but there's a safeguard provided by Namgung. A possible way for him to get to that reverse legendary is Roma. An awkward spot here, but is able to get himself to safety.
I just love how quick Roma is, and the Jin shots are coming in, just can't hit him. But with Gideon losing his GA and being low HP, it's going to make contesting Baron that much harder.
Yeah, well, they do just engage onto Roma. He gets pulled out and he's dead midair. There goes those Magi stacks. They're looking to try and trade for clear, though, and Casting finds it with the W. Now the body of the Jarvan gets kicked back, but he goes down to GA. And already 3 are dead on the side of the bros. And yes, they...
Oh, he stuck it midair! Oh, no!
That is not the way Casting wanted to go out, although it did look very, very cool.
That was sick.
Namgung's the only one alive! What the hell is this?
I thought Maybe he needed to be in the wreckage. Maybe that was the whole point.
It was either him or everyone.
Oh, with him not in the wreckage, it's all falling apart for the bros. BNK Fearx with the gold lead now. Vic was very strong. Medjay stacks in the bin.
I think the Magi is going to be in the bin as well.
And here, I think just a little overconfident. Gets CC chain, does press W during the CC, but just a bit too much. Too much CC, too much damage. And here they managed to take out Clear, but trapped in the Cataclysm with no flash is not a good fate for a Corki. And in this moment, so the gravity field stacks up on him here, and then when he re-enters to lead, just gets stunned mid-air. That's a sort of interaction that you'll just never see in like 1,000 games of League, because, you know, being in the gravity field for a bit, leaving, then jumping back into it is a pretty rare occurrence, but
it did look very, very cool.
It did look, it's kind of looked like a Petrifying Gaze sort of vibe, where they're jumping on you and you're like, stop right there.
Thank you very much. I need somebody, never mind. BNK Fearx, Clear taking some damage here in the river. As casting with the Shock Blast. Not really doing that much damage now though. Still the bros, they get onto the map, they haven't lost their inhibitor, and they can fight for this dragon. Namgung gets a stun onto Clear. Whoa! Romer is there. Clear is, I mean, Namgung's very dead. He's rectified the situation. He is currently in the wreckage.
And you know what? No one else died, so...
True.
Ignoring the fact the Ocean Soul went over.
Apart from the dragon, yeah.
I think job well done for Namgun. He's definitely firmly in the wreckage right now.
He's certainly no, whatever. He's got that. The reverse legendary has come in. BNK Fearx are just going to push down this bottom lane. They do have Raptor splitting in mid, trying to deal with Romer at the minute. He's got an arm guard. I mean, there's some utility that he's finally purchased for himself, and Raptor actually taking a lot of damage. And the Poltergeist not going to do anything, or the Purgatory, depending on whether you want to be correct or not. The correct option, obviously, being Poltergeist. And the bros now just wanting to lick their wounds.
You know, I think the bro and brew approach in this game with these compositions,
yes,
perhaps not the correct approach.
Well, I also think that if you're going to do the bro and brew approach, you want everyone doing it. And Namgung has been doing a different approach.
Namgung looked like he had a bit too much caffeine. I think.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe a bit sensitive to it, but yeah, I've liked the energy. I've appreciated the vibes. What could have been a slower game was definitely not.
True.
So he never stopped trying. That's the thing, right? If you end the game 0-3, that just means you stop trying.
True.
Namgun he's gonna keep trying.
I love that quote.
Yeah.
It's the best. Just keep dying, man. All right.
He's looking for a 1v1 against Clear. I'm analyzing the state of the game, the levels, the items. And no, he does not win that. So he's gonna
the odds of success are low.
Yeah.
But are they zero?
Yeah, I actually think so.
Oh, okay, never mind. So you're not telling me he has a chance?
No, I think that matchup I think even if Clear stands still, I think Namgun will passively die.
Just kills himself to the Thorn Man.
Yeah, I actually think
no. All right, Shock Blast.
Oh, he's on the mega flank though.
Okay. There's a control ward.
Yeah, will he circumvent it? He can actually hug... No, he did not. I was saying maybe he can hug the wall.
Well, Gideon's still going to go in and then explodes. He's down to the GA though, possibly. There's another chance. He still gets on top of Tayan. Can they get the kick? They got him! There it is! The triple kill for Roma! Clear going to die as well! And Vikla's dead. It's a pentakill! And the bros may have just stolen the game!
May have just so they can go for the end! They found the play! Namgun finds the play! This is the greatest 0-9 Camille you have ever seen!
I actually think he may be the greatest player to ever exist since Beryl left the LCK! What an unbelievable engage angle! And look at the laugh out of Roma. He's like, easiest penta of my life. Thank you, Namgung. And he is in the wreckage, but the wreckage is labeled BNK Fearx.
What a sacrifice! Namgun just locked in, finds the play, the team is there to follow up, and I don't know who was responsible. I don't know who put that last little bit of bro tax in, but it certainly worked.
Yeah, I'm in a scan. I'm going back. I'm seeing where the last bro tax was. Here it was. Blonde Bunny put in some bro tax. Is there another one? Here's another one. Hitomi Yuna put in 1,000 as well.
I mean, it was the tipping point. They were right at the cusp. That little bit gets you over the line, boom, we're winning the game. It just shows how quickly things can turn around.
And how much bro tax matters.
Yeah.
Because that looked like a very methodical push to end from B&K FearX. And then Namgung said, oh, wait, did we hit the threshold? Oh, we've done it? All right, well, here is the bid war incentive. We're gonna win the game right now. My God, what an incredible ending that was as the bros pick up game number one.
There we go!
And see, this guy knew. You guys at home knew because obviously you paid enough to get us over the line at the very end. Time to take a short break. When we get back, the space gonna break down that joy of a game one. And we've got more, obviously, of this incredible series.
카메라 위치 보고 이제 걸자 얘들아 우리.
갈게.
라클 하면서 보면 라클. 이제 더블 없어.
카메라 좀 기다리면서.
야 괜찮을 것 같아. 올 수 있어? 야 보자 잘한부터. 야 볼게.
얘들아 진바주 생각해줘.
아 진바주 진보자 진진. 진바주 진진.
야 진진.
맞아. 나 밑으로.
걸어볼게.
야 밑에. 오 나이스 펜타킬.
제발
나이스. 야 끝난 것 같아.
아야 끝났어.
아 천천히 끝났어.
네 빨리 와서.
아 봐줄게. 끝나는 것 같아.
This is a Mumu. A Mumu couldn't figure out what items to buy, so he left his base without them. This is widely regarded as a bad move.
Inevitably.
The Rift is a dangerous place when you're unprepared, so you'll need to stock up on the strongest items Runeterra has to offer. Here's what you should keep in mind when perusing the shopkeeper's wares. If you're heading to the jungle, you'll need to buy the Hunter's Machete and some health potions to survive your first clear. Most other champions do well with some Boots of Speed and health potions to get right into the action. Just remember that you only need one boot item for your build. I know you want to go fast, but you don't get extra movement speed after your first set. So pick the style of boot that works best for you and stick with it.
Okay.
When buying items, start with what your champion wants to do most. Dealing tons of attack damage, go for Trinity Force or Infinity Edge. Casting powerful magical abilities, Deathfire Grasp and Rod of Ages have you covered. Trying to become an unkillable tank? Sunfire Cape has the health you're looking for. And if you're a jungler, you should probably upgrade your Hunter's Machete into Spirit Stone or a Madrid's item. If you're a support, your budget's going to be pretty tight, so it's important to make the most of each purchase. Items like Heart of Gold and Philosopher's Stone give you extra gold generation, which can make up for all that farm you definitely aren't taking. You'll also want to get items like Sightstone that give you a pool of wards to use instead of having to buy each one individually. Once you've finished building your first item, start thinking about what the enemy team does well and what you need to counter it. For example, Banshee's Veil gives you a spell shield that fully blocks the next enemy ability, making it a perfect answer to champions like Annie, who thrive on burst damage. Once you've finished your responsible shopping, feel free to check out some more creative purchases. Niche items like Banner of Command could catch your opponents off guard and shift the game in your favor. You never know until you try, so get out there, experiment, and find the perfect build for your champion and playstyle.
A clever fox is never caught.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Gon' get it, yeah. Let's get it now. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here in the midst of Rise Group where, of course, B&K FearX were able to close out a clean, easy win in game. No, they weren't. Actually, Bro just waited, hid on Bush. Namgung, after dying 9 times during the game, gets 1 engage on the enemy AD carry and just wins the game.
Let's talk about the draft because there's a lot to go over here. This is a good lock angle. This is how you draft lock. What you want to do with lock is have pressure in your lanes. You got a Corki pushing bottom lane as long as the laning phase goes well and you don't end up getting taunted every time you go for a hook shot engage. On paper, should be a pretty strong lane to play through. And you have Jason to Cassante on the top side, so you got pressure there as well. And what you want to do is roam. You want to roam, drop your ultimate on the enemies, and get the last hits and just farm hard and become an unstoppable force. If your mid laner's name is Roamer and you got a draft like this, it looks like you put it all together, but the execution was a little bit shaky on the bottom side. The kill pick wasn't doing the heavy lifting it was supposed to.
Yeah, and then especially adding a little bit, it's like you just talk about the Rogue's win condition at the early timer, but I think Rogue needs the targeting CC, like a common ult, buy ult, or even Jarmo. It's not a targeting, but it's a helping Rogue's ult conditioning difficulty very low. But
lockdown, so to speak. Yeah,
lockdown.
I think you might be onto something because we have seen a lot of fights where Wolf was just calling Locke a cheerleader where they didn't have any kind of engage and the fights were all over the place. But there were some moments where Bro had some stuff going in this game. We can look at highlight number 1 where they did actually do a good job here on this.
He's not cheerleading. He's not only cheerleading.
Yeah, and then the ward was quite important because the top side Rock roamed, and then Jace only has the TP. I think BFX was actually didn't think about the Jace TP a lot at this timer because of the Cosmic Horizon, I think. Cosmic. So that happens to the 4v5 fight, and then we could see the Camel just goes in and Rock throws the ulti, and then the fight is just over there.
All you have to do as Locke is wait for your team to do the heavy lifting, come in and press one combo, and get money. That's how you play Locke. That's actually the champion. If your team isn't doing it, which is what happens from every moment from this moment until the winning fight at the end, Rumor has a ton of money. He's giga farmed. He has his death cap online, even put together a Magi Soul Stealer, but he's just like, I'm waiting, I'm looking for the angle. Where's my angle? I'm trying to drop my ult down and get a bunch of kills. And that's why I've coined him the cheerleader, because if his team isn't doing well, he's just gonna walk away.
Yeah, so that's why I think Namgoong's job was very important, but I think Namgoong was having a tough time, so that makes Roma's life or job is a little bit different there. But it actually turns to the game 2, like highlight 2 at there. It's like an endable game there.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. You want to take a look at that highlight? You want to cue it up, Valdez? All right, he nodded, and we're going to take that as a yes. So the game looks like it is won. They're pushing in. They've got good siege here. The setup is pretty strong. Namgoong, he's missing. They don't know where he is necessarily.
Hide on bush.
Yeah.
Hide on lane.
Hide on pocket of lack of vision because there is no wave here. That's the main issue. This next wave crashes through, but watch what happens when Gideon goes in here to bait them.
Yeah. I think it was very important because Camel actually showed at the pink court vision, but enemy team couldn't see the Camel because the Lee Sin was coming in. They probably thought Gideon was just inting, but it was his plan.
But look at this comp when it all works together as well. All the burst damage coming through from the Jace, and then when you have Storm Surge, that execute threshold on top of Locke's execute with his ultimate just pops everyone in a matter of less than a second. It's a pentakill.
And then the fight was over in like 10 seconds. It's
No,
like,
I mean, not even 10. Like, the quadra kill was like in a second and a half,
Yeah.
and then the penta took a little bit longer.
yeah, it's just including the Panda. And then the game was like, wow, this game ends like this way, and then like, oh, Hanjin Breon, their team comp actually makes sense. And then I can see that why the Camille was very important and Rock is very important.
If you go back and watch the ending moments where they got super hyped, they're yelling and stuff, and watch Namgoong's player camera, you can tell he knows he did not have the game he was looking for, right? Pretty big underperformance on one of his better champions, to be honest. Like, he has had some really good Camille games. This was not one of them. But he isn't celebrating because I think he knows while he made that heroic play to save the game, a lot of the reason why they weren't able to control the mid and late game was because he wasn't finding those angles and was constantly getting caught trying to search for them.
Yeah, speaking of that, if everyone is curious about what Namgoong did at the early, like look at the bot lane at level 1 to 3 and to the Raptor fight, that's why Namgoong is very depressed at himself and he's going to review himself and come back at game 2.
Yeah, Umti was not happy about it.
It's true. I mean, it was
a little tough. It was a little tough.
As you said, Namgoong knew it too. Like, that was a really rough game, and at the end of the day, he did his job. He's Camille. You press your R button, you set up your assassin to one-tap somebody. Do you want to say something before we head off?
I didn't know Oof could read the people's mind there. What a good cycle.
I just, I am very, especially pro gamers, I can see what they're thinking.
Yeah.
So, you're still pro level in my mind, Umti.
Okay.
Wolfstradamus for a reason. Let's go back to AA for the cast of Game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I think you're a bit too hard on good old Namgoong. Do you know what he was doing? He was luring them into a false sense of security. He was like, how many times do I need to die for them to not think that I am a threat? It was 8. It was 8, actually, that was required to happen. We were waiting for it, and we knew that it was important. We just didn't know why until he showed us. And it was beautiful when he did.
There's a very thin line between genius and madness, and I think he was just walking along that line.
Yep.
On the scissors as well, which makes it really difficult. But I think for being BFX, that is a tough game to lose. And also the way in which they lost it, because even if they lose that fight, they don't lose unless they get wiped. Yeah, because it took so long for Bro to go mid, push the wave up and everything. If the fight was even remotely close, if people survived, it wouldn't have been a game end there. But because it was just, as the space said, an instantaneous team fight win, 4 dead in a moment, 5 shortly after, it meant they could just rush mid and end. And it's got to be frustrating to be so close and to lose that game 1. And I'm hoping B&K FearX can just kind of reset and not let it rest on their minds.
Yeah, they will need to bounce back after that one. The Bros also probably knowing that things didn't necessarily go their way until it did. And unless that was in fact their plan, then they will also probably need to do some adjustments moving into this one. So certainly probably some coaching words to be had on both sides. As Coach Song and Edo would have been, yes, with a lot of things to say. The Akali going to be taken away from Roma.
Oh, so they want the Cassiopeia here, or at least to force the ban. So this is a difficult position for Hanjin Brion.
So it's Cassio or Vi, I guess, is the option here.
So your choice is you ban one, they get the other, or you leave them both open, they get one, and you take the other yourselves.
Let's see what they do decide to go with here. Roma's choice. They will ban the Bard instead. So the idea is give away the both of them and take what's left.
I think they're expecting, because B&K FearX banned the Akali, they're going to go for the Cassio. And Bard being down when you're wanting to play Vi feels pretty good.
Yeah.
Because Bard, obviously, just throw out a bottle on top of when you're ulting a target is not a fun time. Kind of destroys everything you're trying to do on that champion.
Well, the Cassio is the hover at the minute, and they switch to the Vi at the last second. So Raptor will be taking that one. See whether Vikla does want to play the Vi Ari or something like that, but instead, we've got Rumble immediately locked in. Could just be Rumble Cassio. Yeah. That is going to be the choice.
Now for B&K FearX, your choices are kind of, do you take a bot lane here? Or do you look towards getting a matchup into the Cassiopeia? You could go for the Ezreal is available, so you could just secure that here and now. In terms of picks for Vikla, Syndra's been pretty popular into the Cassiopeia. It looks like he's going to pick that one up.
Yeah, okay. So pretty comfortable mid-jungle, but we haven't seen it really have legs. The Syndra as far as getting into the late game and really hard carrying. The Ambessa certainly can, though. That is what Clear is going to be taking into the Rumble matchup. Seen this go both ways. I believe it's something that Doran kind of started doing over and over again whenever Rumble got through.
Yeah,
I think found some success.
After they buffed her healing that she gets at level 6, I feel like the matchup's gotten a lot more comfortable because you hit that point and you're suddenly in a great position. Hanjin Brion gonna go for the Pantheon, which probably jungle, but not definitely. We could see Namgun bring it out.
That's a really good point.
But does mean they have a pick at least to go to if the jungle pool gets thinned out. But I imagine B&K FearX will assume it's jungle and start banning away towards the bot lane. Ezreal just slipping through this draft and will be banned now. I think it would have done a lot of favors for Hanjin Brion just to be able to outrange the composition that B&K FearX has so far.
Yeah, Lulu already taken off the board. Will it be another 80 carry ban? Is there anything else that they're really scared of? I think the Caitlyn is relatively high up there if you're looking at actual 80 carries, but we've seen Sivir find some success as well. I think in this Hanjin Brion composition, I feel like Sivir would kind of work. And the Sivir is going to be banned away. Yeah, they're pretty low range, so I think that does make some sense to get rid of it.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been honestly tricky for Hanjin Brion to play just because Syndra can just ult you. If you're in auto range, Vi can ult you and then smite on the way. So you can find it tricky. I think having an 80 carry with longer range for Hanjin Brion might end up being pretty important here if you want to have a good amount of value.
Well, will it be a Caitlyn lock-in for Teddy or something else?
Honestly, I wouldn't even hate like an MF here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You've got a lot of combo potential. You could even pick up a support like Rel or something. Have a bit of wombo. It depends what Teddy wants to lean towards. Going to start off by picking up the Leona instead.
Okay. Leona will be the lock-in. I am pretty sure, because the timer has run out. There it is. Leona will be locked. Now, Tane and Kellen, what are we going to be playing towards that bottom side of the map? They could just do it. You know, you could just slam a Caitlyn Lux or something like that. But Lux into the Leona, I feel, is kind of difficult because you just get so tanky with the Eclipse.
Yeah. And they're looking at a Varus here. Okay, maybe not a Varus. Seeing a move away from mages in the bot lane, but it looks like it might just be the Ziggs coming through. Also denies it a little bit. I mean, to be honest, I don't think Hanji and Brion are going to play it with double AP solo lanes, but Ziggs pretty good with Leona. And then in terms of support, a lot of options.
Rel?
Alice has been pretty popular recently.
Oh, that's a good
matchup
point.
with Leona. The bonus movement speed he got given is nice, but looks like they are just going to slam the Rel.
All right. So what are we taking into the Ziggs? That's the question. Ah, yes, Vayne. The very usual choice. Namgung does like to hover some random stuff. Let's see what Teddy wants to do. Twitch would be so funny. Oh, this would make him so divey. This is one of Teddy's favorite champs. And yeah, Namgung's hovering a bunch of stuff, but could actually see this happening. And they do lock it in. There is the Kai'Sa for Teddy.
Yep, so has the potential to dive in. If you get someone to connect onto the Ziggs, you can just delete him. Can be a bit annoying in that regard, playing the Ziggs into Kai'Sa, but early lane you should have the pressure, should just be able to keep throwing bouncing bombs at his head. I think here, Hanji and Brion have a lot of team fighting power, but I think BNK do as well. I think ultimately though, it just comes down to how the lanes are going to play out. I feel like the advantage goes over to BNK in the bot lane, but solo laners in the early levels, I think Hanji and Brion does have that edge. And often when there's an edge at certain levels, but it tips the other way at certain points, I think the jungle impact is going to be pretty massive. Vi and Pantheon also two junglers who like to get started early.
Yeah, and we'll have to see who is going to be able to find the successful gank in this particular game. I'm personally just hoping that we make it to a third, because that first one, even though there were some slow patches, it was building to such a beautiful moment, and we might be able to get 2 such moments throughout this series in the future, from now. As here are your compositions. I do like what the bros have put together. A 2-0 isn't off the table. BNK Fearex, a lot of firepower here. A very different idea for this composition as well. We'll see whether this one works better this time around. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Over the Rift for the second game of this series. First one ended with a bang. If you did miss it, if you're just tuning in, then going back and having a look at what happened there would be great. We'll wait for you. Nah, just kidding, we won't. But maybe they left already and they thought that we were waiting. That would have been funny. Orcs is still waiting.
Yeah, just seeing what the junglers are doing. Both of them going for invades on the opposite rafters. Which I feel like for the Kai'Sa does not bode well.
It's a good point. Although, are you that scared of the Ziggs sort of killing you and pushing you out of lane?
I think it's just more they'll have the constant pressure, and then you're not going to get any jungle backup, and there's a looming threat. If you want to go aggressive and look for an all-in, there's the looming threat off the jungler. It's actually a cleanse for Teddy, which is a bit weird, because I feel like there's not a ton of cleanse value in this game.
It's yeah, Shattering Strike and Scatter the Weak.
Yeah, which, I mean, there may be a situation where you're saved when you get hit by Shattering Strike, but cleanse into Rel isn't really like a massively done thing, because a lot of it's knockups or the drag from the Magna Storm. And then Syndra, I think if you get hit by a Syndra stun, you got other issues.
Yeah, that's a good point. See whether he gets any use out of it.
Maybe the mindset is, these will be useful, and this summoner will be useful in a team fight. Our lane is going to be pretty passive.
And I can understand it. We've also had a relatively passive start to the series. Man, Casting going to overheat. And Clear just gets himself the heck out of there, understandably so.
Yeah.
With a fair bit of push here in this bottom lane.
Clear and Vikla just need to weather the storm for a bit. Once Syndra gets to the point where she's got multiple Qs, a bit of mana behind it, can just clear the wave and not interact as much with Cassiopeia, maybe set up a gank. Clear, it's really about getting to that level 6 point where you're going to feel much better in the matchup. And bot lane, it's honestly just waiting for a moment for BNK to misstep. If Taeyun is in the wrong position, He has no cleanse. If you get on top of him, you can definitely punish him. But if you don't find a window, then level 6 can be a big turning point. Level 6 from Kai'Sa is really annoying for a Ziggs because you want to throw your skill shots out. That's a big portion. I mean, all your damage is skill shots. If you throw a Q or an ult, and then she ults and it all misses, very hard to do well in an all-in.
Well, Casting is going to get a flash out of clear already. And I think already this round, Casting has been the best Rumble that I've seen here in the LCK. He has been unbelievable at this champion. And that seems to be continuing here as he gets the teleport and the flash out of clear.
And he's still so healthy, so he can even put some pressure down on a clear again and then recall and TP, and the clear is just in a miserable position.
Yeah, does at least have some shoes. Might be able to dodge a harpoon this time around as Kellen, with the Aftershock, will be able to walk this one off quite comfortably, but Roma gets that wave shoved in and even chases after the horse pants lady. Taeyeon, though, just shoves another wave. Teddy going to at least be able to pick this one up. The satchel is going to make things a little bit annoying. Miasma down in the mid lane. Not too much coming from it. Don't know where that Noxious Blast was going. But Vikla is also not going to be able to find the Dark Sphere. Okay, Taeyeon, it's now time to go back to base. He's ran out of blue things. And Teddy will get some respite as he looks to take this one down.
Oh, nice
dodge. Yeah, actually intercepts it.
Oh, slick from Kellen. I would have been very annoyed if I was in Taeyeon's position. I got hit by the Void Seeker. Kellen even trying to pull the wave as well to get a push into Taeyeon, who's just TP'd back. Wait, this could be an overstep from Namgoon.
Yeah, he's actually going to get pulled back here and then back even further. Namgoon does have to flash, get himself out of the way there. No, never mind. It was just a Zenith Blade.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Chunked out, and he was probably going to recall anyway, but that does mean he's out of the lane for a little bit. Not a big deal, to be honest, at the end of the, not the end of the world, but allows Taeyeon to have a pretty big wave stacked up and Teddy on his own to defend against this.
Yeah, now Roma is doing what his name says. They're looking to play towards the lane that is very much winning.
Oh, flash this, and Equalizer has just come in. Raptor's going for the dragon. If Clear walks up, he is just dead.
Yeah, and they also see the fact that the dragon is being pulled, so they know there is no jungler here. So this is guaranteed plates. This cannon is going to go completely wide. Clear, I mean, it's heads up. The fact that he doesn't go to that turret, but he still can't get to the turret. Yeah. So it's still bad.
It was a great read, but he's still in a really unfortunate position. And the problem is, when do you stop this? He's decided seeing the Cassiopeia mid is enough.
Yeah, there's the flash in from Gideon. The red carpet is laid out and Casting flashing for this one. They really do want to lock down this kill. And there it is! Stacked up Q gonna do it from Gideon, and down goes the Ambessa for first blood.
It's just really hard to fault Clear for that, because he did the correct thing, backing off and waiting. He spotted Roma mid and was like, look, if I stand here in this brush for the rest of the game, we're definitely losing. But unfortunately, Gideon and Casting play pretty well. Now, though, Roma in trouble.
Yeah, Cease and Desist comes in onto Roma. The flash crashdown comes down as well. And there's the Unleashed Power. Outplay this, says Vikla. And down will go the Cassio. Somehow Kellen was the one that got the kill, though.
I think maybe Aftershock Explosion. Not ideal for Kellen to be the one picking it up. Obviously, would have loved to get down Vikla, but a kill is a kill. Good setup from BNK FearX, but a lot committed there. Actually, it was only the flash from Kellen. Raptor didn't have the flash to get in range. I mean, he's waited around. Gideon cancels a recall. He's trying to see if he can get to the turret and soak XP for 6, but realizes he can't reach in time. Tries to back off. And, I mean, it is close, but Pantheon just does so much damage when you're low HP with the execute. And then here, it was a Peacemaker into
Ballbreaker,
the
yeah.
Ballbreaker, not Peacemaker, yeah.
Peacebreaker.
It does do that. Did break the piece.
Okay. So in the end, 1 for 1. And about a 500 gold lead here for the Bros. Money in an awkward spot, you could say, for BNK FearX, but I think pretty happy to keep things competitive and to take Roma out of that lane.
The main problem is just this discrepancy in top lane. Puts you in a really tough spot. I talked about the level 6 being a point of reprieve for the Ambessa. It doesn't really apply if you're this far behind.
Yeah, it does at least have a Null Magic Mantle, but that puts you further behind on the Eclipse buy as well. There are a lot of things that do factor into this, trying to mitigate the power of this Rumble. And even then, it might not be enough, as he is currently 25 CS in the lead as well. Equalizer now coming back off cooldown. A scary moment as the back does actually get channeled here by Gideon, despite the bad guys kind of being everywhere. Next Dragon, 2.5 minutes approximately. First one was taken by BNK FearX, obviously in trade for that top lane play. So that is that. And honestly, I think that does make up for the slight gold lead that the Bros have.
His
game
thing,
very even.
Max,
yes.
Grubs are up. And Gideon's in the game.
Oh, he is too. And you can see Raptor is trying to take some grubs. I don't think Gideon's too happy about that. You're going to miss, though, as Roma does need to deal with this force of will. All right, as soon as casting comes down, I mean, these two grubs belong to the Bros.
Yeah, I mean, they belong to Gideon anyway. Raptor was the one who stole one away.
Yeah.
It's not Raptor grubs. Raptor has his own camp.
Exactly. Take your Raptors. And he already stole the enemy Raptors so far this game. Okay, so yep, that does make sense. Majority of the grubs going over to Gideon grubs. And the majority of the Raptors going over to Raptor, who is then backing, as I said that, in the Raptor camp. Isn't it beautiful?
That's where he belongs.
Very nice how
that piece there.
The story comes together. Okay, what's the vibe you're getting from this game? I'm struggling to kind of catch it. The tempo vibes are off.
Worried about this Rumble. In terms of going into this Rumble. His clear's already pretty far behind, and he's not going to easily regain control of the lane, and then if casting just gets further and further ahead, he will be a problem.
All right, well, Raptor is now going to look for a bit of a counter. Clear does have public execution. Casting is just going to light him on fire, though. And this is looking tough.
Yeah.
The steel caps are also just so useful into both the Ambessa and the Vi.
Good pickup.
It's a tough first buy. Even Huni was okay with the steel caps buy last time.
Does that mean the game has changed or has Huni changed?
I think a bit of both. Column A, column B.
Yeah. They are trying to set up, they were not confident to go for the 2v1, so they set up more numbers. Will Hanshin Brig at the read? I do want to note that like BNK FearX have a ton of vision out on the map. You can see those 3 wards in Hanshin Brion's red side jungle. So they should spot out Gideon in a second here, but they've already backed off on that play on the top side. And it's just going to be Gideon going for the scuttle.
Yep, we'll be able to claim that one. 25 seconds until this dragon is up and available. The Bros will have irremovable vision around there when it does spawn. Namgun clearing out some wards himself. Twin Fang's sinking in here as Vikla taking a lot of damage, as we can see. Have to be careful of this Cassiopeia and being in range of her, as there's the crash down, some supportal combat. Namgung does that amazing thing in the sick mechanics of press W.
So powerful.
Fine.
So effective.
Yeah.
Press W and the walk strategy.
Oh.
Double whammy.
When used in tandem, honestly, no outplay potential.
Yeah, one thing to note is that Raptor hasn't picked up his Sundered Sky yet. I assume he's got enough or is close to, but hasn't reset for it, so Gideon is in a pretty big power advantage right now. Can't really be contested by Raptor until that's completed.
Yeah, we'll see whether he actually goes for the dragon now, or whether he does give Raptor time to go base and purchase.
That'd be polite. Give him
like
time to reset and get the Sundered Sky himself.
Yeah, that would be polite. Okay, Namgung is going to get shattered momentarily. And there is item number 1 over for Vikla. Still waiting for the Rod of Ages to be completed for Roma. So that gives an item advantage in mid. Still without the jungle item to come through just yet. But it looks like we're not focused on the Drake. As you can see here, Gideon really does just want to lane gank bot lane.
Yeah, they're trying to bring them in and Gideon stay out of vision. You can go for like an E flash from Namgun and try and catch Taeyun. I think if he catches him, no matter what, he's just dead. But it looks like it won't come through.
Nope. Roma did roam down, as would make sense. But that does give Vikla a bunch of time, and BNK FearX playing so defensively here. Honestly, everywhere, but right now in the bottom lane. And we'll be able to use that in order to buy a lot of time.
I think when you have a Pantheon in the team, you always just have to be somewhat cautious about overstepping or pushing too far. I respect that BNK FearX are kind of waiting for time. Casting is now 2 levels up on clear.
That's insane. 35 CS is also the number.
It is partially because the top quest has come in already for casting, but that doesn't make the lane more fun. It just means that there's going to be a bit of a reprieve coming up for clear, but it's not a good time.
Well, speaking of not a good time, Roma was staring down the barrel of not a good time. He's not going to get engaged on. Namgung looking for an angle. Solar Flare is not going to land on anything. And there goes the yell in the wrong direction as well. Magnustorm comes down. That holds down the Snake. And Gideon, he's here just to witness his mid laner die.
Namgung goes for the play. Cannot connect onto the right target. And Roma, just him and Namgung is not enough.
Yeah, trying to yell the other direction for the inertia to then push him the other way.
Yeah.
Or something. Wasn't a great ulti.
I love the contest here though, and Raptor does back away.
Okay, not liking the angle there, I guess. They have some big power spikes though. I mean, the Ludens is a pretty huge deal for the Ziggs. That's in response to just a Kraken Slayer here for Teddy, who does complete his cull.
Vikla level 11, having Blackfire Torch into Cassiopeia with just components for Roa. I will say that not having ult, a lot of ults not available for being KQX, just here their chances.
Well, Namgung just going to tank up Raptor here, trying to push him away. Taeyeon with the minefield down, but they're not going to be able to stop this dragon. And down it will go. It's another Ocean Soul here this game. Imagine one that could be a bit frustrating for being KFURX.
Yeah, and I mean into a Ziggs as well. The sustain is pretty nice for Hanjin Brion. So this play, the Solar Flare misses. Namgung not getting the value he wanted, and then Roma just not getting any value.
Yeah, at least there was a cheeky Q to do and damage there from Gideon. But otherwise, just a bit of a mistake there from the bros. Still, they're able to get themselves the dragon. And the gold is completely even, pretty much. This wave going to be soaked by Teddy, and therefore we'll all just come back on track. So maybe a roam towards the top side here. 1.1k is the advantage for casting.
Herald's up soon. That looks like it's going to be what they play for. TP comes in from Taeyeon mid just to apply pressure. No one responds. He could probably just get this tower alone off the kill.
Well, going to take the minions down now. Teddy is moving over there. Might get there a little bit too late. The Rift Herald will now spawn. Roma is the one answering Vikla here in this top lane. And in the meantime, our top laners have moved towards the bottom side of the map. Teleports in hand. BNK4X haven't started Shelly just yet.
Oh, Namgung might get caught out here.
Yeah, on vision right now, but Kellen not wanting to bite off more than he can chew. Spots Roma coming in as well. And now they're going to engage. Zenith's Blade brings Namgung right on top, though, and there's the flash forward. Gideon gets in. Teddy with the killer instinct. He gets over the wall, but the cease and desist is on top of him. The bouncing bomb. Oh, no! Teddy just needed to be a little bit taller, and it would have been okay for Taeyeon, but the flash comes forward, and Teddy locks down the Ziggs while farming a little bit at the same time.
Super decisive engage there from the bros. Not given any time for BNK4X to really get set up. And getting on top of Taeyeon as well. TP plan coming in. This is the Syndra with ult. Teddy needs to make himself sparse, and he will do so.
Oh, man. Really nice. Scrying orb there. Make sure that they know exactly where Vikla is. And he will be able to at least defend this turret for the moment. But that is the first big fight of this game. And it equates to a 2,000 gold lead for the bros.
I mean, Teddy played that so aggressive and just led with his body. So engage comes through from Namgung after he gets engaged on. Then the flash over. Paul is there. Namgoong's there to follow. Flash away from the Zenith Blade. And then Teddy thinks, I have the supercharge, I can commit. Just face tanks the Ziggs damage.
Gorgeous.
Gets it done.
Blade. And he is on the way to the Rage Blade as well. So completes the Zerkers. Now has 2 parts of that Ginsu's. 1.2k, the advantage here, equalizing the lead that casting has towards that top side of the map as well. And I think Teddy is such a key component to the win condition. I also think that, like, we have seen Kai'Sa in the past be the strongest when the AP build's really good, because you can be that poke source and blah, 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 blah. Getting consistent autos can be hard, but in the team fights here, they seem so chaotic and broken up that I think the Kai'Sa can get a lot of value, much like he did just then. Equalizer goes down in celebration, because casting wants to let Clear know that he doesn't need it in order to kill him. There's the Q landing. I think Teddy actually hit the Void Seeker, but doesn't actually commit to it, and there it is. The engage onto Raptor, but he gets pushed back. The Unleashed Power comes in, and Teddy bites off a little bit more than he could chew.
You could see what Teddy was going for. He's like, I will block the Vi to stop Raptor from escaping. And then he ended up between the scatter of the week and the Vaiku and just got kind of pummeled. Speaking of pummeled,
yeah, Solar Flare comes in. Taeyeon is extremely dead, although that Q did miss. Cease and desist, and he's under turret. Gideon should definitely be dead as Roma going to get the flash out, and he's the one that dies.
Though.
But it's an execute. Oh no, how did Gideon live? That was crazy.
I'm gonna assume something to do with Sundered Sky. That's always a safe assumption.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
But good plays from Bro. Not missing a beat in that situation. They lose the 80 carry and continue the pressure. Clear's super low, so we end up seeing Raptor coming in to save his top laner, blocking Gideon from getting to him, which actually works out pretty well. But then in this play, so you can see the logic from Teddy. If I block Raptor, he can't get away. Unfortunately, he just puts him between him and the Syndra, and it's not a fun time. This play, though, Namgoon finding a great angle here, lands the Solar Flare dead on with the help of the slow from the Pantheon ult. And then here, bit of Locket, health gets low. There's that Sundered Sky coming through.
And just barely sidesteps. The flash from Roma, a little bit of a sad one there.
Honestly, if he didn't flash and he just died of the execute, would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Honestly, but did end up...
Maybe he felt like BNK deserved the flash.
That's fair. That's valid.
I think that does make some sense, because they were denied the kill. That was a little bit sad. First Ocean, looking like it's going to be taken here by the Bros without too much of a contest out of BNK FureX. A little bit late to get over there, as 5 minutes on the clock until that soul point opportunity for the Bros. Rageblade done here for Teddy. Oh, and he's going to get pushed back. Oh, once again into the blender. But he's trying to keep himself alive. Actually gets shielded up a whole lot, as now he can turn it into the kill. Under Raptor, they haven't taken out Teddy, and he kills both of them.
Just some phenomenal peel from the Bros to keep Teddy alive. He's able to kite it out and chin it around. Raptor and Kellen go down, and this game is starting to slip away from them.
I'm starting to feel like we have a legitimate Namgung POM angle.
Just now, you starting to feel that?
Well, I mean, it felt like a little bit of a meme when he went 0-9, but we know that he was the reason they won. But in this game, he's playing like a man possessed.
The ult there from Teddy to dodge the Ziggs ult really big. And then just the CC, the peel that comes through. Gideon, Namgoon, and Roma doing a great job of keeping the 80 carry alive.
Look at my boy, doing it again. Walks up to Taeyeon, and nothing really occurs. But, you know, he hit him with a Shield of Daybreak.
That's sending a
cool.
message.
Yeah, he gets scattered, but not very far because he is not weak.
And you know, going from playing Camille last game and just dying on repeat to playing Leona in a game with no traditional 80 carry, with Locket Rush, Merctrad, Celestial opposition, oh, it must feel so good. It's like, I'm invincible.
He must actually feel immortal
at
this point.
Oh, if he gets Ocean Soul as well.
Yeah, no, he's never going to die. Okay, Teddy with a Void Seeker does not find. As look at the wards from the Bros around this Baron Pit. They know what is happening in that Baron Pit right now.
Picks up the blue buff, and there was a change not too long ago. Blue buff past level 11 now gives 20 ability haste, which is kind of crazy, especially if you do want to spam those Void Seekers on Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
It's a good amount of value. Double Rocket Belt for BNK FureX. Not really helping that much in terms of the we want to kill the enemy team angle, but a bit of safety.
Yeah, I might help him get away.
You can Rocket Belt out of the Solar Flare can help a lot.
This really does feel like Bro's time to shine, though. Their composition very strong. And now, BNK FureX are going to turn it on to Gideon. Solar Flare not going to be enough to save him, and down goes the Pantheon. But Casting gets here. The equalizer isn't fantastic, but Raptor actually moves on top of it as he goes golden. Teddy launches into the backline. There's the Magnet Storm. Roma just yells into the wind for no reason at all. And Casting's still going to kill clear. Raptor's in a lot of trouble, and somehow it still kind of works out for the Bros.
Able to turn it around, able to find the kills, and Teddy flying in to get the damage down. Should be able to pick up this tower as well. And now with the even more sizable lead advantage over BNK FureX, they will pick up this tower mid, so that's at least a consolation prize.
It's a little bit of something, but let's have a look at this fight one more time. Gideon just kind of caught in no man's land just a little bit.
Yeah, spotted out, so they target him. Thing is, if you don't kill the Pantheon, he just buys so much time with the Aegis. They're on top of the equalizer, allows the rest of Han Jin-Prion to get in. Raptor's just trying to get away, and Teddy picks a great time, dodges away from the combo from Kellen, And it's just there, providing the DPS, backing up casting, who is just melting people.
Yeah. And maybe it was actually a zoning Petrifying Gaze there from Roma as well, because it did mean that Clear was well and truly disconnected from his team, and certainly did die. So maybe we'll give him benefit of the doubt for that one. As outer turret falls in mid lane, that lead only extends. 3K now on the docket for the Bros. And BNK FearX really struggling here in this second game as well. Well, I guess they weren't really struggling in game one until the very end, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was back and forth a bit in game one, but it must feel so frustrating to have been in a winning position and to now go into game two, the prospect of being 2-0'd and being down 3K gold. Because I imagine if they'd won game one, the mentality could just be completely different. The confidence could be completely different. And we've talked so much about how important series and game wins are in Rise Group. These teams both on 7 series win right now.
Yeah, and BNK FearX are actually one behind as far as losses are concerned because the Bros have already played a series this week. So a real opportunity to extend a lead for BNK FearX with a victory here, but they are staring down the barrel of a 0-2 against the Bros, and that is not the way they want to meet them at 14 losses. Okay, here's the setup. We have 8 seconds until Soul Point for the Bros is up and available. Look at this vision. Not a whole lot of dark areas on the map, but Raptor will find one of them. Clear was waiting off to the side as well. Namgun goes in, Kellen goes out. And the Bros, I think, are just going to get on top of this.
Yeah, difficult angle for BNK FearX to approach from. Kellen's looking for a flank potentially, though, but the Dragon's just gone.
Oh, it's just gone. There's nothing they can do about it. The bouncing bombs do nothing at all. The minefield was looking like it was trying to keep BNK FearX out, rather than the Bros really having to worry about it at all. And now they'll just beeline towards the Baron pit?
They have DPS for it. It is Al, so not the most damage from the Baron. And they have tanky members to stand in the way.
My god, Teddy does so much damage to this Baron. Look at him.
Roma too. And if they stop Raptor getting in, there's the CC chain.
Flash. And the cease and desist comes down. He wants to stop Namgung from doing whatever he's doing. And even if Namgung dies, we know that that only makes him stronger. And down he will go. Public execution, though, onto casting. Just explodes. My god, when Roma actually hits an ult, it does the damage. Mega Inferno Bomb, not as much, but they will be able to find Gideon here, who's way tankier than he looks. Raptor going to get stunned up. The equalizer comes on in. And they've kept 3 alive for now. Teddy, though, oh dear, that is not the play you wanted. Never mind, Raptor goes down, he flashes, he gets out of the way. Tayan will find it in the end, but he overextends in order to do so. And now Roma needs to finish the job. Casting goes golden, dodges, the shattering strike goes entirely wide because Kellen was in awe of the play of this Rumble.
That was just peak Rise Group energy. Broke up the Baron. They could have just let Namgun go, could have just left, but no, they wanted the outplay opportunity. They stuck around, and this became a little bit manic, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Namgun, he's like, just let me die, guys. It's good. I've done my job. Leave me in the wreckage. Again, for the 10th time. And then we see, because they committed a bit over there, they end up getting caught out here, even though Clear's really the one who dies, but it keeps them around. Unfortunately, not able to get Gideon out. But then, I think really, the play from Teddy, Taeyun ends up throwing the satchel, knocking him forward into the Vault Breaker. Ult, then flash away from the Scatter the Weak is kind of crazy. Taeyun does commit to kill him, but he just ends up dying for that. And then here from casting, the stasis, and then it's like, okay, probably just dead. Flashes, dodges. Just some crazy plays on display.
Just beautiful. Thicler unable to really close the gap in order to get anything done. Kind of knew that Roma was just going to eat him for breakfast if he showed himself. So
he did eat a lot of Baron time, though, I will say that.
Yes, and there are only 2 Barons left, actually. So they are now moving, one of them at least, towards this bottom lane. They have Roma with another in mid. Solar Flare does go basically wide, but the equalizer is pretty good. Try and get them out of here. Clear just takes half of his health bar by just basking in the equalizer. Heal comes out from Namgung, but the scatter is great there from Vikla. Just no follow-up available onto the Leona. And Teddy has a GA now, so killing him has become difficult. This Kaiser is really getting out of hand.
Yeah, for sure. GA already secured. has the Terminus, which did get buffed on this patch. But just at this point already, so hard to deal with. Killing Kai'Sa, you saw in the last...
Oh my lord!
Killing Kai'Sa, you saw in the last fight how it is a bit of a problem. They don't have that much sustained damage. You kind of need Vikla to press ult on Teddy. But with a GA in pocket, you know, you kill the Kai'Sa, Kai'Sa gets back up, it's going to be a problem all over again, especially if they get Ocean Soul and you can sustain up afterwards. So it's a major cause for concern. Do have the Void Staffs coming through from Vikla and Taeyun, but I just feel like the damage isn't quite there to cut through targets quickly.
And when you're behind the clock, when it comes to these damage items, right, just feels hopeless trying to build enough in order to get back in, because you are then priced into building the Magic Pen. You can't build the big items that you're really looking for.
Yeah, Rabadon's be very nice right now for Taeyun. Is about to hit level 16 though and get that max rank ultimate. Problem is hitting it onto a high value target, because Teddy keeps dodging away from it. Roma's not too hard, but getting the CC on Roma to hit it is pretty difficult.
Well, nice Void Seeker there from Teddy, but he is not going to be going in by himself onto the Ziggs.
Again, giving Teddy the blue. It's no AP on this Kai'Sa, so you don't get the evolution for the reduced cooldown. But that extra ability haste means you can just spam it a little bit more. Oh, they're going in.
Yep, looking for the angle there. It's a great scatter onto Gideon. Puts up the Aegis. Namgun goes forward. The equalizer is pretty good. And Kellen just dies. The Killer Instinct from Teddy gets him into the backline, but now he's kind of out of the fight. Cease and desist without Teddy there. And Raptor may have found an angle because the Bros' health bars are going so low, but finally Teddy weaves his way in, and the cooldowns are gone, and the Kai'Sa is full health. Just supercharging her way around the battlefield. Vikla is just throwing things around. And yes, he'll be able to teleport to safety, but that will not stop this Ocean Soul.
Ocean Soul going to come through, and you saw there how even though BNK Fearx threw everything at them, Teddy was out of position a little bit. Just not able to cut through these health bars quick enough. And the Ocean Soul's only going to make that more annoying.
All right. Some vision being gained here, but a 6,000 gold lead for the Bros could be a pretty unlikely 2-0-2-0 day today. The Bros are able to do this as Teddy goes invisible. He looks to try and execute. Taeyun does have the cleanse there, and this is GA down now. Can the rest of the Bros get themselves over here to protect the President? And the answer is no, as Roma is sinking the fangs in, though. Kellen getting eaten momentarily. But now the counter teleport. BNK Fearx, this might have been saving the game as Namgung. He is so good at just demanding the time of BNK Fearx, and he'll do it once again. The rest of the team will make their way out, but 20 seconds until this next Baron. Wait, he's even using heal? Namgung's still alive. Oh, are they delaying? They might be staggering the backs.
The thing is, even though it sounds like, oh, well, it's bad because Namgun's dead for longer, he's buying time for Teddy to come back alive. And Teddy's far more important than Namgun in this fight.
Oh, you take that back. Actually, yeah, you might be right.
But they are just going to start the Baron immediately. Teddy is 8 seconds away. If the fight goes long, he could be there. And BNK Fearx are trying to rush this Baron down. They don't have the most DPS for it, though.
Gallon is going to move in. There's a lot of brush here as he does make his way out. Roma does get engaged on. There's the kitchen sink hitting onto the snake, but she goes golden. And now Taeyun could be in a little bit of trouble. The petrifying gaze is kind of awkward, but Taeyun's dead! Teddy gets in! And it was all part of the plan! He'll just turn his eyes towards the Baron. Kellen will be allowed to live. And even though Taeyun puts on a cool hat in the death chamber, that is still a winning play for the Bros.
And it just comes together. Teddy able to get in range because he's on Kai'Sa, because he has the killer instinct. And Namgun buying the time all pays off there, allows him to get back onto the map in time to help this play. Because they immediately focus down on the Roma. And the status helps him, but it's not going to save him. Casting does a million damage here, by the way.
Yeah.
But Teddy coming in just allows the cleanup to happen. And then the Baron to be secured.
Yeah, Teddy just walks straight over there.
I've got to say, though, Namgun, this man cares so little for KDA. Does not press tab once, does not look at the scoreboard. It doesn't mean anything.
No. He does press tab. He sees it, and he's like, look at how hard I'm working. Look at how hard I am working. And you know what? I see you. Namgung, we see how hard you're working, and it is leading the Bros to victories.
You know what it is? It's KPA. Kills, plays, assists.
Yeah, there we go. What about, like, it's CPS. It's cinema per second.
Oh, yeah, he has
and
that.
And he has the highest number there.
There we go!
Vicla's real dead. There's the solar flare. Look at that, even throwing out the emotes. He does every genre. Now, Casting is going to have to go golden to survive this one. Gideon makes his way in, but he might just be dead as well. The Aegis puts in a fair bit of work, and honestly, way too much work. The Sundered Sky as well. Void Seeker will find. Taeyeon puts down the minefield, but how did only Casting die there? And Vikla was already picked off on the bottom side. Wait, BNK Purex are on the wrong side of the map. And the Bros are just going to push in and break the base.
They'll have to move back in and try and just defend, but I think this is definitely inhibitor tower gone. Will inhib go too? Looks like it. And BNK Purex now even further behind, losing the mid inhibitor tower and inhibitor as well. Puts them in a precarious position if they lose a fight or end up out of position on the map again like that.
Okay, trying to get some counter vision down, but there are control wards all over the place. And this map is so awkward to navigate as well with all the extra brushes from the Ocean Rift. That's a good scatter from Vikla. But Gideon, he can just negate so much damage with this Aegis. And once again, the Bros set up the siege. Solar Flare comes down. It is going to be avoided there by the dash cannon out of Vikla. But otherwise it was perfect, guys. Okay. All right, Teddy just needs to sell a Doran's Blade and he has full item.
Or the Zenith Blade to buffer the scatter and then the Solar Flare afterwards.
Not bad.
Not too shabby. Casting is level 20, which is kind of crazy on this Rumble. Unfortunately, didn't help him here, but
not at all.
Does just show he is a major threat who needs to be dealt with. And I think that's currently the issue BNK Purex are facing. There's a lot of major threats on the enemy team. And would you believe all three of them have Zhonya's?
Oh, God.
This is nightmare fuel for a Vi player, honestly. Yeah. And if you think about BNK Purex's composition, they have a lot of burst, and that burst is kind of like you commit these abilities, and if you miss them or their stasis comes out instead, you have to wait for the next window, and it feels really bad.
I don't see how Teddy dies this game.
Yeah, the fact there's triple Zhonya's, 2 GAs, Locket and Protoplasm on Namgoon.
And an Ocean Soul!
Yeah, it's a tough one. Elder is up in 30 seconds. BNK Purex need a flanking Camille right now, if I'm being honest, and there just isn't one available.
Oh, this engage! Yeah, Namgoon's going in! He'll find the Solar Flare, they get onto Taeyeon! Give this man the POM! As it's a double for Gideon, another Void Seeker is fantastic from Teddy! But this game just ended. Elder or no Elder, they are still just going to push down, and they are going to win the game. Raptor tries to hold the wave. Casting looks for some revenge. As Vikla will say, you're not allowed to have that because I will unleash my power. But that is all he's going to be able to do here as the Bros are going to line up victory behind these super minions making their way down. Stun onto Clear, he's going to be put down. And Teddy, he's got plenty of damage to lock down these kills. There it is, and the Bros with the 2-0. Here at 36 minutes against BNK Purex. This time, they were leading the whole time. And man, they made Kaisa look real strong in this game as well, as Kellen was allowed to live for a few moments, but the Nexus will eventually go down. And the Bros, I think, are trying to reclaim their top spot here in the Rise group, and it's looking like it's working.
And I just cannot believe this series ends in a 2-0. If you'd asked me 3 minutes before the end of game 1, I would have said no chance, unless you mean BNK Purex. But Namgoon came in with a massive play right at the end of game 1, and then spent all of game 2 consistently making not as big plays, because that Camille flank was insane, but just a lot of great plays. That ending engage onto the Ziggs was phenomenal. And you know what? Bro broke their loss streak last series, but it looks like they're starting to build up a bit of a win streak.
Yeah. I think the momentum certainly has shifted in their favor.
Bromentum?
Bit of bromentum, absolutely. And Roma Yeah, some of the petrifying gazes didn't work, but at least he's got some pretty good celebrations.
That's the important thing. That's, maybe he was just so focused on the celebration.
Yeah, this is the issue. He's not very petrifying because he's too busy being charismatic.
There you go.
And it sort of has the opposite effect. As Namgung, absolutely phenomenal performance, and if he doesn't get POM,
oh my! Don't even say. It would be such a robbery. The biggest Justice Force support moment of all time.
Absolutely. And I actually might have to run on stage and just say, "Get off the stage, Teddy. Give it to Namgung." I wouldn't do that. I couldn't. I'd never make it there in time, and he wouldn't understand what I was saying. It'd just be awkward. I won't do that. But still, I do really, really, truly believe that there is no justice unless Namgung gets the player of the match. What an unbelievable series, though. Just the weirdest ending to game one.
I'm gonna
and then
say
they just turn it on.
There is some people, not many of them, I hope, but there are some people who have watched Series 1 and been like, Rise Group, I don't know if I'm interested in that. And missed out on one of the all-time bangers of the LCK. And this was a legendary match.
It was. And you could also probably catch that last flank in the Mad movie that'll be coming up.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be there. It's my number one.
It will definitely be number one.
It was so crazy.
Just ludicrous gameplay here. Namgung just locking down the Baron for his teammates. And then places himself firmly in the wreckage where he wants to be.
He's living in the wreckage now. Oh. What a series.
Yeah.
This moment as well was kind of crazy when Teddy ended up in like the weirdest position an AD carry can often imagine being, and then somehow didn't immediately die.
The Killer Instinct shield actually kept him alive for such a long time, and then Taeyeon had to overextend so far to be able to get the kill.
Yeah, and he had to kill him because if he didn't, it would just be so much aura for Teddy. That was the main reason he had to flash him to shut him down.
By the way, that was an equalizer off cooldown. So it just came up as Teddy was coming in.
I think the thing is we've been very focused on Namgung. You have mentioned casting many times, but he did have a phenomenal series.
He did?
And unfortunately won't win the POM because that's going to Namgung, but yeah, a lot of credit to be given to the top laner, bro.
Yeah. Sometimes when your teammate goes, you're red and you're gel, and then just wins you the game, you do have to just kind of move aside and accept that that is how it works.
Look, Namgung died again. Back in the wreckage.
Oh, glorious. At the wreckage for all time after this series. As Teddy does a lot of damage, Vinkler does more. And honestly, the Syndra performance wasn't too bad out of the BNK FureX mid laner, but unfortunately just wasn't enough. And the bros, they have the friendship on their side, right? And really did just work as a unit in order to take down their opposition.
I needed
behind.
I needed to happen.
It's got to.
Why am I even? Of course it is.
Yeah, easy. There it is! There is justice in this world! The greatest scoreline in a player of the match I have seen in my life.
You know what I see? I see 13 good deaths.
Absolute. 24 good deaths.
Maybe some of those deaths weren't as good as others, but you know what? There was some really good deaths in that one. There is justice. There is justice. I'm happy. I'm sated.
Yeah.
This was a great day. This was a great series. But it would have ended on a bit of a sour note if we hadn't got that justice for...
And now we get to talk to him about it as well. That is the best part. Because that last play, he will be told to take us through the play. We can hear what he was thinking about it. Oh, I just cannot wait. What an unbelievable performance out of the young man. As far as glow-ups are concerned, by the way, Namgung 100% has improved the most out of any other player.
He improved so much between the 8th and the 9th death.
Yeah, on that note, I think it's about time that we go over to the interview, and Dia will help us by translating all of the words this glorious man is going to say after such an unbelievable performance. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys, for the amazing commentary. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Namgung on the side of Hanjin Brion. Congratulations!
네, 8승 고지를 밟으면서 라이즈 그룹
You've reached
1위를
8
탈환하게
wins.
됐습니다. 승리 소감
Seizing
들려주시죠.
first place of Rise Group. How do you feel?
연승 흐름 타고 싶었는데 이겨서 좀
You know, after winning last match, I wanted to keep up the momentum and keep our winning streak going, and I'm just really happy that we're able to win today. And this is your first POM in the LCK, so how does it feel? You know, I always saw Teddy and Gideon getting POM, and I've always wanted to, I've dreamt of getting a POM, and I'm just really happy that I'm able to get it today. So, is there anything that you want to say during the POM interview? I just want to say thank you for doing so well and playing so well to my teammates. And lately, Hanjin Brion always went the full distance, but it was a clean 2-0 today, so with the momentum going strong, what do you guys talk about as a team?
끝까지 집중 잘해보자 했던 것 같습니다.
I think we just really wanted to maintain our focus and it's just really all about the mental fortitude. We wanted to focus up on the game and make sure that we are able to close it out cleanly. And in game 1, it looks like you were able to showcase a great Camille performance. So how do you rate Camille right now? Honestly, earlier on, I made some mistakes, but I think Camille is a really great champion that actually suits my own playstyle very well. So I really like playing Camille support. And in game 1, you guys went for that newly nerfed lock. But your lock was able to get the pentakill, so can you walk us through what happened? Honestly, fighting front to back didn't really make sense, so I was just looking for a window to actually go in, and my team was able to create a really good opening for me to actually engage here. Yeah, it looks like you were flanking really nicely. So, what was the call here like? Yeah, I couldn't really fight head on, so that's why I figured, you know, this is the only way I can win if I try to flank them. And how did your teams react? How was the team energy in this moment? I mean, I just know that I was really just desperate for us to finish the game, and I just pleaded my team to end the game, please. And Caster Prince always shouts your engagers out, sending high praises. So what is so special about your engagers? I think it's really all about the timing.
들어는 봤는데 잘 뭔지 모릅니다.
프린스 해설이 남궁 선수가 활약을 할 때마다 매번 외치는 거거든요. 남궁 선수의
Caster Prince always shouts you out
이렇게 얘기를 하는 건데
with the same catchphrase.
너무 마음에 듭니다.
그렇다면 프린스
He always says that Namgung, you always, or Namgung as a player is like the textbook engages. So, anything you would like to say to Caster Prince? Thank you so much, Prince.
자, 다음 상대는 농심입니다. 지난 맞대결에서
And your next opponent is Nongshim, who you beat last time. So, how do you feel about that?
준비 잘해서 오겠습니다.
Well, against Lehans, I feel like I'm pretty strong against him, so I'll make sure that I can prepare well against Nongshim. And that's all from Namgung, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Namgung. Very much deserved on his first POM of the season. Bro, now on a bit of a streak, getting things going and trying to make it into play-ins with one win at a time. Looking much better than they were last week.
2-0? 2-0? Any knowers? Well, of course, Digon didn't predict Hanjin Brion, but what he did was very aware. He also is the leader of the official Bro fan club and their biggest supporter right now. I gave him my endorsement
as well, right?
I let him take over when I gave up hope at the end of round 2, but Wood has been doing a very good job, and he held the torch alongside, don't forget to pay, Tax Man, who had this fan sign earlier, who also was a knower.
I mean, like, I didn't even vote for Bro because BNK FRX was really doing it well, and especially like game 1, we could see that they are snowballing really well. But at the last, we could see Hanjin Brion's like theory that they can win, and then finding a one chance how to win the game.
Vikla did 80,000 damage across both. Like, he did 40k plus in both games. Still couldn't win the series.
Yeah, and then there was a casting. I think he was still like holding the lane pressure really hard. I think, like especially at game 2, like how could I didn't ever see that Rumble was pressuring Ambessa that hard.
And he also knew the ganks were coming. He was able to back away. Everyone was having a pretty good game 2. Game 2 much better here for Bro. I would say well-rounded win here for Bro in the second one.
Yeah, I mean, BNK Theorex, obviously all of us here voted for them. Even our casters went for them. You guys and Ian Can,
wow,
AR analysts, the only 4 to go for Namgung. Actual knowers, you guys got it right this time.
I hate to say it, but like I could not vote for Romer because he took Namgung's ult and pressed one lock combo and got a quadra kill in less than 2 seconds, and then got gapped by Vikla in the second game. So couldn't do it. I wanted to give him some credit, but like
couldn't. Teddy vote? Any?
I mean, I think it was a very hard vote, but
the game ender in game 1 set up the penta. In game 2, when he was pretty tired of the stall out that was going on there with the Syndra, he just went for one engage and into the game. Game ender. Game closer.
It's a game closer, and that's good. That's a good one.
So, Amti, what did you have to say about this one? Also a based support voter.
Really sorry for the early game, but I ended the game. You know, Namgung ended the game. Everyone can say about something about it. Like he just like with the Camille, I even talked about his Camille early game was quite not good, and he will review himself. He was quite struggling himself about that review, like the gameplay too. And then after that, and the game 2, he was quite playing perfect with Leona. So glad to see him.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when I was watching, I think I would have gone for him as well, just because, you know, it's Rise Group, it's messy, it's crazy. He can die 8 times, but then if he actually solo wins the game, and then in game 2's Leona was great, and he gets the winning moment as well. Like, I think he deserves it.
If you're losing the game because your support is playing badly, but then he fixes it,
yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
100%.
Yeah, just over the game.
100% sure. And then like I was actually like deciding from casting or Namgung, because casting's Rumble game and Jace game was quite impressive, especially at the laning phase and then what he is doing and snowballing. But Namgung's ending the game at the Leona with E-Flash ulti at the last time, then I'm like, okay, that's Namgung's.
I am curious what the non-Namgung voters have to say, because they probably have some stuff to say about it.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some of the other comments, because Ox was also a Namgung voter. I'd rather go 0-9 than 0-3, because you go 0-3, that means you stopped trying. That means you lost confidence.
This kind of sounds like a Korean comment, actually. Like I feel like that's something that like Cloud Templar or Pony would say or something.
It's got quotation marks around it as well. Pretty interesting stuff there from Ox, but I think I'm picking up what he's putting down. Let's see the rest of the comments as well, because now we're going to get into some of the other guys here, some of the other votes. Which family of Shin are you again?
I think I saw this comment for 3 times in a row, right?
Yeah, he's running out of material.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Go next fast.
Yeah.
He's also, you know, last name Shin, so, you know. Deploying the Namgung formation, Prince-based voter here. Give your teammate main character energy.
It sounds like it's skills, right?
That's why you play support, right?
How many POMs has Teddy picked up? Quite a few, right? Namgung, giving him that main character energy perhaps a little bit, you know? Helping him out. Supporting him, you could say. Supporting him.
It's in the name.
Supporting him, you could say.
Yeah. And Prince's last comment we got. So, good stuff overall. Makes sense for us to see those Namgung votes, but
yeah. But I like, if I say one thing, like if I go back to the Korean analyst task, Hellis is a little bit like boss from me. But when I saw it in English task, then I can say that it doesn't sound good.
Called out.
That
get him, Umti.
And then I will run away, so it will be fine. And then I don't think he will.
If you voted for casting, what would you have said?
I think Prince one was good, or Ox one was good.
But like those were for Namgung.
They were both.
I'm saying if you had to give casting a comment.
Casting
for the top lane vote. If you were gonna
I was thinking, what did you eat today? Like, you are being so better and better. Like that kind of thing. I was actually curious that what is he eating.
All right, that's a good call. Yeah, that's solid.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, that's good. That's a good comment. Solid.
It's unique, at least.
Thank you. Take a look at the Rise standings, guys, as we do have Bro winning today.
Back on top. Bro, back on top.
King again.
2W in the streak. Oh, baby.
God.
They have the best game score because they were on that streak through the pre-split, right, in the spring split of the season before MSI. They had rounds 1 and 2 performed very much better than most other teams, but then went on a loss streak, so weren't that far ahead. But maybe this is the beginning of a new winning streak here for Hanjin Brion.
Like, just thinking about the Legend group and the Rise group, like both teams are like very competitive. Like, I don't know who's gonna come to the play-in. Like Brion, QMDRX, BFX, Dongxin, they're just playing both well. Like both teams are like very competitive right now. So I'm very curious who's gonna come.
Kind of reminds me of the Legend group, where we have everyone competitive as well, and you never know what's gonna happen on any given day. Pretty volatile meta we're living in.
Yeah, we just saw that KT and D plus Gia was really doing well, and then now they're just one lose again and reset button right now. So have to climb again.
Yeah, I think HLE with the 3 losses in a row, that's kind of the most surprising thing for me. We'll see if they can get their form back. And speaking of which, Saturday showdown tomorrow, T1 up against HLE, and then Nongshim versus the DN Supers there. Very important match for Nongshim. DNS is already out. Nongshim desperately need a win to avoid that last knockout spot before play-ins. And then, of course, Saturday showdown, that's always a hype matchup.
T1 versus Hanwha is, the roof is going to get blown off at this place. It is going to be a banger. Obviously, a huge new rival we have here in the LCK. I'm really looking forward to that one.
That game, like, T1 versus Hanwha, like, anytime they made the game goes bloody, even this like recently Casper Cup, it was like 160 kills in 3 sets. So I'm very, very excited to watch that game. And then Nongshim Red Force versus DNS. Like, DNS is already out, but I think they will be more stronger if they are like, if they doesn't have any pressure and they are just want to be like just a good player, just be better. We'll just think about the place, right? So maybe they got Nongshim there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Umpty. I think that lack of pressure is going to help them out a lot. But guys, we are done here for today's LCK. Thank you so much for watching. It was a bit of a fast one. We had 2-2-0s. Wasn't necessarily expecting that, but hope you enjoyed anyway. And we'll see you tomorrow for Saturday Showdown and Nongshim versus DNS. Have a good night.
Oh, I'm so sad. It's 4-0 day.
MSI 우승하고 지금 정규 1등이잖아요. 이 정도의 경기 내용이 나오면 안 된다고 생각을 하거든요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into